Ladies and gentlemen, viewers and gamers around the world, welcome to the Gamers8 IESF Asian Championship happening right here in the beautiful city of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia at the biggest esports and gaming festival, Gamers8. I'm Bara Abdullah. With me is the phenomenal Wajih.
يا أهلا وسهلا فيك أخوي براء، أسعد الله أوقاتكم بكل خير أعزائي الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام في كل مكان، ورجعنا لكم بيوم مختلف في لعبة CSGO. صراحة كلنا متحمسين ومتشوقين في هذه الأيام، بالذات أنها في بطولة Gamers8، بطولة الاتحاد الدولي للرياضات الإلكترونية الآسيوية اللي تجمع معانا 20 منتخب في هذه البطولة وهذه المنافسة.
يعطيك العافية وجيه. اليوم بعد CSGO مع حماس زيادة, and we have more CSGO competition with more hype. This time is gonna be the female competition. The hype is real.
أكيد I'm very excited أخوي براء. صراحة أعزائي المشاهدين اليوم بتكون معنا استفتاحيتها مع بطولة CSGO، ولكن للسيدات اليوم بتكون أول مرة. ولكن أعزائي الحضور والمشاهدين الكرام، قبل لا ننطلق ونتوجه لأخواني المعلقين أو الكاسترز، خلونا نرجع ونتفرج على بعض اللقطات والهايلايت، بعدها بنتوجه لأخواني المعلقين.
يعطيك العافية وجيه. And before I pass it on to our phenomenal casters, here is a little recap of what happened earlier.
Hello and welcome to the IESF Asian Championship. My name is Lucy. I can't wait to get this underway. I've got Brandon here with me as always. Brandon, how are you feeling?
Yeah, really good. It's a pleasure to be here, right? And it's exciting. We kick off the female championships. There's 5 teams that have made it through their respective qualifiers of the regions. And I just want to say thank you because this is such a good opportunity for all of these teams to have LAN experience and a chance to even go even further, qualify to the World Cup, the World Championships a little bit later on this year. It's exciting. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, I think for these teams in particular, there's not a lot of opportunities to play on LAN, internationally especially, right? So to have these 5 teams here, they've battled out through the various qualifiers in their region, they've made it here to the big stage internationally, and then there's that step of getting those 2 spots to go all the way to the global finals, which is going to be very exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got the teams we can talk about as well, right? I think we can bring those up and have a little conversation piece about who's actually qualifying here today, right? We've got Saudi Arabia, Australia, Hong Kong, China, Kazakhstan and India all competing for those chances, as you mentioned, 2 spots to try and make it through even further in this competition.
Yeah, the best of the Asia-Oceanic region. I'm very excited to see these teams. Obviously, I've got a little bit of a horse in the race with the Aussies. I'm definitely going to be backing them here, but I think the competition's going to be fierce. We've got some very strong contenders among these teams. A few of them absolutely destroyed their qualifiers, so I think we're going to have some pretty good games in our hands.
Yeah, look, I think that's the main thing, right? The fact that these qualifying teams to get here were really dominant, that sets us up for some really exciting potential. I feel like these maps are not going to be as one-sided as people may have on paper. I think it's going to be a very competitive affair. You got to add into the fact that it's LAN environment. We said about the opportunity for these teams being here today. What you got to consider is the fact that some of these teams might not even had the opportunity to really play on the biggest stages. I know with Australia, you've got Bibian in there who's played in the ESL Impact circuit, has had plenty of opportunities with these outings. Hopefully she can be the ship that kind of steadies the rest of their team and kind of brings up their floor a little bit more.
Yeah, I feel like that Team Australia is definitely one of the favourites here, and I'm not just saying it, as I mentioned, because of the Australian bias, but they're a team that has played internationally before, at least some of their parts have, so that's definitely an extra factor, as you mentioned. There's also, I think, a player that many people will know is Jamie, playing for, I think, Kyrgyzstan, right? She's plays for Team Spirit. She's played within the ESL Impact circuit a bit, so that's a few tenured players here that I think are going to be giving that extra little bit of experience to their squads.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what we also just kind of not mentioned just yet, but there's also a lot of prize pool that can also be on offer. It's $12,500 that is split in the prize pool amongst 3 of these teams, with the lion's share, of course, going to that winner. But I feel like whilst we've got the prize pool, and whilst that is fantastic, we've also got to look at the 2 spots that are really representing this region for the rest of the competition going forward.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing on the line here, right? Those 2 spots, and it's pretty good odds, right? 5 teams, 2 spots, kind of feels good coming into it. Yeah, it's almost not quite 50%, but pretty decent odds. The prize pool, obviously, a nice little runners-up prize there if they don't quite make it. But
let's talk about the format as well, right? Because today we've got best of ones that are taking place at the moment. There's going to be 6 best of ones that will be taking place throughout the day. We're covering 2 of them here on the stream for you. And then the next couple of days, they're best of 3s, right? It's single elimination, which I think is a bit scary for once you get to the playoffs. But of course, that's kind of is the nature of playoff games. But it's good that we've got best of 3s. It's good we've got a nice little blend, right? Because you spend the first day, best of 1s, they are still significantly, incredibly important matches here in Counter-Strike. But it's nice to kind of have one. You can just settle down in. You can get used to the LAN jitters. You can kind of feel the environment, the peripherals you're working with, and just kind of get a taste of that stage.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the key thing about this first day. It's getting your grips with it. I'm not sure how long some of these teams have even been here, right? It's a lot of travel as well for some, right? You look at the Hong Kong and China team, they've come quite far, and Team Australia obviously have taken the longest distance to get here. It's a pretty decent haul to find your way out here. So it's a big adjustment, right? To go through all that travel, get into a new place, get into a new LAN environment, and then have to grind it out. So these best of ones, they have a lot of weighting on how the tournament's going to play out for these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited as well, because when having a look through just a deep dive into Liquipedia and obviously following some of the events myself through some of these qualifiers to get here, I think that we're seeing a lot of Inferno, a lot of Ancient, not so many Mirages. And, you know, if you follow me, I'm a big Mirage hater. So it's nice to see we might not get that here today.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I feel like Ancient has become a very popular best of one just generally, right?
Yes.
I think we've seen it like within both kind of different circuits. We see it a lot kind of on the major stage as well whenever best of ones are concerned. Inferno are definitely going to come up. I feel like the Aussies might touch on Mirage. It's definitely a potential. So there's a kind of a lot to get excited for here. I feel like there's going to be all sorts of action. And because these are national teams, you never know quite what to expect, right? That strat book isn't going super deep.
Yeah, absolutely, right? You're looking for fundamentals. You're looking for just clean, precise gameplay. It doesn't matter what the strategy is, as long as you're all on the same page as a team, that way you're going to have the best sort of results. I tell you what, we've also got the walkout, so we're going to just throw it over to the host right now, and let's see the teams come over in just right a second now.
شكرا لكم اخواني المعلقين ورجعنا لكم مرة أخرى أعزائي الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام. بعد شوي بتنطلق معانا أول مباراة لهذا اليوم في لعبة CSGO للسيدات. براء, a few moments for first match.
You got that right. Few more minutes for the first match taking place right here at the Gamers 8 Asian Championship IESF. So, جاهز يا وجيه؟
أنا جاهز.
أنا متحمس وجاهز. I'm hyped and ready. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the first match taking place today right here for CSGO female competition, let's hear it for Kyrgyzstan!
تحية قوية لمنتخب كyrgyzstan. أول مواجهة تنطلق معانا في لعبة CSGO للسيدات في الستيج هنا معانا في البث المباشر. منتخب كyrgyzstan جاهز بكامل التجهيزات، ولكن حابين نتعرف على منتخب خصمهم. تحية قوية لهونغ كونغ الصين.
Let's go right now for their competitor and make some noise for Hong Kong, China!
مباراة مشوقة تجمع منتخب كyrgyzstan ضد هونغ كونغ الصين. أتمنى لهم كامل التوفيق. أعزائي المشاهدين ما نستغني عن تصويتكم. أما الآن خلونا نتوجه عند إخواني المعلقين ونبدأ فيها المباراة.
يعطيك العافية وجيه. Kyrgyzstan going against Hong Kong, China. What is going to happen right here in Saudi Arabia in the beautiful Arabian nights and days of Saudi Arabia? So right now we're going to pass it on to our phenomenal casters. Fire it up.
All right, I'm very excited to jump into this first game of the day, Brandon. Kyrgyzstan taking on Hong Kong, China. I think it's going to be quite the battle.
Yeah, look, it's going to be a very interesting affair. Kyrgyzstan, they impressed me in particular. Obviously, we speak about experienced players. Jamie from Team Spirit is on that roster. And the way they made it through their qualifier to be here right now is they played against Kazakhstan, but that was actually a really close best of three. They were quite tight games. It was a overtime on overpass on that first map. They managed to get it over the line on Mirage in the 16-9 affair. So it was still pretty close, all things considering. And that's the one that stood out to me. The fact that we've got this team that is the only one that's really had difficulties making it here, but that means they've already overcome adversity to be in this position already. So potentially they've already got some of their experience, a little bit of jitters potentially out the way now.
Yeah, I think that's kind of one of the talking points just in general is that's a very competitive region of the world, and it's one that we get a lot of insight into just in Counter-Strike generally, because we see a lot of players from that region playing in the men's international scene, right? So it's no surprise that was a difficult battle for Team Kyrgyzstan to make their way through here, whereas we look at a region like the Oceanic region, not quite as much competition, particularly in the women's scene. It could be a lot tougher for teams to come up there. So, you know, Team Australia had an easier run. Hong Kong, China, similar situation. Yep. We don't quite get the full insight into that region, just in terms of there's a lot of like the perfect world games that we don't get to see necessarily on like KTV or platforms like that. So you don't always know exactly what's going on there. So I'm sure they've had to challenge some pretty serious teams.
For sure. And I guess before we move on to Hong Kong, China, we can take a look at the roster for Kazakhstan. And talk it through, right? Jammy, Shiny, Dark Sky, Destroys Loy, which is an incredible name, and Worsey as well. These ladies have already battled through. It looks like that they are ready here to play. And what I like looking at as well is, I'm not going to get too in-depth with it, but I like looking at the walkouts because I like looking at body language. Everyone looks really happy to be here. Everyone's excited just to play Counter-Strike and express and share the game that we all love.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I think we touched on it a couple of times, but Jammy is really the player we want to highlight here because she's still had the most international experience. She's played through the ESL Impact scene through, I think, all of the seasons. She might not have been in a team in the second season, but I think she's been sort of part of the competition, playing in all the sort of cash cups. And most recently she was obviously is part of Team Spirit, which was a big signing towards the end of last year.
Yeah, for sure. And I think what's interesting is as well with Jammy is that where she's playing in Kazakhstan, the ping is obviously really high.
Yes.
And the fact that she delivers numbers and she is consistent despite being on like 140 ping at one stage is honestly just incredible.
Well, we can talk about Hong Kong, China as well. This is the opponent that they'll be going up against. We've got Candid here, Miyuki B, Meow, which I think is a really nice one. It's a bit of a counter to you, B-Dog.
Yeah, true.
Yilam and Joker. So I think this is a team that I don't know, we've really seen these players at the international stage. So I'm very excited to see what they're going to deliver. But as I sort of touched on, I've no doubt they've been playing a lot within kind of that perfect world system.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. And kind of perfect world, what we're speaking about there is kind of the domestic leagues that go on within that region. We don't really get privy, we don't really get results, so we don't really know what's going on over there. But what we know from teams in that region, obviously such as HSG, is that these teams practice an awful lot and they play against each other a lot domestically. So I've got no doubt they're going to be well drilled, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they can bring to the table.
Yeah, I believe in sort of interview we had with Ramona from HSG that there's actually a lot of teams active within that circuit there. So they've been running the reps. You know, it's not a small scene like the Oceanic scene, as I mentioned. So I imagine they've had a lot of experience playing not just against the sort of fellow women's teams, but also the men's teams, right? The Asian scene there is pretty prolific. There's a lot of teams that they'd be scrimming against. So I think they've had a bit of experience, and they're going to show it here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it's going to be very interesting. And we kind of saw a glimpse on the player cams of the maps we might be heading towards. And I did notice a Mirage there. And yeah, in terms of data, in terms of what we're looking forward to seeing on this map, I think in particular, if we just look at Mirages as an entity, I think this is going to be a very common theme in this. It'll be the maps that rely a lot on not too much strategy in the mid-round of portions of the game, but it's going to be, look, we're looking to take mid, we're going to have these fights early stages in the map to try and get the player advantages, to try and snowball the other team. Yeah,
the question really for me is how long have these different squads been playing together, been practicing together? Because that's kind of when they can bring in those maps that require that extra tactical element. And that's where I'm looking at a team like Team Australia is going to be able to bring that in most likely, whereas I'm not as confident here, and that's why I guess a Mirage is a very expected outcome. I think Inferno is a team that's very popular within that region as well, as in the sort of Asia-Pacific region. So I think that's one we might see from these teams in the future, but it did look like Mirage for this first one, so that's kind of where I'm thinking it's going to be.
Yeah, and I guess we can talk about expectations, what we expect from Mirage just in general for this best of one. We're going to be looking at early control in towards middle. That's a key primary zone to control in this map. And then also we're going to be looking at maybe just executes off rip, right? We could be just seeing an A just take straight off the back. We could be seeing the B rushes that are very prolific in the early stages of some of these T rounds. And I don't know, I think that we're going to get a lot of excitement here. I'm hoping that we just get a blend of just pure executes running just to see how these teams just do well and like adapt on the fly, because that's where your difficulties come in. That's where the differences between these two teams are going to be micro-managed and micro-split up, right? Because if you can react on the fly to something, if you can then present that as a problem to the other team, then they're going to be struggling early out the gate. And that's where you gain momentum. You've got to remember that it's the best of one.
Yeah, exactly, and it's where things like this pistol rounds really matter. Getting that early economy going is super vital, and I think it could be a little bit brawly. I expect early on here we're going to see some, I think the executes are really good for these teams to test kind of the responses from the other squads, just because it is kind of the first day. It's those best of ones. Yes, we put a lot of weight on them, but they're also a testing time for these teams, right, to sort of see how they're going to adapt to various executes, different strats you try and run. I expect the mid-routing to maybe not be as prolific here.
Yeah, and that's valid, right? I feel like where we've got Mirage and where we're going to have more of the Mirage and the Inferno, especially on the opening best of ones, because you're just trying to find your footing. You're still trying to get adjusted to that LAN environment, and that's the key thing. All of these teams need to adjust to the environment quickly, because otherwise it's going to be very difficult to try and qualify through to the playoffs and the late stage of the tournaments, which will take place over the weekend.
Yeah, is there a team, I guess, looking at this particular matchup, who are you kind of edging towards? I know for me, it's definitely going to be Team Kyrgyzstan just because of that jammy element.
Yes.
You know, given that we've seen her before, we know that she's a very strong player, and now playing with 0 ping, I'm very actually excited to see that.
I feel like that's the big talking point, right? The fact that we are putting a lot of expectation on Jamie, and rightly so. And that's because we've got the most knowledge of her, but also we know what she can bring to the table. I feel like taking a look at Hong Kong, China, though, on the other side of things, maybe having the unknown element about you is maybe for the best, a little bit of a surprise factor. Mirage, I already said I don't think we're going to be seeing much for Mirage as before we even got the team walkouts, and here we've got it instantaneously. So maybe we are just seeing, you know, an immediate straight out the gate. This is how we want to play. I want Meow running in, just getting all the kills. I'm excited. I don't know what to expect, but I know it's going to be a great game of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I think, you know, despite neither of us really being big fans of Mirage, I'm not too surprised to see it here.
No,
because,
absolutely not.
I mean, it's one of the oldest maps in CSGO. It's a map that everybody is very comfortable playing. And if you've just kind of come together as a national squad, you know, you might have your own teams that you play for. This could be a new team that you're playing with, maybe a new caller that you're under, sort of a new element. So you have to play a map that's familiar territory. So I'm not too surprised to see it here, and I think it could be exciting to see what Hong Kong and China have to deliver.
Yeah, and I guess we can talk about the sniper and the AWP impact on Mirage as well, right? I feel like if you have a good CT side AWPer that can kind of hold down middle, lock out, but also just be a little bit dynamic. Say if you get the spawn towards A ramp, you go, okay, do you know what? I'm actually going to take the Palace pick. I'm actually going to go towards A ramp and be a little bit of a nuisance on the server. That's going to end up benefiting your team a lot more if you're being a lot more problematic, a little bit more pragmatic in your approach as well. Rather than playing reactionary style of Counter-Strike, if we get one team that is looking to set the tempo, set the pace early on, they're the team that is going to favour massively, especially in a best-of-1 format.
Yeah, actually, I think the AWP is a really interesting talking point just because I think within the sort of ESL Impact circuit, which obviously was launched at the start of last year, that's kind of when the revitalization of the women's scene began, right? And I feel like in those early days, in that first year, right, the AWP was almost the most important thing. It was always the most impactful part of the team, and obviously you look to that just generally, but I think when you've got a kind of a newer scene developing or being revitalized, the AWP can have a lot more impact because, you know, players getting used to playing these sort of different styles.
It can be, and I also just think the point about confidence is such an important one as well, because if you are looking just to make a play early, if you get that player advantage, immediately you're snowballing your team into a much more favorable position, I'd argue, than where Bear kind of an entry pick waiting in just ordinary like tier 2, tier 3 CS that we see all the time, because especially where we've got unknown entities, we've got teams that have qualified through their respective regions, we don't know what they're going to bring to the table on LAN because of limited experiences and opportunities. If you get an early kill, I feel like that is really going to help you, and like we're going to see like 90% probably conversion rates on like 5v4s or something like that. That's a stat I've just pulled out of the air, but I feel like that is honestly like what it's going to be, because that's just the reliance and kind of the importance of just setting the tempo, especially on, say, a T side.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to sort of, again, pull things out of the air. I kind of feel when I'm looking at these two teams, I'm expecting maybe a bit more structure from Team Kyrgyzstan. Maybe, you know, given that Jamie's got that experience, she can bring that extra element in, and I just feel like they're going to maybe play a bit more defaulty style CS, where I think Hong Kong and China, just given the teams we've seen from that region before, the fact that we don't know too much about this team, they're a bit of an unknown entity, I'm expecting maybe a bit more aggressive Counter-Strike. We often know that teams from the Asian region often play a bit more to that South American style of Counter-Strike. I mean, that's why we saw... Yeah, more so, indeed. I mean, that's why we saw Olga move to HSG, right? Because it fits that style of Counter-Strike. So that's kind of my guess as to how this is going to play out, but I mean, we won't know until we're in the server.
No, absolutely. I feel like we're going to see a battle between just regular defaulting, and what we mean by that is kind of spreading yourselves out evenly across all areas of the map, looking for maybe a CT to aggress, or maybe the T side committing into one of your angles, but you're holding a passive line, you're waiting for the play to come to you, rather than trying to really force an issue. And if we get a mixed blend of aggression, which is something that definitely could come in, especially if we are on Mirage, we're rotating between executes and potentially just playing the default, then it's going to be interesting to see just how the decision-making is made and how the mid-rounding is going to go between these two teams. And it's a lot of speculation, of course. We could say a number of things about what's going to happen, but the reality is we don't know until we are in the game. And I'm really excited for that because there's a lot of question marks, and I hope to have some answers by the end of this best of one.
Yeah, and seeing as I'm not quite ready to jump into yet, but I think just in the context of this tournament, we've mentioned just how important it is for these players getting the international experience. Yes. But I think also, given the rise of the women's scene in the last year and a half, this is a good opportunity to put your name on the spotlight, right? To put yourself on the radar. If you're a really strong player from one of these regions that hasn't had the opportunities to kind of play internationally before, hasn't really been in the spotlight because of a lack of events in your region, if you shine here, you better believe that there's going to be people watching this. There's going to be international squads that are in the process of reforming. We've seen a lot of the teams within the ESL Impact circuit making changes recently as the new season's approaching. We have an Asian qualifier, I think, for the next ESL Impact season. So I suspect that there might be a few eyes on these matches just to sort of find new players that could be the next big talent.
I think what's really interesting as well is when you take a look at the transfer season and you take a look at teams moving in the women's leagues or the women's scene, it's not just EU to EU.
No.
It's, you can be wherever you are in the world. If you're a good player, there are opportunities. And I feel like that is a very good sentiment and a very good kind of spotlight we can now shine additionally on these players. You perform well here, you're right, you're putting your name out there, you're giving yourself a golden opportunity to potentially be picked up or at least noticed by some bigger teams in the future. And especially with the amount of organizations that are now committing their resources, picking up these rosters, which has been absolutely fantastic. I just hope for more of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think in particular in the Asia region, given the context of the international stage is a possibility for the next season of Impact, that I wouldn't be surprised if even a team like HSG might be looking at some of the elements here, or maybe the competition could start forming to take them on. You know, we've had even players going the other direction, right?
Exactly.
You know, Olga going to HSG, you see all sorts of things happening here. And you know, for me, I'm a little bit, you know, selfish. I kind of hope that maybe some of those international squads, I'm looking at you, maybe EG, you could be looking at some of these Aussies thinking, they could be pretty nice in my team.
Potentially. We're going to have to wait and see, of course. I feel like, look, for those of you that are just tuning in, you're not really too sure what's going on. In a few moments, we'll be jumping into our first best of one of the Asian Championships. The structure of this tournament right now is you've got best of ones. It's a round-robin format. Whoever performs particularly well will then go through to the playoffs, which are then best of threes. These are currently best of ones. And what's on the line? Well, 2 potential qualification spots to make it through to the World Cup and Championships later on this year. And also $12,500 US split across 3 top teams.
Yeah, not bad, is it, to be able to potentially pick that one up? I mean, you get the top spot. That's a very juicy position. It gives you kind of all the opportunities to continue developing, and I think that's really important, particularly for these national squads that obviously here at the back of their respective esports federations for the different countries, but don't necessarily have like an organization backing them. They might have some sponsors or something like that, but you know, that monetary prize actually makes a big difference. So you know, it's something to be considering here, but all our eyes are on those 2 spots at the Romanian finals. And we are finally jumping into the action, Brandon. It is Hong Kong, China versus Team Kyrgyzstan. And we're here on Mirage. Looks like we're jumping into the knife round.
Yeah, I love this. If you're a little bit unfamiliar with best of one formats, basically we need a knife round to determine which sides these teams are going to start on. Currently, Hong Kong, China on the CT side, Kyrgyzstan on the T side. And there's not really too much to talk about in a knife round. I think we just watch, we play it out, but I mean, good grouping, I guess. It needs a hinge, apparently. I've been told that's the meta.
Hinging is the strategy. That's what I use at home in my face of games. Always go as a pair. You want to have that person to back you up. That did not happen there for Kyrgyzstan. They got pretty much destroyed in the knife round, which, you know, that's not necessarily an indication of things to come, but as expected, Hong Kong and China are going to pick the CT side.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, right? Typically on maps, especially on Mirage, you're going to be starting on the CT side. You're going to be feeling just a lot more comfortable, I feel, and it kind of gives you a bit of an advantage. I feel like Mirage, when we take a look at the CT and the T side win rates, we're developing more into an even meta. It kind of is blended into a 50-50, but most teams, more often than not, are always going to pick the CT side just for a comfort factor.
Yeah, it's interesting though, because I do feel that on some level in these sort of environments where it's teams that haven't necessarily played a lot together, definitely haven't played against each other, that the T side can maybe have a little bit of an advantage to it, where you're setting the tempo early. You're the ones that are dictating the pace. So we'll see how it pans out. We're getting into the pistol round now, and it's a lot of Glock's a little bit of utility. There is a smoke and flash on Wersey, and there is a smoke on Joker as well with a kit. So tiny bit of util and some tools on 2 players, and it's a very slow start.
Yeah, it really is, and it's slow on both sides, right? Hong Kong China setting up in a very passive default. We haven't got too much information podding and probing. That is until Connector gets the first little bit of information. And look at this aggression from the T side. They are barreling up Connector. They're taking all of the space up mid.
Yeah, get contact and then just go off it. Slay gets the opener. That's on to Meow. Wersey's also looking out towards B. There are 3 CTs over here. They are penned through. Destroy's Low is just locking them off, but she is going to hear them rotating through CT, but the bomb's been planted, and it's a plant for Connector. This is a very difficult retake. The CTs can't even get through Murder Hole. Well, maybe that's the halfway through. Kind of does get 1 kill, and it's a fight out in the open for Dark Sky. Looking for something here from Sandwich, and it's a bit of an awkward engagement, but she does go down eventually.
Yeah, this is tough, though, because you still got to deal with the Connector player, the player out towards short, and you still got Jamie lurking in Palace. At least there's a smoke on the bomb that could potentially aid things, but people are getting a little bit crazy, and then Wersey strikes in with 2. There is still a defuse kit, and in fact, the bomb is being stuck. Can they deny it? No, Wersey's missing the bullets, and Hong Kong China actually completely steal the round away.
Yeah, it looked like Wersey had done enough there with that double kill. It felt like it was going to be their round, but the smoke kit combo on the pistol round, you cannot overrate that. Like, it's so strong, particularly on Mirage, where, you know, that smoke plume is so wide, the bomb is planted in a very specific position, you're spamming with a Glock, it has to be a headshot, right? So it's very difficult to get someone off the bomb there, so very well handled in that pressure situation, picking up the kit, sticking the defuse, taking the opening round.
Fair play, because I thought that Kazakhstan had set themselves up really well. The fact that they had jungle control, you had ladder control that was blocking off the B rotates, but Hong Kong China did not care at all. Fantastic smokes from CT as well.
Again, a bit of a slow one here from Team Kyrgyzstan. They have opted to buy into this round, which makes sense. They got the bomb plant, 4 players died in the CT side, so logically you want to put that economy on the back burner, try and reset them early. And when you can get 3 Galils out and 2 MAC-10s, that's not too bad. It's actually a slightly better buy than CT's, sort of, lacking util.
I've seen already that they're quite keen to group as a unit, though, this T side, so the lack of utility might hinder them later on to get onto the bomb site, but as long as there's good trade spacing, there's always potential. Double Palace, in actual fact, Sloy on the off angle doesn't find the kill, but will do significant damage to one of these MP9s.
Yeah, she got a nice little gap there to get up close. Gonna put them on notice. 5 HP from Meow, and look at Dark Sky. She's made her way through, but she's making noise about it, looking for this fight, but it's a bit awkward with the MAC-10, still able to transfer onto Meow. Joker had no chance there, gets the 1, but traded immediately. Jamie can now come on over, that bomb's coming through, and if you're Hong Kong China, these 2 remaining players, I think you want to save these. You don't want to be giving this a look in. Looks like they might be sticking around a little bit too long. No, okay. Wersey goes down. Does that entice them in?
It might do. Because again, you've got a smoke, in fact 2 of them, and a defuse kit. And you know how successful it was before. The difficulty you've got this time is that Kyrgyzstan had a lot of time to kind of get off of this bomb site and now establish crossfires. There's a MAC-10 and Dark Sky so close to this smoke. Even though she's low HP, it might not matter too much because it's the element of surprise. And even then, you're just wasting even more time. Kaitosi doesn't even need to reveal herself, but now is required in this 1 versus 1. The bomb is being stuck again. The knife's out. The stabbing is coming through. And, well, the job's been done despite the kill being found by the MP9. It's Kazakhstan who do survive the test of time in this afterplant.
I like the decision to go for the knife there instead of just spamming wildly, because if you spam wildly and you miss your opportunity, they can just stick the bomb there, you get a little bit flustered. Going for the knife guarantees those hits are going to get there, and the person's defusing. If you're getting stabbed, you're like, I need to get out of here. So yeah, really well handled there in that 1v1. A good attempt at the retake though. That was a 2v4 that came down to that final 1v1. So a good fight early on here. I'm impressed by what we're seeing from both teams.
Yeah, it's worrying as well. The fact that we are having a 2 versus 4 come down that close to another 1 versus 1, and despite the round being won by the T side, you're still leaving the economy a little bit limited. Hong Kong China, they have gone for the force in. Pistols surrounded by Kevlar. Not too much util, but you get these pistols in quite close ranges. It could be a little bit of a disaster here for the T side.
Yeah, it looks like Yilam has kept a bit of extra cash, I imagine, for a late stage AWP. These pistols are going to have to do a lot of work. They're rotating players over towards B. No contact today. They've got the right read. Players already gone through. That smoke missing the mark. Destroyer's Blade's going to have a nice angle here, but Dark Sky's just walked on through. Back 10, no one really dueling, but eventually the kills come through. 2 for the T side, though, does give them the advantage. Joker gets that 1 back. Still tucked in behind the back of MD, and oh, nice shot. Traded immediately. Felt like maybe that was the way back in for the CT side. It's just the 1 player remaining coming through the apartments. Meow has a deagle, getting a few shots in, but not quite connecting. And yeah, time ticking on down. She can keep onto that armor and deagle. She's going to escape.
Yeah, that again gets a little bit dicey, right? The T side, it feels like they're just hanging on by a thread in some of these rounds. The fact that you've got a stack over towards B, and Meow is flanking. If these players on site were just able to stay alive a little bit longer, then the flank becomes a lot more potent. But in actual fact, where they all fall without too many trade potentials as well, the fact that Meow is on that late lurk, and there's an internal timer ticking in the heads of Kazakhstan, and they do eventually clear her out. But they survive, and now their reward is just going to be an eco for the CT side.
Kazakhstan get a win out that full spy warp. Yelam has a little bit of extra cash because she was keeping some on hand for an AWP, so she can get a kit, a bit of armor, deagle. Actually, no armor, just the deagle. So still pistols in play, a chance for a bit of damage here for Hong Kong China, but this one is going to favor Kyrgyzstan strongly, and well, they're going very deep over towards apartments early. No one putting pressure over towards A. All the CTs swarming mid.
Yeah, I like it, right? Taking a bit of initiative rather than just stacking the site and gambling. You're actually running up to try and do some damage, but Worsey and Jammy say no thank you, not today. Immediately kills all come in, Candid. Last player standing, and I don't think he'll survive for too much longer, especially with her position being revealed. Jammy doesn't care.
Any kill here would be nice, but no, not going to be the case. That one goes about as expected. It had a little bit more than a general eco would, but... Yeah. Now we get everything back out, and you know what? That might be kind of regretting buying that kit and deagle in the past round, because now there's no AWP. She would have had the money for it. Instead, it's going to be the rifles and falls into FAMAS. No kit from the looks of it. This is the true test.
Yeah, this is where we get to kind of see the first shades of a default here for Hong Kong China. Good flashbanging towards mid, but no one's swinging off the back of it. And in fact, it does incentivize the T side to use one of their own. Mid control, a prominent factor here, just like we were talking about in the pre-game. And there's no exception here. Worsey finding a lot of opening kills, and this time, Meow first up to the chopping block.
Yeah, good kills to be finding early. It's going to put a lot more pressure. Mid is now obtained by the T's. A 2-2 setup. Look at this creeping and crawling into the apartments. Candid is tucked on close. Oh, I think she's been spotted. Does seem to be the case, holding forward, but Candid wins out the fight. The swing as soon as the bullets came. Well handled by Candid. Destroys Lloyd falling as well. This is looking very good for Hong Kong China.
Here it is, the bomb's making it forward towards ramp right now. And although there is a split in from connector, the CT's already repositioned.
If you find these kills, though, cleanly, the retake will be so far away, but Joker catches the timing into connector. It's just this play out through ramp now. They've been very quiet about it. They spot the first player, but Jammy falls. All now onto Dark Sky. She's got that first kill. Nice 180. Gets the second on the Joker. Bomb can be planted. Can this be a 1-on-4? 2 players going to be coming from connector, both together. And it looked like she wanted to go for the window jump, but not given the opportunity. And Dark Sky, a bit of damage done, spotted out. Has to fight her way through this, gets that first kill, looking for the follow-up, but no, Candid is there, and the clutch is denied.
Yeah, what a really nice attempt, though, from Dark Sky. The swivel 180 to allow the space to get the bomb down in the first place, and I like the decision-making. When she gets spotted towards the back of the ninja boxes, she actually just takes the swing, goes a little bit wider than potentially Hong Kong China were expecting, but thankfully, there's too many players for her to deal with, and Dark Sky, it was a wonderful attempt, but it's not quite going to get it over the line.
Yeah, well handled from the CTs in the 2v1 there, not to sort of give those 1v1 fights. They both swing together, as you mentioned, both present there for that wide swing, so able to deal with it. But, okay, Dark Sky, good stuff. Very, very exciting in that round.
Tell you what, though, that's expensive, because you were already mentioning the fact that we've invested a little bit too much potentially in some of these force buy rounds for the CT side. Now you're looking at this, you can buy again, but you're limited. You're compromising between having superior weaponry versus having a splattering of utility. And although the rifles are here, take a look. Joker, no utility. Meow, no flashbangs. It starts to get a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, if you lose this round, you reset as well, right? You've only got a couple of stage loss bonus. The T's can buy for days because of that early start they had. Like another fight in towards mid. The CT's pushing out through connector, and the T's not going to be putting much presence there. So this is a lot of map control gained early for the CT's.
Yeah, look at this. Jammy's aware of it. Holding accountability. But not yet revealed. And I like this decision making out of Hong Kong China. You gather the space initially, and then you fall back into the bomb sites. Meanwhile, Candid's doing a fantastic job anchoring, dealing with a couple of these players, and here's the rotations in from middle.
This is the thing about getting all that mid control. They can have a lot of short presence there. They can be ready for the hit to come through. It's so strong for the CTs to get this early. You know, this guy's trying and get something back, but it's just the one kill. Leaves it all onto Wersi. 4 players to find, and well, the flank was on its way. Candid has been fantastic. A double kill in that round, the clutch the round before. She's been such an influential player already for this team.
Yeah, we're picking out players and putting them on pedestals, but I really want to commend the decision making from Hong Kong China in that round and the pace setting. Talking about being a little bit more problematic. You're not letting Kazakhstan establish a default in that round. You're taking all the map control and you're over-rotating players to a bomb site immediately. It's really good pace setting, and you're playing your game and you're not allowing your oppositions to do the same.
Yeah, Kazakhstan looking a little bit scared here. Maybe this looks like a late mid take, but the issue is they've given the CTs so much space. Joker's fighting up towards top mid now, but she has been spotted. Has the support from Yulam deep, but going for the wide fight, a flash over, didn't quite connect, and Wersi's able to take that fight with ease. Now that delayed mid take can come through, and Team Kyrgyzstan can take control.
I've got a crossfire been established though between connector and short. One way goes down as well, but Zloy has found Meow, which actually just significantly weakens this mid hold. At least Yulam's there with 1 kill in, but the rest of the squad, they're all falling at the hands of Zloy.
Yeah, Destroy Zloy has, well, destroyed that A-hold single-handedly, and that might be the round off the back of it. Finds both of those kills, the critical one onto connector. That allows the rest of her team to then come up through and support. Bomb is going to take a little bit of time to get over here, but ooh, okay. Dark Sky goes down. Yulam found that angle. And with Destroy Zloy being low, there's a chance the CTs can fight their way back into this. This could be an awkward timing down in towards CT, but no, Destroy Zloy wins that one. 3 in the round. Hugely influential, and it's on to Candid. A 1 versus 3, and they have a great crossfire.
Yeah, this shouldn't go too pear-shaped, to be honest. Waiting for Candid to get aggressive, and that's exactly what happens. Jammy not expecting the second player in from jungle, because she was actually there to hold the cross in towards jungle. It didn't happen at the first time of asking. That's why Dark Sky fell initially. Didn't expect the second player to be there. And finally, for Kazakhstan, they get a really nice execute onto the A bomb site, and when they do place the bomb down, they're able to hold onto their after plants, and there isn't too many casualties.
Yeah, really, really impressed by the way they're able to get that lurk play into action, find the openers, and then capitalize off it immediately. Didn't feel like there was any delay in the decision-making there, which is a really good sign for this team. Very responsive, and they have reset Hong Kong China, who are just going to be rocking the pistols now. A couple upgraded ones in the mix, some armor on Joker and Candid. So, you know, you find a kill, get yourself an AK, maybe got something cooking.
Potentially. And Destroy Zloy, she has played her hand, and that is last round a perfect example of what a Palace player is supposed to do. Mid control's being taken, you've got all that distraction and diversion, you just slide out onto the balcony, take these kills and just fall back in and create opportunities. Now, if you're Hong Kong China, you've got to be aware that that's a possibility that can happen each and every round, so you've constantly got to be vigilant of it.
Candid spotted out, getting a little bit curious in towards the apartments. Kirosi's going to put her on notice. And here's Destroy Zloy doing what she does best. Oh, that was a nice second kill. Looked like she was ready for the third. Had the pre-aim on point, but Joker does find her and has got herself the AK. This is where it gets a little scary. AK on an armored opponent. The CTs just have to make the correct read here, and well, it looks like B's already taken. I think jamming and she's walked up through short. So no issue at all.
Yep. Smart decision making again, right? You see 3 players on that bomb site from Zloy, and you just go, okay, well, it's probably going to be a stack. Already fought 2 pistols. We know the economy's been weak from these previous rounds, so as long as we stick together as a team, as long as we've got decent trade space into a bomb site, we're going to make the right decision. In fact, go in towards B. It's completely vacant. If you're Hong Kong China, you just hold on to this AK, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, Canada keeps her armor as well, and you can put Yilam into a better position to try and catch an exit. You can see she's hanging around CT in case they go hunting. She's kind of that first warning signal if they start roaming about. But I think for Team Kyrgyzstan, given they lost a couple of rounds there, they want to keep their economy in a nice, stable position. So they'll be happy to take the dub here. What are your initial thoughts on the way these 2 teams are playing their defaults?
It's an interesting fight towards middle, right? The fact that Hong Kong China are being allowed the space, but it's being deliberately left for a late take. I think what's interesting to see in the first couple of rounds in this first half is the speed at which Kyrgyzstan take middle once they acquire just the sandbags, not even real information towards connector, window, and short. They just gun it. Hold W, accelerate in, and the pace is just too much to handle. When you add in that extra layer of the extremity player as well, Hong Kong China, there's food for thought.
Here we go. Now we get to see the orbs out on both squads. Meow and Destroyer's like going to be rocking those. Bit of a boost in towards mid. Set up Destroyer's like, wasn't sure she was going to be the AWPer given the lurking towards Palace, so prolific. And well, speaking of prolific, it's Candid taking a snapshot in towards apartments. And it's a frag in towards ramp as well. So this boost in towards mid nets nothing, and well, this boost does. Destroyzoid doesn't even get to use that AWP as the CT is taking very nice fights everywhere on the map.
Yep, and that's smart as well, right? If you take a look at how that round plays out for Hong Kong China, you've got passive nature over towards B. The kill actually comes towards that side of the map. But then they got to get aggressive over towards ramp. They just are constantly poking, prodding for information, trying to get that advantage. Jammy, though, and Dark Sky, they're answering back. And this was a 2 versus 5, and suddenly it becomes a lot more scary.
Yeah, you don't want to be forcing fights that you don't have to. And they did just that. They wanted just to end it there. You can see they were getting ready just to close it out in towards top mid. But now they have to be so careful. 2 players are below half HP. And they're the riflers. T's very healthy here. Yuki's got herself into a nice position towards the sandwich.
Yeah.
Has the support of Meow over towards jungle, so this A setup is really nice. They are going to get worried about mid at some stage, but with time ticking, Meow starts to rotate. Everything now is on Miyuki, tucked in towards the sandwich. Okay, AWP is coming back over to CT. The timing should be perfect. There it is. Jammy falls, bomb lost. Now Dark Sky has nothing to do. The swing comes from Sandwich, and it's a beautiful round after a little bit of chaos there towards the end.
Yeah, and the only way that gets a little bit weird and turbulent for Hong Kong China is if the timing of the AWP is not hit there. Because suddenly, if you're not taking first contact as the AWP coming in, you're not selling the position that Miyuki's put herself in Sandwich. That's a position that's more than likely going to be cleared. But because the AWP arrives just at the perfect time, takes the shot and takes all of the contact away, that sells the position even further. And suddenly, Hong Kong China have got a very good setup on A. But there's very fine margins in that timing.
Yeah, little tech pause coming, it's not tech, sorry, attack pause coming through. Coach gets on the line. Very close affair here, and for the T's, that one cost a little bit. Their money is not in the best place, in fact. It's a little out for Dark Sky, a little bit lacking in util, so this could be a very pivotal round for both teams. Oh, that wasn't what you wanted.
It's okay. It's
all
fine.
Good.
I think you gotta also think about early conditioning that's been set from this T side, right? Very slow, very passive, quite methodical. At any point, they can flip the script and just go for an aggressive play out the gate. Not happening here in round 10. In fact, Candid, getting aggressive, spots the player underpass, gives information over to the team. Meanwhile, Kyrgyzstan, they're working mid.
Yeah, you speak about conditioning. Canada's just been asserting control in towards apartments. She's never afraid to take these fights, and she's got them running scared. Look at all the ground that she's established. She can throw a deep smoke now to re-clear this. You have to wait for the fade. And then you've got to worry about every single angle on your way out. And she can evacuate if she wants to. So already done a lot of work just solely through her presence in towards the apartments.
And this is better as well, out of the CT side. The fact that you've got mid-control pressure being applied here by the T side, but you're not fighting it. You're just going, okay, we'll come and test our setups instead. And they look quite powerful, especially over towards A.
Meow's a little bit worried about this window, and rightfully so. Jamie has got to a really nice position up and towards short. Very powerful to catch any rotations. Although with the vent not broken, won't be anyone coming through there anytime soon. Instead, it is going to be connector as mentioned. Vent breaks now, and Jamie is holding for this. The CTs are ready in response. You can see a player coming towards short. Jamie activates pump. I hit the shot. Meow, that's a fast flick, but traded immediately. And it's back and forth we go, but the bomb has been dropped. Dark Sky tries to fight a way back into it, but it leaves it all onto Jamie. And there's simply too many players on the side.
Yeah, very impressive with Miyuki there. Yet again, we're talking about bait and switches in the last round with Meow then taking the contact from Miyuki. This time it's Joker who sat in default, being that extra nuisance, the thorn in the side of Kyrgyzstan. As they fought all of these players, not only in jungle, but also to top connector, you're then dealing with a CT player. There's no way you're expecting another one. And it's really good layering, and I'm really excited, and I'm happy that we're seeing this level of tactical depth coming out of Hong Kong, China.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's like not what we expected in the pregame, but we're getting to learn a lot about these teams as we go. For the T side now, it's going to be Tech9s and Wellbrand, and I can see them grouping up in the apartments. They're looking for the classic Tech9 Rush B.
Being jump spotted though, so this should be found out, and then you can fall back, you can drop utility, and you've got Candid even on shorts trying to help this out. Yelam, all you need to do is just try and survive and not get overwhelmed. That's exactly what happens. Even takes a couple with her and still staying alive. Candid stepped in at short. It is fantastic.
Yeah, Candid. Oh, okay, hold the phone. Jamie's found too. She's able to drop down to the site. Tries to mask it with a shot, and yeah, Meow isn't quite sure about it, but with the smokes fading, her position is so isolated, can't recover a rifle. Joker starts to go through a little bit of a look, holding to see if she maybe pushes towards short, tries to recover the M4 that Candid dropped down there. But at the moment, she's being patient, starts to slowly edge forward, spots out another head, Meow falls. Now she can take some more space. She has a lot of time to work with, but is she ready for the player on site? No. Joker strikes, and despite the antics of Jamie, the hold comes true. Still
wild, though, the fact that becomes, again, so expensive. We're finally looking at a cleaner round. I was going to praise the positioning as well. Because, look, you've got Yelam who's jump spotting, falls back very passively towards market doorway. Candid is standing right at the depths of short. It's long ranges against the Tech9s. The rifle's always going to favor in that position. But Jamie, that's unreal, and that's what we expect from her.
Now Jamie's on the op, had the spawn towards mid, so she's going to be taking that one, but not going to spot anyone out just yet. No bomb plant, but because that was the Tech9 buy, they had enough cash to get the investment into this one. Now teases a little bit of presence in towards window. It doesn't overextend. This one looking like the CT is happy to give up a little bit of space, see what Team Kyrgyzstan has to say.
This round is so crucial. Both economies in the dumpster. Whoever wins this round then gets control of establishing the next couple in a row. And that connector smoke has landed a little bit deep.
Yeah, you can see Dark Sky immediately locks her eyes on it, and she's like, yeah, I wanna take a piece of this. I wanna have a little bit of a look in. Destroys Lois, spotting out to see if there's anyone holding her, and well, Joker was on that task. Wesley spotted in towards ramp as well, trying to fight her way out of Tetris, and she does win that engagement. Has to fall back, but with a player falling, there's a chance now for the rest of her team to find space elsewhere.
Yeah, look at the positioning though, especially on Yelam. Peeking out towards short. Just staying alive here is crucial. Yet again, if you're the CT side, you don't need to take fights early. You can just sit, you can just reset. Hong Kong, China are in the perfect state to win this round, but they might be the makers of their own undoing. They keep swinging.
There's no time though, 20 seconds left. That bomb's coming up round. They have to go in towards A. Yami falls. One kill comes back. Wesley found one, and that might have been the pathway through, but now she is alone. Had to win that fight against Candid. But Candid is on a tear today, so it's Hong Kong, China that take the round 7-5 now. And as you mentioned, Brandon, it is not looking pretty for the money of Team Kyrgyzstan. They're down to around 3K apiece, which means they're not really going to have much here, so an 8th is all but secured for the CTs.
But again, if you want to be a little bit critical of of the fundamentals there. You said no time, 23 seconds, you're in a 4 versus 2. Don't really need to take the fights. If they come looking for you on the site, just tuck in and just play a close corner. Because again, we're still talking about economy. We're still talking about the weaknesses of it. Thankfully, for the CT side, it's just going to be pistols, but we've already seen Jammy pose a lot of problems with them.
A fast fight in towards A palace pop, not an unusual play on the eco, and well, they've found the opener. A second kill as well, and they can fake their way forward. That bomb's been planted, a gun can be recovered onto Keto, but she falls immediately. Canada deals with her, and Miao's just trying to fight her way out of connector. Dark Sky picks up the M4 now. There's no armor on her, but she has a good position here. Going to be dealing with this player in towards CT. And all kills come through. Miao's left alone. How have they done this? Just overwhelming with the pistols. And it looks like it's going to be enough. Miao can't find any fights because they're just not going to give it to her. AWP in hand, and she cannot even escape.
Yeah, that's wild. And again, we saw the Tech-9s be a little bit of a nuisance a couple rounds before. This time, it's a straight Palace pop, but it's taking space beyond the bomb site as well. The fact that Tech-9s go in towards CT makes the weapons recoverable, and then they can use them right against Hong Kong, China.
That's crazy. That should have been an 8th for Hong Kong, China every day of the week there. I'm very surprised, but bit of pace. It has been so structured, so defaulty, so slow that that sort of play catches them off guard, gives them that opportunity. Now it's the pistols on the CTs. Destroy's Lawyer has a bit of a spawn here. Take a fight in towards the apartments. Has to be careful though, because, well, that's kind of wasted at this point. She's slowed down, has to make a noise when she scopes. At least she can lock down this position.
Very slow again. Just trying to make sure you don't fall victim to these pistols. You want to establish that you're not walking into a stack. Jammy starts off the chaos, Candid removed over towards the bench.
Yeah, I didn't like that Destroy's Lawyer was kind of leading out through apartments there, but they had the support jumping out through the window, so it's all good. They have left the bomb behind. That shouldn't be an issue, given that both CTs are here. And, okay, you know where the last one is? All good. Don't need to plant the bomb. You just kill them all. You should kill them all. Should do. Yeah, okay. A couple of casualties, but it's all good.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like a couple of casualties at this stage in the half is not the end of the world. You're always going to be buying up full anyway if you're this T side. The more, I think, pressing matter is the fact that you've now recovered this situation. It's taken a few rounds to get here. Hong Kong, China looked like they had a lot of control in this game, but it's been a fast change of pace. It's been the executes aggression from Kyrgyzstan, and that's really been the key factor. And it's great to see that as they now look to take a lead at the end of this first half.
Yeah, force in for Hong Kong, China, obviously. It's not the prettiest, but Miao gets that opening onto Destroy's Lawyer, peeks close, takes down the opposing AWPer. Dark Skies found one back in response, and they are scaling up short, but Jammy's been spotted. That player interconnector definitely saw her cross to ladder. I see the CTs already start to scramble. Now it gets a little bit weird. It's so early on, but the T's are in all sorts of positions.
2 players still on B here for the CT side. And Miao's found Jammy in mid, and this creates a lot more space, but also keeps these players anchored in their positions on this CT side. And it really limits the options now because you've got a lack of information for Kyrgyzstan.
Two HP on Keto's side is going to make this a little bit tricky. Jammy falling really was the moment that this round pivoted. Very passive setup from Hong Kong, China. They don't want to make any mistakes here. They've given up mid. With the clock ticking, though, they can afford to play a bit more of a responsive retake style here. 2 AWPs scoped in towards A. One fires off. I think that was peering down the connector. So presence known for the T side. And clock is ticking on down. Running out of time. Murderhole's being held. Did Keto see spot that? No, doesn't look like it, but they are able to cross pass. They have to go to A now. They start to accelerate. There's 2 AWPs, as mentioned, holding this, but one has fallen, and now they're making their way through. Miao, though, strikes at hers. That bomb dropped and it needs to be planted. It's been recovered, but she's got such low HP. The spam comes through. Hong Kong, China win out the round, and it's an 8-7 half.
Yeah, looking really good. I'll be honest, I was really impressed with the fact that this time they've learnt from the previous mistakes. They get the kills, they fall all the way back, and they go, okay, well, look, we can play retake. We're more than happy to try and establish that. Or if you come into our line of fire, you're just going to get churned up anyway. It's a narrow lead. This half has been incredibly close. And now the side swap over, we've seen how aggressive Hong Kong China have been in some of the early stages of the CT side. I'm expecting more of the same here, especially on the attack.
You get to see a few of the replays towards the end there, but very close between these two teams. Interested to see now how they adapt on the opposing sides. Straight out the gate onto the A side. It's a stack towards B from the CTs, so a lot of space being given up here. They're going to be playing retake on the side of Team Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, but Zloy already with the opener. Bomb not yet planted, but yet we're getting space being taken out of CT. Meow will trade, but the damage might already have been done. Oh, maybe not. Gitosi falls as well. Meow doing everything here to keep Hong Kong China here.
Yeah, I feel like Meow's really warmed up as this game continues. Does fall to Dark Sky though, and with that kid in play on Jammy, you know this retake is coming. There's a smoke as well. We saw how potent that was when the sides were switched. Space being taken now, and well, with Candid falling, it leaves it all onto Miyuki. That bomb is now starting to be stuck, and well, there's just too many players, too much chaos, too much smoke. Can't see a thing, can't deny it. She's even going to go down at the end.
Yeah, after plants there were a little bit weird, and I feel like there's a lot of emphasis on the CT control being taken by Hong Kong China. And off the back of it, we haven't actually got crossfires on the site itself. So when the smoke gets deployed, that's where Pandemonium just really ensures. And very much like the first round of gameplay, we get another smoke diffuse coming into the mix. This game, can't call it right now, even Stevens.
Naturally, a force spike comes in from the tiers, getting that bomb plant. Very heavy lean towards A. Bit of a game of cat and mouse in towards the Palace. It's going to be one out by the T side. The Galil always going to be in the advantage there. And that's going to be the go signal. Team starts to make their way through. Just got destroys Loy in towards jungle. One at CT. A little bit of a one-way here for Jamie to work with. She's just holding Palace, and well, Miyuki's doing damage there without even needing to peek out. It's going to be a bit of a tease, but I suppose it's going to fade, and Jamie has to get moving soon. It's going to fall on down. Bomb going to be planted. Oh, no! She swings out at the right time, but Meow was covering.
Yep, there's a team kill. Joker does actually finish off Meow, but that's okay, because Darkstar's still in a 1 versus 4, but they're swinging her 1 by 1. It's okay. The MAC-10s versus the MP9s, the SMGs come out on top. It's a lot of money earned for both of these teams. It's Hong Kong China with the round.
Yeah, and a very clean one at that. That was... you know, they lost a couple of players there, but against the Force Spy, were able to find that opening kill, accelerated off it immediately. Good fights. The opportunity was there. If Jamie had denied that bomb, you could definitely see a way back into it, but unfortunately, it doesn't transpire, and it's an interesting decision, but with the loss bonus as it is, CTs have opted to force.
Yeah, no, this one makes a lot of sense. Although the issue you've got is there's only an MP9. That's your premium weapon here. And you can see that the T's have actually elected to just slide back into more of just a normal default. A lot slower. Getting a little bit of information towards mid, but the final destination looks to be B, and that's the right call.
Well, let's see what Dark Sky can come up with here. And if there's a point where CTs start to shift, utility being juggled over. Nice flash. Oh, actually, no. Missed the window. Not going to be a big deal. Dark Sky on the site. Need to get that first. Okay, she's able to connect it, but the trade is there. And for all these remaining CTs, yes, you can give it a bit of a look in through market, but if you don't find a kill immediately, this armor, these pistols are invaluable into the next round.
Yeah, because you wouldn't be investing anyway if you lost. Jamie peeking, probing, nice shot out of Worsey, potentially room for more. And Katosi will find one. Suddenly, we're in another situation where it's a 1 versus 2.
You know, I don't mind it when it's a 4v4 there, and you know you're able to find a bit of space to poke out. Obviously, there was no kit there, which made it a little bit scarier for them. But they find that first kill, and you start to believe with that swing that there's an opportunity for a follow-up. There's a couple of kills that come through, and they do a lot of damage here. 2 players survive on the T side, and this next round is going to be an eco for them anyway. So I don't hate it.
No, I don't either. Especially when you know you can gather those many kills, you're just keeping the economy a little bit worn down, and that's really been the staple of this entire game. The fact that I don't think we've actually had a clean round, and what I mean by that is there's only been a handful of them, maybe 1 or 2 rounds where only one player has died on the opposing team that's won. It's been very scrappy.
Interesting that Meow brings out the AWP into this round. Obviously, she wants that gun early, but it can be a little bit of a concern when you know you're up against an eco round to bring out the ult, because if that gets overwhelmed, gets in the hand of one of these CTs, it can get a little bit scary. But the job here is just to avoid this stack. Everyone's on the A site for the CTs. Jamie spotted. I haven't spotted anyone else here. That's a lot of players tucked in. Look at them all. Oh,
okay.
Well, there's one gone down.
Still
hiding in the little corners. All right, you know what? Just fight into the stack. Why not? Winning out all the fights here, save for one. You know where that final player is, and okay, she's found a kill. HE, not even needed. It's Joker to find the final frag.
Yeah, really nice stuff, and I guess, again, a little bit scary, right? The fact that you're walking into a stack, you start to think, uh-oh, okay, well, potentially this could go completely crazy, but it doesn't. Hong Kong trying to get all the kills. Only 2 casualties, that's really not too bad at all. Finally, we get the semblance of a first gun round here in our second half. Meow straight away on the AWP. Not enough money for the CT side to bring one out. So destroys Loy, going with a scope weapon. It's not a sniper, it's an AUG.
Yeah, interesting. All right, we'll see. The AUG does have its place. Definitely on maps like this, you can see it as a viable weapon. Has those long-range engagements with the scope. Can be pretty decent. High armor penetration as well. Could be the first engagement. Well, we don't get to see the AUG in action as Joker wins out that fight. Smoke not quite giving the one-way that destroy Zoe had hoped for.
Oh, that smoke's really deep as well. That's not really helpful for Jammy. Can't look over the top of it, but might give an avenue to get some kills. There's one, but an instantaneous trade coming out of this T side.
Yeah, really well done. Impressed by what we're seeing here from this team side.
Yeah.
Feels very structured. Spacing is good, which can sometimes be a concern when you know it's a national team that hasn't got all those refs together as a formal squad under an organization, you know. But certainly looking very regimented. They've been putting the reps in.
This is a good decision as well. You reset, you've just thrown a smoke over, and now you go together. And again, you're talking about the trade spacing. Miyuki doesn't immediately go into the site, waits for the teammates to get a little bit close before going over. And that's all it takes. One smoke, one Molotov, you're in the bomb site.
If Team Kakistan go for this retake and lose it, it would just completely set them back so many rounds, right? You're basically conceding up to 13 at that point. They're sticking around. They have found a kill. That's going to entice you. There's no kit in play, which is the concern. Was the AWPer that they found, though, so it does make it a little bit easier. One player spotted. Trade is fast from Dark Sky. Bombing tapped here, and oh, another kill from Keto's side. They found both. How has she done that? Oh, Dark Sky found the second. My bad, but still great fights from both of them. What a retake. Yeah,
that's wild. And just as we're praising Hong Kong China, the fact they're able to get into the site, they're able to do it effectively with their trade spacing, and it just all kind of crumbles apart. They do the hard bit, getting into the site, but holding it, locking it down, there's just no semblance of a crossfire. There isn't really too many players being in favorable positions to trade off each other. You just get one-on-one fights.
Yeah, I felt that was maybe a little bit of overconfidence in the post-plant there in terms of the way that they set that one up. The AWP goes down first, and it kind of all just falls apart from there. all these players are very scattered about. There's no really strong positions to trade from. The bomb wasn't planted for any of them at all either. It was a default plant rather than kind of on the opposite of default, or a con plant, which if it was either of those, I think the T's win that round.
Yeah, agreed. And it's just the placement of the bomb that is one of the downfalls in that round for Hong Kong China. Tell you what, fair play. Because I was really worried for Kazakhstan there, because if you lose that round, suddenly your economy is in a lot of jeopardy. So the fact that doesn't happen, the fact that doesn't occur, feels really good.
Well, another chance at it with the AKs. Bit of presence in towards mid. Counter smoke comes through, but Destroy's Light gets the opening. That's a big one to find. Jamie now, ooh, that smoke lands. You can see she had a bit of a taste of somebody there. Kyrgyzstan have the opening. How do they capitalize on it?
I was going to say, all it would take is for one player to swing, but I like that from Jamie. Being a bodyguard towards Destroy's Loy, making sure that she doesn't fall. Pressure applied in middle, and now the reset's going to come in towards A, but jump spotting, information gathered for the CTs.
Flames go forward, but so does the CT, trying to fight through, and oh, Destroy's Loy drops the bomb. Jamie comes on over. This is a fantastic hold. Candid has found one back with low HP though. All too easy for Worsey to find that one, and we come to just one round between these teams. No bomb plant either means that this is going to be a very tough one.
Yeah, it is, and you've got to give a lot of credit there to both Destroy's Loy and Jamie, because they're playing off each other. They're ping-ponging this contact back and forth between the AWPer and the rifle, and it's just too much for Hong Kong China. They get really overwhelmed, and as a result, T-side, yeah, not working with too much. At best, it's going to be a Deagle. There's half armor available for just one of these players.
Chance to even things up, get this CT side rolling, keep this one clean. Bit of money on all these players, in fact. So what was looking like a very strong T side early is now starting to switch. We're seeing a bit of momentum going in the favor of the CTs now. Just need to keep this one nice and clean. We really got a game on our hands here for this opening best of one.
Yeah, we do. And as mentioned, we said, look, it's not going to be blowouts. There's going to be close competitive affairs. That's exactly what we're getting here in our opening best of one. Only one round between these two sides. Here comes the waterfall out of Palace, and Worsey spotting. Inksack's getting in a lot of contact, but we'll find the opener and the follow-up. Fantastic hold from Worsey.
Yeah, eventually traded out, but nice 3K as the sole defender. Bomb does go down, which is something for the T side. And that was really the key objective here. Any further kills they can find would be huge. One player has been spotted though, and the chance of doing much are dwindled. Candid now alone. Oh, nice shot. You can see she's ready for the next, trying to find that headshot angle, but no. Denied before she could do any more damage, so there'll just be 2 kills and a bomb plant, which isn't the worst of what they brought into it.
Yeah, what a great round for the CTs, considering the fact that Worsey, I thought she was going to be overwhelmed. I thought the jump spot had just missed the timing. Instead, really good adjustment, especially onto the second player here. Lights out. 3 kills in the round and only 2 casualties. Feels really decent. Scoreline even yet again. And for Hong Kong China, it's back to the drawing board.
See what they bring out this time around. Looking like mid-control going to be the name of the game. And it's been completely conceded, so they're taking that space, but in response, ramp is being taken. No presence over there for the T's. Oh, but Candid, what a shot. Darkside goes down, and oh, it's a second as well. She is a one-woman wrecking machine. This B side, whether it's on the CT or T side, it is under her control.
Yeah, that's really nice. And that's a change of pace coming out of Hong Kong China. Fast play up towards short, not ready for it, and Candid just does the rest, even looking for more. All of these players are falling on the CT side. It's just Jamie left, and Connector knows how valuable it is to hold on to this M4.
After such a hard-fought battle to get it back to even setting, it all just comes apart. Not a single kill is found. What a dominant round from Hong Kong, China. That is beautiful.
It's really well done. There's enough money for the defenders to buy back in. You can get an AWP out as well, potentially onto Destroy Zloy. Katosi could drop that one over. But that's a really good change of pace. That's exactly what was needed. And that felt really easy as well.
Yeah. Find that gap in towards short, accelerate up. Lovely double kill. Similar setup this time around for the T's. Not going to be putting any presence over towards A, but there is a bit of reinforcement over to B this time. A second player is here. Look at the space already through short, and again, catching them unawares. At least Kidasi is able to find Candid. But now she's under so much pressure, stepping up with a second. Tucked in towards bench. Oh, she's doing it all. She's managed to keep them at bay. Drops the smoke as well. She is staying alive, allows the rotation to come over. That sole defender doing everything as the anchor. Meow now left alone. 3 players to find. Has the AWP, but no. Taken out by Destroy Zloy.
Really impressive by Gatosi. Yet again, Hong Kong, China, they realized how much of a gap they had in towards mid. They tried to run it back. They tried to do exactly the same approach. But this time, what's different is that Katosi picks and chooses her angles and isolates the fights one by one. And Hong Kong, China are not in a position to instantaneously react. The delay from short on the balcony, the contact taken there, allows time for a smoke to even be dropped, to allow rotations to come on over. That is a perfect round, an example of how to anchor the B-bomb site.
Yeah, that was with Team Kyrgyzstan having 2 defenders on the side as well, right? In response to the previous round where the T's had found success through that short hit, they try and run it back. They even get the opener. But what a fantastic hold, doing it all. And I think that's going to maybe put a bit of a pause on this short aggression for now. We'll see what the T's want to bring out of the hat next.
Yeah, good pause being taken as well, right? The fact that the round didn't go as planned, there's still plenty of pauses available for both of these teams, so you might as well take use of them, right? They can be there at your disposal. Makes a lot of sense to give it a go. And this looks like a little bit of a fake, right? Aggression being shown early, but the final hit actually going to be A.
Yeah, honestly, with all this conditioning, it's a 2-player lean over towards B. You've even got a double setup in towards window, right? So A is so lightly defended. They do have to make sure they catch the right timing here. Candid spots out one. She's not going to be ready for the second player, but oh, she looks up towards short, loses that fight. Worsty finds Joker. The bomb's dropped out in the open. Destroy Zloy has a good angle here. The flames come on forward, but they are ahead of them. Shot goes on through, doesn't quite connect. This is a little bit chaotic, a little bit flustered. The bomb retrieved. Another Molotov goes down to deny any plant. Forces her into the open, but then she's the one that has to take the fight, and she wins it. Kidasi getting one back, putting it into the 2-on-2. Other players have taken flak damage here, and they just want to fight their way through, but you have to get past the AWP and Kidasi, and it's not going to be the case.
Yeah, really nice. As soon as the player is spotted underpass from Destroy Zloy, that's the communication. We all need to rotate over. And in that mid element, it's divided, and they get removed instantaneously. It means the rest of the defenders can all focus on A. There was a time in that Yelam could backstab and come in, but she only was able to get 1 kill, and it doesn't disrupt the defense too much, because as that fight's coming in with the lurk, Hong Kong China have actually fallen all the way back towards ramp.
Yeah, now the shoe's back on the other foot. This is very sort of seesaw-y in how it's going. It's like a run of 2 rounds and a run of 2 rounds the other way. We saw them get a lot done with these pistols before. Tech-9s, bit of deagles in the mix. In fact, this is the round where they got a lot done. They managed to get the bomb plant, get 2 kills. So we'll see if they can do something similar here. I imagine we'll see it in play. You could just play a candid highlight reel, and I think it would show all of the major frags of this game. She's been absolutely phenomenal. 23 kills. Jeremy's actually not that far behind at 20, so as we mentioned, she's kind of been the player that we highlighted to watch here, so it's good to see her stepping up.
Yeah, absolutely. Fast play. Yet again, it's a rinse and repeat. Going to go straight out Palace. Going to try and plant that bomb down at a bare minimum. Although, shots from Worsty this time not connecting. In fact, finding nothing at all.
Yeah, that's no AK. They're just going to continue fighting forward. Of course, it's Candid, but oh,
whoa.
kills in quick sequence. Kidasi gets a double there. Collateral comes in. Joker gets one back. The bomb has been planted. It's a 2-on-2. Jamie wants to fight through to get this CT control. Needs to win this fight, but Joker's the one that has the last laugh. Kidasi now in a 1 versus 2. Has managed to flush one out and knows where the remaining player is. Does not have a kit, but has util. Spots her out on the fallback. Now she can reposition, drops the smoke, but she can't 10-second defuse this. Gonna be tapping it. Just trying to bait in the shots, but... Oh, okay. Looking like she was gonna stick it for a second, trying to bait her out. Is able to win the duel, but there is no time.
Yeah, that's rough. That's really difficult for the CT side because you get overwhelmed. This time Worsey had a triple kill in the last one. This time didn't find anything. And Joker on the Tech 9 and Candid going so aggressive around the corner. That's the last thing they expected. That is so wild here. This second kill, I don't know how it works, but there was a lot of utility that Gatosi could have used. And to be fair, 10-second defuse when there's only about 15 seconds left, it's always going to be difficult.
Cannon getting those 2 openers was fantastic, but the way Joker got the follow-up too was everything. Huge round from her. Nice boost. Haven't seen this one in play yet, and all sticking around and, well, winning out fights with the M4A1S like a laser beam. Locks into their heads. 2 openers going their way, and Meow is put on notice, 2 HP.
That's crazy. That's like the only M4 that's being brought into the round. You place it up, you put it in an advantage where it can do some damage, and yet it finds a lot of success. This is a 3 versus 2, but as you mentioned, Meow is literally a whisker away from death.
Yeah, you find those kills, and then they go for the aggressive push in towards Underpass, and they find another kill. Yes, it does cost them, but when you've got pistols in play, why not try and get them involved in that way? They have lost that M4, but with Meow so low, it's got to be Joker. Now, she had a massively impactful round previously. Has to do it again for them because, as you mentioned, Meow can't really get involved here. She's just providing covering fire, letting her work.
Interesting decision-making here. Where are they going to end? 40 seconds. There is a gap through connector. If Hong Kong China do want to go through there, maybe even in towards window. With the orb creeping up towards short, it makes me think that they're going to gather, reroute, and reset B. And that's your danger, because you've got MP9s just on the receiving end.
Yeah, CTs have such a good setup here. They've got a player tucked in Palace as well who can deny the bomb if they went back to A, but it is going to be B. Creeping on forward. Smoke can be dribbled on forward, but you're not ready for this player on the site itself. Ooh, Meow spots one out, had to find that shot. Tapping on through with the MP9, and well, Jamie gets it done with the Desert Eagle.
Perfect. And I just want to reiterate this point, right? CT side come into this round with 1 rifle. That is it. And yet, they elevate it up where it can find multiple. Haven't seen that underpass boost all game long, and it's the last thing the T side were expecting. The fact that it gets 2 kills and basically a third is wild. And then the decision, as you were saying, to rush, run through underpass, find another pick, making sure the T side can't even get settled into the round is everything.
That's massive. 14 secured, and look at what the T's are working with. They're half buying this. They're going to let the CTs get up to 15 early unless they can make something happen here. Mac 10s, Tech 9s, but look at this setup. 2 players on the side, but they're going fast. That boost up, will it prevail? Joker swings on through, doesn't spot the player out. Darksky able to get 1, the kills are fast, and Kidasi is doing it all once again. A fantastic anchor, 2 kills on the B side, and now the cavalry arrives. There's no chance here for the T's. They are getting hounded in towards Van, picked apart, and it's 15 secured for Team Kyrgyzstan. Yeah, and
I feel like with that back-breaking round, with the single rifle, that was kind of it, really. And I feel like now you're staring down the barrel of a long way back in to try and get into this game. You can afford AKs, you can afford utility here if you're Hong Kong China, but you're running out of time. I wouldn't surprise me if they go back to the old reliable, right? Just running it down short and trying to split through B fast.
Yeah, it was working for them. Let's see what they want to go with. A little bit of a poke at mid. Very defaulty, this one. Going back to basics. Taking their time. Similar on the CT side. Everyone playing their default in round 29.
Look at this. This is very slow. This is neither team wanting to make a mistake at the moment. But who's going to blink first in this stalemate? Well, it has to be the T side, right? They've got 1 minute 15 to get on the bomb site.
They've used a lot of their utility as well. 2 smokes left for an execute, 1 flashbang. This might end up being a bit contact heavy. They were hoping to find a pick with all this space they've taken mid. Cannon's been lurking out towards the apartments, trying to poke and prod, but they're not finding anything at any of these extremities or in the mid. The CTs are just turtled in, bunkered up, and destroys always the one that strikes first. Joker falls.
Keep your eye on B. There's a lot of pressure being applied here by Candid. Just about to walk out on this timing. Needs to fall off though, and that's when she gets spotted by Dark Sky. Important kill, and I think the CTs, they're well on their way to victory.
Yeah, that might be it. Although, space being taken in towards A, but Destroy's Lawyer is still here with the AWP. Just Meow and Yulam now to fight their way through, and well, they've found the kill apiece. But they've got no time, they've left the bomb behind. It's done, it's over. Team Kyrgyzstan have won this. Unless they find these kills immediately in the next 10 seconds, it's done. Oh, what a way for it all to fall apart, flustered in the final moments. And Team Kyrgyzstan take the lead, take the game.
Yeah, incredible stuff here. It's a really close game of Counter-Strike, right? The fact that we've got the Mirage pick coming in, we can see the celebrations because that was a really hard-fought affair. I was very impressed with what we saw out of Team Hong Kong China.
Yeah, I was impressed with what we saw by both squads. I think when we were talking about this game, going into it, we were expecting a little bit more of a scrappy affair, but that had a lot of layers to it. There was a lot of depth to both squads. And you can see a bit of celebration there in the booth. We've mentioned before how important these best of ones are. So a huge victory early gives you that confidence and also sets you in a good position to go through that playoff run.
Yeah, exactly that, right? It's just pace setting for the rest of this tournament. And the fact that you've started off life really well in these best of one stages, it's got to fill you with a lot of confidence, especially because the game, it was incredibly close. You fought back, you actually leveled up the scoreline, and then you take it in a dominant fashion in the tail end.
Yeah, and there was just so much we saw from both teams there. Really exciting just to see the depth that both squads brought to the table. I know kind of touched on just how we weren't really sure what to expect from either of them. Kind of hinted that I expected a lot more depth from the side of Team Kyrgyzstan, and we definitely saw it there, but Hong Kong China responded in kind. We saw, particularly in that first half, just how back and forth it was. There was really a lot to see from both these teams, and I expect it's going to be some hard-fought matches ahead.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is only game 1, right? There's still plenty more action in this best of one stage. It's good to see the teams giving fist bumps as well, acknowledgement of how difficult that Mirage was. And I tell you what, if we're going to get more games like that on Mirage, I'm all for it. Bring it on. Yeah,
that was really exciting. We could, well, maybe not Mirage every map, but I think that was definitely the perfect tempo setter for the IESF Asian Championship. I think it really puts into perspective what we're expecting here and the level of play. That was some really actually high-tier Counter-Strike in terms of, we mentioned the depth, but just kind of the individual skill, the different clutch moments. I was so impressed by both teams.
I was as well, right? Because you've got the default where people are taking a more passive line, and then immediately in some of these rounds where, the economy is a little bit weaker, you go for an aggressive play, rifles are coming out, we've got that condition set in for the T sides, and especially on Hong Kong China, the fact that they were getting so much space in towards short, and the instantaneous reactions as well. That's what I was really impressed with. The fact that we've actually have got the, okay, well, this is happening on this side of the map, so we're actually going to push and poke and gain more information on the other. I was really impressed with that.
Yeah, and I think just some of the small fundamentals, things like the trade spacing, just the timings on when to push, when to poke and prod, was really strong. I was particularly impressed. I want to highlight a few players in the Hong Kong China squad that really stood out to me, and that's going to be Candid and Joker. I think Candid in particular, single-handedly, I feel like won a bunch of rounds for that team. But Joker was also very clutch, very consistent, and it's good to see both of these players stepping up in kind of almost like a star capacity.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, we've got some highlights of the game here to see just how close it really was. But you're going to be seeing a lot of names in that kill feed, as you mentioned. And also, I want to bring up Dark Sky. I feel like Dark Sky didn't have the most amount of kills where you'd actually highlight as a player, but I felt like every single one of Dark Sky's kills were incredibly impactful and helped keep, especially on that CT side, all of the players anchored in on their bomb sites. They didn't need to over-rotate. They didn't need to overextend, and that allowed them a lot more potency and more of an advantage in the later stages of the round.
Yeah, I feel like for Team Kyrgyzstan, it felt like there was a bit more, I guess, everyone was really having their kind of highlight moments. It felt like we saw Dark Sky. Jamie was this very consistent force throughout. Kirsi, absolutely phenomenal. Her over towards B in particular was super impressive. Single-handedly won that round, like she got the 3K on that defense when it was the short split in that second time running, and I was super impressed by her. Destroys Loy as her AWPer was hitting all her shots, didn't feel like she was really missing any of the sitters, which is, you know, there's a lot of pressure coming into LAN, right? It's a whole new environment, so, you know, those shots that seem simple can sometimes be a little tricky, so, you know, it just felt like a very well-rounded team.
And the fact that you've got Destroys Loy, who was your AWPer but was lurking out Palace in the opening gun rounds, where you couldn't afford the AWP. So it's a lot of responsibility to go, okay, do you know what? I'm going to actually hit this timing when the rest of my team is working their way out towards middle. That's my responsibility. And I guess you have that as an AWPer. You've got a lot of responsibility on your shoulders to provide impact, but the fact that she's done that with an AK is really impressive.
Yeah, I think one thing that kind of showed the strengths of both these teams was in the post-plant situations. I think on both the retake but also just holding were really strong. I think we saw some really unexpected retakes coming through where it was just really well handled in the way that they were taking fights, using their utility. So, you know, that's really impressive, and I think that speaks to the fundamentals of these teams.
Absolutely, and I feel like if you want to be a little bit critical and something that Hong Kong China can go away and learn from this game especially, would be those after-plant situations, because getting space onto the bomb site initially and taking space beyond it is so important, but what happens when you take and try and get all of the control, so not just CT, but also you're looking at jungle, you're looking at connector, is it leaves you very vulnerable. And we talked about the trade spacing, it looks good in the mid rounds, but when it reaches the tail end, where you need to get the important part over the line, that's where it fell a little bit flat for me.
Yeah, I think there was one particular round, I can't bring it up, but one that we were mentioning here, that where the bomb wasn't even planted for the players that were in towards ramp and towards jungle when that retake came through. And there's some of those small mistakes that you are going to be bound to make, right? Particularly when you're on the international stage. For some of these players, you know, if not the majority of them, their first time playing an international LAN, you're going to make some of those small mistakes, but they're the things you can iron out, and this is the day to do it, right, in the best of ones.
Yeah, exactly that, and you get the taste of just what it's like being on the stage. Both of these teams have this now. The fact that we've also got a very close game, the fact that we've got nearly all 30 rounds being played is a lot of reps, and that's exactly what both of these teams needed. Yeah,
compared to what we saw, I guess, in the kind of the qualifiers of this event, which, as you mentioned, were very much one-sided affairs in most regions. So, you know, it's good to see that that level of competition is really here. It gets you excited, particularly for those best of threes, to see how it grinds out. I think the big question for me, for both these teams really, is the depth of the map pool.
Yes.
You know, we mentioned coming into this why Mirage is such a prolific map in these sort of situations, because everyone's familiar on it. Everyone kind of knows the spacing, they know the entry pathing, they know the defaults, they know the utility. Yeah. So it's a map that everyone's going to be comfortable on. But, you know, if you're in a best of three situation and someone brings out the pocket Vertigo,
or
the pocket Anubis, the Ancient, you know, even Overpass, right, which I expect maybe Australia to dabble in, maybe we'll see. You know, those are the sort of maps that's where it can get a little scary. So really important to come out strong in these best of ones and get those wins early.
Yeah, especially, right? And that's why it's so vital to have a good start here in the tournament, because you want to be making it deep in these runs. You want to be making it through to the playoffs. And of course, we don't say goodbye to too many teams in this opening group stage, but I guess it's just about getting that experience. And you're right, just the versatility of the map. So even just bring out one of your maybe surprise picks that you're thinking about saving for a best of three, just so you've got the experience, just so you know what to expect in this environment, because it is so different. And the reason why, just not only just in this tournament, but every other tournament, we bring things up a lot about, like, oh, players don't really have this LAN experience, is because there's not too many opportunities, and it is a big contrast from playing in your bedroom, feeling comfortable, to then being in front of all of these lights on a potentially different setup you're not used to.
Yeah, and I wonder where, you know, particularly towards the end of that game, where it got a little bit chaotic, especially from the Hong Kong China side.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's where that experience of a player like Jamie being in the squad, being able to kind of settle everyone's nerves. We saw it, I think, in that the round 29 in particular, just how defaulty it was, just how safe it played out. Those final couple of rounds, you could see the nerves were getting to them a little bit. So yeah, really important they were to bring that structure in and just close it out confidently.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like what is invaluable for that as well is the fact that they're able just to slow things down, and they're able just to keep cool, calm, and collected, especially on such a sunny day like today as well. And I'm really here for it, and I would love to hear more of what they've got to say. So we're going to throw it back to the stage, and we're going to hear from one of the winners.
حياكم الله جميعا اعزائنا الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام. انتهت معانا المباراة الأولى لهذا اليوم اللي تجمع منتخب كرغستان وهونغ كونغ الصين، وحابين نقول ألف مبروك لمنتخب كرغستان، قدروا انهم يفوزون في هذه المواجهة. فمعنا اللاعبة جيمي، حابين نسألها عن شعورهم بعد ما فازوا في هذه المباراة الأسطورية لهذا اليوم. How do you feel when you won first amazing match?
Thank you so much. We were very stressful. It was very stressful for us, but because it was our first game on the stage, but I think it will good. It did good yet. I think we did our best, but we will try to do our best, like better next match. So yeah, we'll try.
Well, great stuff happening here, and congratulations again to Kyrgyzstan. You guys and girls did an amazing job. Now, I think for the next question, we saw you playing against Hong Kong, China, and you were very close, with the points. What happened there?
So how I said because it was our first game, and my teammates and me neither, because I'm captain, I'm in jail, but I was stressed as well, But okay, I didn't accept that our opponents will be so good. We didn't play against the China before, like it was our first performance, so on the World Championship. So yeah, well.
Well, you did phenomenal. You won the match, even though it was a close encounter. But still, even though in the depth, in the midst of all of that, you managed to make it happen. And I guess the next question would be, Waji.
صح، إحنا سمعنا كلامك كيف كان سر التقارب بينهم وبين خصمهم وقدروا يفوزون في هذه المواجهة. بس أنا عندي سؤال أخير بخصوص تجهيزاتهم الجاية اللي بتكون ضد منتخب الهند.
Well, everybody is wondering right now, do you have any surprises for India, or are you going to keep doing the same thing? Go full force, confidence, and keep it happening.
Of course, we'll put more confidence to our game, but I think this tactic is pretty strong when you just keep doing what you're doing, So yeah, we'll do we'll show our best game. So just check it out.
Do your best. Let's see what's going to happen in the next match. Waji.
وأكيد مثل ما قالت، الثقة والتعاون اللي بيكون بينهم وبين المنتخب هو اللي بيثبت لهم وبياخذون المباراة أكيد. ولكن بنشوف المباراة كيف بيصير عليها إذا كانوا ضد منتخب الهند. فأعزائي المشاهدين، أما الآن خلونا ناخذ بريك بسيط وبعدها نرجع لكم من جديد.
يعطيك العافية. And again, congratulations for winning this match. And now we're going to have a little break and we'll be back with more action happening right here at the Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championship. See you after the break.
World Esports are here. Hold on tight, because you're in for a ride. 15 years in the making, and still blowing minds. Long-lasting tradition, building a legacy, and empowering the future. More excitement, more athletes, more action. Be part of our family and feel the power of esports. We inspire, we challenge, we break barriers, and we empower. Are you ready to be amazed? Feel the energy and prepare to transform your city into the world esports capital. Because you have to see it to believe it. It's time for games.
And ladies and gentlemen, viewers and gamers around the world, we're back again with some hype and excitement with Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championship happening right here in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, at the biggest gaming and esports festival, Gamers 8. وجيه كيف الحال؟
أكيد براءة، يعطيك العافية. كلنا جاهزين ومتحمسين في هذه البطولة صراحة. كلنا متحمسين ومتشوقين مثل ما شفنا في المباراة الأولى. زاد الحماس الصراحة في المباراة الثانية. فالآن بتنطلق معنا أعزائي الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام للمباراة الثانية لهذا اليوم في لعبة CSGO للسيدات. أعزائي الحضور أعزائي المشاهدين حيوا معنا بمنتخب كyrgyzstan.
And ladies and gentlemen, happening right now, it's here for Kyrgyzstan. And now for their competitor right here in this match at the CSGO female competition. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for India!
تحية قوية لمنتخب الهند. مباراة مشوقة تجمع منتخب كyrgyzstan ضد منتخب الهند في المباراة الثانية لهذا اليوم. وما ننسى أن منتخب كyrgyzstan هذه ثاني مواجهة لهم لهذا اليوم، فبتكون عندهم مباراتين. أعزائي المشاهدين والحضور كنا متحمسين أن ننطلق ونتوجه لأخوان المعلقين عشان نبدأ فيها المباراة.
يعطيك العافية وجيه. You are absolutely right. Back to back with Kyrgyzstan. Now they're going to go against India. What's going to happen? What's going to take place? We'll see that right now as we're going to pass it on to our amazing and phenomenal casters. Take it away. Let's go.
Thank you so much. Can't wait to jump into the second game that we have here between Team Kyrgyzstan, who have already been on the stage here. They've already had their opening best of one. It was a bit of a close one, very energetic, very back and forth. And our Team India, they have their chance on the stage.
Yeah, absolutely right. And you set it up perfectly, right? Kyrgyzstan, they've already played a game here on the stage. It was against Hong Kong, China. It was a lot of reps, right? It was a very close affair on Mirage. But now they've got to be feeling a lot more settled. And for India, you now come in, you kind of replace Hong Kong, China on the stage. It's now your time to step up to the plate and see what you've got on offer.
Yeah, I think that it's definitely going to be harder for Team India coming into it just because of that already experience on LAN. You know, you've had enough time now between the games that the nerves have settled a little bit. You know, not a lot of time to go back and kind of analyze any of your mistakes, but I definitely think you've kind of already sort of broken the seal there on playing on LAN. You've gotten used to the experience, whereas for Team India, it's a new experience. We can take a look at the team roster for Team Kyrgyzstan again. We're familiar with these ladies already as we saw them on the stage earlier. Jamie, Shiny, Dark Sky, Destroys and Wersi.
Yeah, absolutely. What's impressive is this team is made up of individuals that pack quite a punch. We weren't just relying on Jammy. We were looking to Dark Sky to have some really impactful kills. We were looking at Destroys Loy on the AWP as well as the AK, really coming up clutch. And I was really impressed with Wersi's ability to anchor on the bomb sites too.
Yeah, I think we would probably have a little bit more talk about this team just because we've seen them already, and I think that's going to be the story as things evolve over the course of this event. But I was particularly impressed by a few players there. But we do have a second team in the server. It's Team India who will be taking the stage. We take a look at that roster here. We've got Sway, Stormy, Zia, Coco, and Crackshot.
Yeah, and this is a really interesting team because, look, they came through the South Asia qualifier, they played against Sri Lanka, and that best of 3, honestly, it felt like a best of 1. It was 16-3 on the first map of Anubis, 16-0 on Overpass, and I'm really looking at some of these player cams. I think we're going Overpass.
Okay, that's exciting. If we end up towards Overpass, I do see it there on the screen, so a little bit of a teaser of things to come. And I think, you know, as you just mentioned, they played that during the qualifier. They looked very, very solid. It was a very much one-way affair for them. So that's going to give you a little bit of confidence coming into it, because we don't really know the depth of really any of these teams' map pool, so to speak, because they are these national organizations, right? They're national teams put together. Not necessarily players that are always playing together as a 5. So, you know, this is really where we get to see kind of the test.
Yeah, it's really exciting. And the fact that it was so dominant for Team India already on their previous outing of Overpass, you take a look, and for Kyrgyzstan, it was tough. It was an overtime victory. They needed to dig deep in to make it through here today. So, in actual fact, if you just take a look on the face of it, it looks like Team India have sorted out the veto. It looks like they're feeling quite confident. I mean, 60-0 is a statement piece.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I think for Team Kyrgyzstan, obviously we saw some good stuff for them on Mirage, but, you know, we don't really know how all these different teams measure up against each other yet, right? So even though that was a very close affair, we're not really sure how that will translate as they verse different teams. And, you know, there's kind of a balance here, right? It feels like the veto has gone towards Team India's advantage. But then the experience of playing on the stage, of already sort of getting your first game out of the way, is on the side of Team Kyrgyzstan.
That's true. And also, look, we haven't just had this game that we saw on the stream, right? There was one that was also played off stream the first round. It was Team Saudi Arabia taking on Team Australia. Team Australia, Lucy, they won 16-0.
Yeah, you know, no surprises. It's Team Australia, of course, they're going to deliver. But, you know, we mentioned at the start of the day that, you know, in terms of name value, in terms of recognition, this is the team that I think everyone that's watching will probably have some familiarity with, if not just for Bibian, who plays with FlyQuest Red, but also for Connie and Artemis, who had previously played with Bibian back in Team Carnage, all the way back in the day, many years ago now, on the international lands. So, you know, that's a team with a lot of experience. So, yeah, 16-0 is very kind of intimidating to see on paper, but there's a bit of context there. They're the team that comes in with the most experience.
Yep. I mean, that's a very reasonable assessment, so it's good to see they are starting off in good steading. Look, I guess we take our focus back off that and we focus it back on this game, the best of one at hand. And for Overpass, it's very interesting because you look at this, and we came into this, we posed a question before we saw any of these best of ones take place. We wanted to look at structure, we wanted to look at kind of fundamentals of these teams. And I was impressed with what Kyrgyzstan brought to the table in terms of fundamentals on Mirage. I think that there's a really structure going on within that team. And now the issue, I think, presented for India is, well, we understand that fundamentals are such a key thing. On a map like Overpass, where you've got such a heavy CT-sided lean, how is that going to affect you if you lose the knife and suddenly you're starting on the T side? Yeah,
I wonder how much they were watching that previous game and whether they were keeping an eye on their next match, because these matches were set at the start of the day. They knew who they were up against. And there's not a lot of tape on these teams, so I'm sure they were studying. But you mentioned there, right, the knife round and Overpass in general, just how important it is to win that knife round and start on the CT side, because in terms of the map pool as it stands, it's the map that we look to as being generally the most, if not one of the most CT-sided consistently across all iterations. So in a best of one, it's actually a really interesting map to come through because of that. And that's why you often see maps that are a little bit more balanced, like your Mirages, like your Infernos, even your Ancients coming through, because they have a bit more of an even steading. Whereas Overpass, that gets a little scary if you're off on the back foot early on that T side.
And I think, look, if we want to talk about what we know, what are guarantees in this game, it's got to be Destroy Zloy has got a lot of consistency on her orb. You mentioned it specifically, was hitting the easy shots on Mirage. Overpass is an AWP's delight, right? You get so many long-range angles. There's a lot of opportunity for you to start kind of putting the pressure on the opposite team. You can go for these aggressive peaks. You can either lean in and just play a lot more passive, and that frees up rotations, which is so fundamentally important on this map. And if Destroy Zloy brings the same consistency that we saw on Mirage 2 Overpass, I think that's scary for Team India.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, when you've got some really strong riflers that you can pair with that AWP, particularly on Overpass, where, you know, you often see kind of your star rifler paired up with that AWP on the A side, whereas you have that 3-player lean over towards B. If that duo is already fired up and hitting all their shots, I'm not sure exactly who will be pairing up with Destroyer, whether that's Jamie or Dark Sky. I kind of probably feel it's one of those two, just given what we've seen so far. You know, that's going to be a really difficult thing for the T side to break.
Yeah, I think so too. And when you take a look at Overpass as a map in its entirety, there are kind of, I call them primary zones on maps you want to take control of. For Overpass, it's definitely short water. If you're on the T side, you need to look to exploit that control because that allows you up for a lot more opportunity. And also over towards Connector, because suddenly you've now got this pivot path between the two bomb sites and you can look to exploit further damages. And that's what I'm looking to for in terms of the fundamental aspect for these two teams. How are they going to set themselves up? Because Overpass is one of the widest maps we've got on the pool, right? It's so expansive and it's across multiple different layers. So if you're not applying pressure evenly, that's where things can start to get into a little bit of a tailspin.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we can bring up sort of the graphic that showed that veto process because it's very curious kind of how we end up in a situation.
Yeah.
And I feel like the veto kind of tells the story of what these teams are going to be bringing later on, particularly in the best of threes, right? So that we can sort of get an idea of what their comfort picks are, where we're going to be expecting them to sort of play as we get later on into the tournament because, you know, the best of ones doesn't give you the full depth of what to expect. In fact, I think we can bring that one up now to take a look at and we can see how we actually ended up here. You can see Inferno Mirage banned out from Team India.
I love that.
I love that. Yeah,
Yeah.
That's cool. You're banning out the best of one maps. I feel like to me that already projects confidence of a team that's got tactical depth.
Yeah, that's perfect, right? And the fact that you take Anubis away is a good move for Kyrgyzstan because, look, India won 16-3 against Sri Lanka on it coming out. So the fact that you remove Inferno, the fact that you remove Mirage, you force a really complicated and like one of these weirder maps that relies a lot more on communication, relies a lot more on fundamentals. That's where it starts to get really exciting. If India are bringing these out in the best of ones, you expect their best of 3 map pool to be a little bit more deep.
Yeah, and I think that the fact that Ancient Nuke and Overpass are the maps that kind of get to the tail end of that veto, that's kind of giving us a bit of a tease as to what these teams kind of feel comfortable playing on, right, when we move into those best of threes. So I'm really glad we got to see kind of that bit of insight.
Yeah, for sure. Kyrgyzstan, when they played in their qualifier, they played Overpass, they played Mirage, and they also played Ancient in their opening game. So we kind of get that little bit of layered in as well. We've already seen Mirage today against Hong Kong, China. And now for India, we get an Overpass, which is something we're actually yet to see from Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, so this could be maybe a bit of a punish pick in terms of the veto. You kind of highlighted the maps in particular they banned. It felt like they really came in trying to catch them off guard in this best of one.
Yeah.
And if you're a team that's been, you know, practicing a lot as kind of as a unit, you know, honestly, in a team sort of in a tournament like this where it's national squads where they don't have years of playing together.
True.
If you're sort of primarily focusing on maps like your nukes, like your overpasses, like your Anubis, which you can throw in there, and you can always kind of lean to at least one of those within a best of 3 or even a best of 1 by banning out maps like Inferno and Mirage, that's going to give you such an advantage in a tournament where every single match matters so much.
Yeah, for sure. And look, you got a team huddle going on there as well. So absolutely fine. They're just getting really motivated in here. And I like this, right? A little bit of a huddle, a little bit of a rally, trying to get hype. There it is. Loving that.
Yeah, and I believe Team India, their coach, he is actually quite an experienced player. You can see Antidote there on the screen.
Yes.
He's played quite a bit within kind of the main men's leagues within the India circuit. He's got his own Wikipedia page, right? He comes full packing with lots of experience, and that's also a factor here that I'm not sure every team is sporting that.
Yeah, that's true, and it's just kind of knowing the experience and knowing kind of when to call timeouts, right?
Yes.
I mean, you're right, Antidote had stints in Optic Game in India, also played for Global Gamers towards the tail end of 2019, so there's a lot of experience there on his shoulders, and the fact that you've even got a coach in the first place, looks like Kyrgyzstan's got one as well, but it's just about having that extra person just behind you that can just take a pause, can read some body language, just say, okay, we just need 30 seconds. It doesn't have to be that tactically in depth. It's just 30 seconds to pause, take a breather, reset, because as mentioned, look, we can talk about, and let's revisit the structure of this day again. It is only best of ones today. You want to put yourself in the best possible seeding for when you get into the playoff stage. So the fact that you can have a lot more onus and a lot more pressure on just one map, it's important to have someone behind you.
Yeah, absolutely. And when that person has had so many years of experience playing, not just on a national stage, but also internationally in a few different stints, right? I feel like that gives you this extra little bit of element. You know, there's a lot more strategies that can come through. There's a lot more experience, as you mentioned, in terms of the kind of mental game, but kind of on both levels, and also just in the preparation leading up to this event, right? Being able to rely on someone with a lot of experience in kind of team play, in LAN play, that's going to give you a little bit of edge that maybe not every team's going to have coming into this. So it's got me really excited to see what Team India are going to show us here.
Yeah, and the fact that they were so dominant in their qualifier over in South Asia is really exciting. The fact that it is so dominant that they're here and I'm just like, yeah, no sweat. We dropped 3 rounds in 2 maps.
Yeah, that's quite the statement to be making, right? Coming into this, to have come off the back of such a dominant win. But I think the level of competition obviously going to be very different here. Also, the fact that it's on LAN versus, you know, kind of the online stages of a qualifier, which, you know, everyone sort of talks about how much different it is in those 2 experiences. And I'm not sure how much experience this team from Team India has playing on LAN, and in fact playing internationally in particular, I think is something that they're going to be lacking a little. So there is still that edge over that we give to Team Kyrgyzstan.
Jammy's on my mouse. Love to see it. We've got the same one. Unfortunately, I'm not as good as her, but it's cool. It's we're twinning.
Well, hopefully it gives her the extra added, the B-Dog certified clicking skills.
No, for sure, and you can obviously see what it's all for, right? On the shoulders, the sponsors for Kyrgyzstan, IESF 2023, Romania taking place in August. That's what 2 of potential 5 teams are qualifying for.
Yeah, it's a pretty good odds, and if you're Team Kyrgyzstan, you can win the second best of 1, right? That's such a great start, right, in terms of the seeding, right?
Yep.
Particularly, you know, we did highlight the Saudi Arabia did struggle a little bit against Team Australia, so we're kind of getting an idea of some of the really strong teams that are here and some that maybe you prefer to get matched up. You don't want to end up versing Team Australia in a best of 3.
Yeah, no, you don't, because that's where it's going to get potentially really dangerous. And I think I'm really excited. The small sample size of games that we've had so far today has provided a lot of valuable information. We know that Hong Kong, China have got a lot of structure within the ranks. Their defaulting was really good, and I'm impressed. The fact that we've had a blowout game as well means that Team Australia are in red hot form. They are one of the favourites coming into this competition, in my opinion. So the fact they've had a statement, they've put down their authority, and they've gone, hey, do you know what, 16-0, we're here to play. That's really cool.
Yeah, I think we're kind of starting to see it all form here. We're starting to get an idea of how these teams have been playing. I expect Team India is also going to have quite a structured approach to the game.
Yep.
I think that's indicative from the veto alone, just the maps that they indicated they prefer to play. If you're banning maps like Inferno and Mirage, your team play and your kind of tactical depth has to be quite solid. So I'm excited to see. So it looks like we're going to be jumping into the knife round very shortly for Overpass to determine who's going to be starting on that CT side. We talked about how important it is to pick that one up. So let's jump on in.
Yep, this is the most CT-sided map we have in the pool right now in Active Duty. So it is essential you win this and start on the defense. And again, not really too much to say. We can just have a look and enjoy just a knife round of Counter-Strike coming in. And in actual fact, it looks like Team India, they're going to be picking this one up.
Yeah, looking good. This will be a very difficult clutch. And Destroyzo's gone for a bit of a run, just trying to catch them off at the stairs. There's a team knife in there. Oh my, okay, all right. There's team damage in the knife rounds. That gets a little scary, but it's going to be the victory for Team India, which means they get to start on that CT side. The most important thing, I think, in terms of how Overpass plays out. So they'll be very happy to pick that one up.
Absolutely, and it's good as well, right? Your first game on the stage, the fact you start on the CT side, it gives you a little bit more confidence, a little bit more reassurance, and you don't want a slow start to the game, but you can kind of afford to have one here, to be honest, on the CT side, comparatively to if the pressure was immediately on and Kyrgyzstan were the defenders.
Yeah, I think if it's a different map, there might be some incentive to start on T side just because you get to set the pace, right? So, you know, if it is just kind of Mirage in particular, that can have a little bit, you know, not so bad of a feel, but here it's going to hurt a little bit. Team India very happy to start on the defense.
Sway's not purchased anything.
Interesting, all right.
Want to get that AWP out super early. 4-player lean towards B is what we expected in Incendiary as well. This is a fight for sure.
Yeah, look at this flashbang. It's going to go over the top, and they're already up close and personal, but it's even both ways. Able to get out are the CTs. So many players leaned over here, and again, it's just trade frags so quickly. We're in a 2v2, 30 seconds into the round.
Yeah, but look at this. The connector player fell. Jamie got that kill, and she's got the experience to know that that's probably the only player there. So it's immediately a fast rotation, a foot race. Team India are now hearing all of the steps, and Jamie's faked it out.
Yeah, Kidisi didn't budge at all, and now she can start to walk onto site, clear it, and it's a free pathway back down. That's beautiful. I love the way they've played this T-side in the 2v2. playing with the rotations, playing with the sound cues, and it's given them the bomb plant and a very difficult retake now. B, so hard to get back into without any utility, without a kit. They have to fight their way through. Jamie is still stuck on the site, so that is a little bit of an issue. Just trying to find an angle here, and whoa, Crackshot hits one. So it leaves now all on to Jamie, playing around the pillar, looking for some sort of fight, but she is getting swarmed by the CTs, out of bullets. Oh, she's trying to run away, and there's the shot at the tail end, the headshot through the wall, and that's going to allow the defuse to come on through.
Yeah, that's wild. Well played by Jamie, though. The fact that she's able to fall back behind the pillar and still create 1 versus 1s, look at how close that was for not having the defuse kit. But I like that from India, right? The fact that they reset back through heaven, they swing as a unit and isolate the player towards water. This is already really good fundamentals on display from both of these teams.
Yeah, I feel like that Team Kyrgyzstan felt that the CTs were in a much closer position, that they hadn't fully rotated like they had, and that's why they couldn't get themselves into better post plants. You can see Jamie was afraid to kind of move out of the site, so they decided to go for this more advanced setup with a player underwater and then fight heaven, but because both CTs came through heaven, it wasn't the best setup in that post plant for them.
MP7 now looking to do some damage in connector, and that's a pretty decent exchange. In fact, Sway finds the opener off the top of the boost. Reload with the MP7 actually is the detriment. Zloy's found 2 in connector. That opens a pathway to A.
That's a massive double to find. What a response after losing the opening kill as well. That's an M4, I think maybe, no, it was an MP7, right? Dropped. I'm not sure if there was a second one in the mix. Now what do the T's do? 2 players are low, so despite the player advantage, it's still a little bit uncomfortable for them.
It looks like they're going to take contact out long here, potentially, and then you can still... Look, you've got insurance policies in the middle of the map. If this doesn't work here for Jamie, Kyrgyzstan can go back towards B, but instead the bomb's making its natural rotation through the fountain. In actual fact, they're just going to hit A.
Yeah, I think in a 4-on-3, the A site's always going to be a bit easier to hit, particularly when you've already got such deep long control. Sway's going to have a lot to do here. At least has that M4, best weapon in the server. Try and jump spot something, but hasn't seen anything. And at the 30-second mark, they go for the gamble. It's the right call, but it's going to be on the wrong side.
Yeah, I can even hear the utility coming in. I think with that, you just escape, evacuate, and try and hold on to your rifles. But in actual fact, I'm wrong. Team India rotating up quite quickly. They want to give this one a look in, and they've got a defuse kit to do it.
Okay, yeah, with the kit, you can kind of justify it, but a lack of util, just flashbangs to get them set up. But they know a couple of players are low from those fights that took place earlier. Oh, the headshot comes through, but it's such a long range. Doesn't do enough damage. Sway's able to find that kill, and now they can start to advance. Still 2 very low HP players, and they're all tucked in towards Banana and Bathrooms. They all swing, but 2 line up, 2 fall, and it's all now onto Jamie again in a 1v2 clutch. Dancing around, looking for heads, and she is finding them. Locking this one in with ease. Trying to run her down, but you cannot take down Jamie.
Yeah, really well played from Jamie. Yet again, it's just the prioritization of target selection there. The fact that you don't need to worry about the player that's rushing toilets because they're not committing. They're just jiggling between 2 angles to try and safeguard the bomb diffuser, sorry. So instead, you just prioritize the one that is not got the weapon out, not really in the firing line, and Jamie overwhelms. That's really well played.
Yeah, I feel like maybe they got a little flustered there when it was in that 2v1 and they tried to stick the bomb when all they really needed to do was just gang up and try and just trade onto Jamie, right? Because they had the kit, they had a bit of time to work with. Now it's a fast B play. It is a bit of a half buy here from the CTs with 1 falling, and that's smoking towards short. Well, no one's here to defend. They all have to come back through Monster, so it's going to be 2 Monster plays after each other. Oh, Coco, it looked like maybe she had an opportunity to get through and deny the bomb. The fact that there's so many CTs here could cause issues.
Wow.
That might have been a way through. Jamie survives. They're still giving this a look in. They have that kit. They found the kill. Now Worthy swings on out. AK in hand. All too easy. Stormy, any further damage would be good, but nothing found.
Yeah, that's wild, but that's a really good play from Worsey. The fact that she finds a kill and then falls back in towards Monster. I was certain that India were going to split their resources there. Go through short, go through Monster and crunch the bomb site back in. But instead, it's a full frontal approach through the waters, and that's the detriment of Team India because it allows Wersi to get into a position where she's taking all of this contact and they're not even looking at her.
And I love the decision just to go for a fast B hit when you know that they're either on eco or they've gone for a weird force buy.
Yeah.
So their defensive utility, the weapons they have, aren't going to be ideal to handle that sort of pressure.
This one again, smart. You know that now definitely Team India are on an eco, so you take the weapons at range. Everyone fights long with very decent trade spacing. This is a really good game plan from Team Kyrgyzstan.
Team India are running one of my favorite eco rounds, which is to kind of rush connector with pistols, but they've decided not to go for the short split. Instead, they're going to try and flank. The issue with this is, I mean, the pace of the T side means they're going to arrive so long after site has been secured and a bomb planted.
It's a small little bit of micro, but that's really smart, the bomb plant there, but actually being for bank rather than toilets, because you came through long, you don't have information on divider or the toilet side, so you actually just go for the CT plant, you overwhelm that area of the map, and you're still moving as a unit. It's small little details like this that are the fine line, and it's good to see the development here between Kyrgyzstan and India.
Flawless round for Team Kyrgyzstan. Very well handled. And after Team India started so strong, looked like they were going to fight their way to an early CT stronghold. Instead, now they get the guns back out, which you get to see the AWP. It's actually going to have armor behind it, had just enough cash to get it. Utility is going to be very light in this team in general, though, which, oh, it's 2 smokes. That's going to be difficult to defend Monster.
It is. So, because you don't have these smokes in place, this is where Sway needs to get active with this AWP. Need to be looking for openings early. There's plenty of opportunities to do so as well. Just taking a look at the spawn, it's actually not amazing.
That is the worst spawn you could get as an AWP or an overpass ever. Like, that is just, that's mid-spawn. You can't go anywhere fast.
That's awkward. That is difficult. The good news is that Kyrgyzstan are still on these force weapons. There's still MAC-10s, there's still Galils. If you're this T-side, you understand that Team India are now just forcing back in. And with a faster play, pushing the SMGs to the front line, I think that would be the perfect call.
Well, they have shown some very decisive calls so far, so wouldn't be surprised if we see something like a bit of a B contact play, and indeed, it does look like we're going for a bit of a fast one. They know that the buy is coming through. If you can catch off guard with a fast B, now is the time to do it. They're going to go through short instead, get that control, but they're not slowing down. MAC-10 at the front, charging on through, and look at the ground they're taking. There's no defenders here, just the one in towards water, and she falls. A passive setup with one player in towards Graffiti. At least he is able to actually double up from that position. That is huge, and that's going to give Team India a player advantage in the retake.
Yeah, Coco's on the flank as well. Team India, all they need to do is not overplay their hand. You've got plenty of time to work with. You've got defuse kits, you wait for the monster lurk, and there it is.
Great flank coming through from Coco. Does so much damage and also is now such a thorn in their side. Oh my god, that MAC-10 almost got a double kill, but thankfully quelled before it can do any more damage. But a lovely retake coming through. Got a little scary for a second.
Yeah, what do you got to give a lot of credit to there is Zia. The fact that she is still on the bomb site after the initial kill comes in on her teammate. She holds the line, she gets a couple of kills, doesn't overextend, falls back in. And Team India play the rest of that retake as a unit. The next point of contact doesn't come in from CT, it comes in from Monster. And from there, you've created a lot of diversion and it makes the retake a lot more bite-sized.
Yeah, that's the one issue with going for that sort of heavy B play is you've left A open, and because they went for this 3-player lean towards A on the CT side, they were very quick to respond and have that flank coming through at the perfect time. That's such an unexpected flank at that point in the round.
Looking at the AWP positioning for Sway over towards short, which allows Coco to go for this aggressive long peek, but being held by Wersi, opening kill fall in favor to Kyrgyzstan.
I feel like that's how the AUG always works when I use it. It just feels like you're spot on, but it's such a weird weapon to control when scoped in terms of like the spray. So good opener over towards A is going to give them more space to work with as well.
Yeah, this is interesting. And Team India are playing this well by falling back off that initial kill. But what you're doing is limiting your information. It'd be interesting to see whether Sway's holding this line on towards short and then getting the rifle active in towards the waters, because that gives some semblance of control back. Instead, it's just going to be a smoke off.
Team India repositioning. Got a third player moving Monster, but it's going to start to come back towards A. A 2-2 setup going to be in play, which may be enough to defend here. 4 versus 4, that bomb on Jammy's back as she starts to make her way forward. Passive setup. Stormy going to be the first contact unless Sears spotted. All that jump peek comes through, a flashbang over the top. Counter flash thrown on forward, trying to get the plant down, and in fact, he's going to stick it, but now she's stuck on the side. Doesn't matter, that's a collateral from Destroy Zoe, and that might be enough. Sway's going to come on over, but she is smoked off. Crackshot comes to join her, but this retake looking difficult.
No smoke, only one flashbang. There are kits available. But Kyrgyzstan have repositioned. You've got to call this one off. This has to be a save. I don't think it's worth going for it, especially because you've just invested all these weapons back in. Sway on the corner doesn't clear close, and that's going to be a detriment. And there it is. Jammy activates. But hang on a second, the bomb being stuck. It's okay. Wersey hits the headshot through it. And that's a really smart afterplant. That's much better from what we saw in Mirage.
Yeah, they did find a smoke there, so maybe that was the incentive to go for it. But 2v3, when you just got this AWP and M4, you've got no money in the bank, you want to hold on to those into the next round. That feels like a bit of a bad decision, really.
And this is what we're talking about getting control after you lose the opening pick. India don't poke and prod anywhere. They decide to anchor in these bomb sites. And that's why you don't get rotations going up to the upper bomb site early. Sway gets the initial kill at Monster, but because there's no short space, because there's no water information, they hang around for an extra 10, 15 seconds, and then they're late to the party. And what's wild there is it was really good counter utility for Team India, but then they just wide swing into the open and they give up these crossfires. And that's something that potentially can't really happen going forward because Kyrgyzstan can just isolate these kills.
Mac 10 brought out for Dark Sky. Very intentional purchase coming through with the money that she has. So you just know that means pace is on the cards. They know they're up against the eco, so why not send that Mac 10 in, try and farm up some money here. And they're going to go for, again, one of these B plays. Nobody's here. It was a bit of a stack over towards A. So this one shouldn't be really too much to write home about. Just got to make sure you don't lose too many bodies here. There's a boost coming through for the CTs, but smoke and, well, spotted on the jump up.
Yeah, I think this one is done for, and Team Kyrgyzstan elevate themselves to 5 rounds on the T side, and that's something worth mentioning now. We now have to take a step back and look at just context for Overpass. We're saying about how CT-sided it is, how it'd be great for you to start here if you're Team India, but the fact that we're now 7 rounds deep in a game, 5 of them have been won by Kyrgyzstan, the benchmark normally is 5 or 6. With 5 already being achieved and room to grow, this is looking really dangerous for Team India early on.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing, you know, obviously some familiarity here on Overpass. There's a few very clear, not just sort of the executes, very sort of basic sort of monster kind of defaults along, but the decision as to when you go for those plays has been really good.
It's been orchestrated a lot by Jammy, and Team Spirit love a bit of Overpass. So maybe that's a little bit of consideration coming into it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Short control. Nice from the CTs. Do get that space. Flashbang almost caused some issues there, but all good. Sway even sticking around to find that fight on Nikita C. That's the B lurk removed. With this ground, you need to start to make some moves elsewhere. You can now reposition some pieces over towards A to support that, but they're still keeping 4 players over on this side, despite not putting anything at Monster. At some point, they have to start rotating.
Yeah, and also, if you're Kyrgyzstan, you saw the smoke that landed in Connector, so you heard the door open. So you understand that there's at least 2 or 3 players over towards short, so you take space on the other side of the map, you make noise, you run up, that's not going to be heard by these CTs, and okay. This is interesting because the boost is going to come in, but you're not going to see long.
Yeah, it's a nice boost. I guess the idea here is you already got a player advantage. If you find another free kill from the boost, it's a 5-on-3, and you feel very comfortable there. But the issue is you're going to have to play retake most likely now, and you had enough players, and you had so much control over towards B, you could have rotated an extra body out here and really fought for the site. Instead, they're just going to fall one by one. One was over towards Connector, one just here on the site itself, and what was the player advantage for Team India has gone the other way.
And again, I'm just going to say it. I don't think you should be going for this retake. It makes no sense. You've got 2 players that are low. There's no utility. You're a player down. Although Zaya is trying to make a case for it. 1 versus 2. Turned from a 1v4. There is a kit. but there's no smoke, and that allows the AWPer just complete free reign on the bomb site. Kyrgyzstan up to 6.
I quite like that in that very last moment there. Dark Sky, she was kind of stuck in towards Flowers there, and she hears the reload behind Dice, so she knows that's her opportunity to escape in towards Bathroom. So cool little micro movement there, which I quite enjoyed. But again, as you mentioned, that's a retake that, did you need to go for it?
And you've got to talk about the money. If you save those 3 rifles, you've got a much better buy than what you're left
full
with.
buy.
Yeah,
really.
And take a look at the T side. It is booming. It's going to take 3 full buys at the bare minimum to kind of crunch this economy.
Dark Sky upgrades her Mac 10 into an M4 as well. Should be happy with that. Spirit stickers on the AWP for Destroyers. I wonder if that's jammies or whether it's kind of just some comradeship kind of, you know.
Probably dropped, but maybe.
Yeah. Long play coming through. Again, reading the room on the economy for Team India. A Deagle and a, was that Pewdiephy? The only investment here, so not expecting much.
What I want to see is not this round, but at the end of it, before we see another investment from Team India, get the pause, get the coach online, right? Speak about what's going wrong. Think about the fact that Team Kyrgyzstan, they've been pushing long a lot. That's been the main force of contestment. Team India, they've shown aggression there. One round, they pushed all the way through with the AUG and got caught off guard. So now you need to change tactics.
Yeah, I think particularly because we kind of highlighted in the pre-match just the level of experience that the coach for Team India brings in. Antidote has played at sort of national, international level before. He kind of knows a lot that he can sort of bring to the team here. So, yeah, I think using those tacks is going to be critical because you've already conceded 7 rounds against the T side. You've got 2 here on the defense. 1 was a pistol round.
Yeah, and we're not seeing one, which is a little bit rough. I would have loved to have seen one being called in. Sway, I feel like needs to go for a pick here then. He needs to get the AWP involved somehow, some way. Instead, we might be just going for another long push.
Right, well.
We are.
Coco's going to drop the incendiary. Kind of does indicate that your presence is there towards long. You can see West is already kind of ready for a fight coming. Coco's just edging on forward. That flashbang doesn't hit her. Slowly looking for it. This time she finds success, wins it out, and now she can fall back with that advantage. She had that extra element of Stormy here this time as well to support.
Yeah, but I'm not a huge fan of Sway's position unless starts looking towards connector now. Okay. Now this feels a lot more comfortable. There is still a potential for Stormy to fall, and Jamie has taken full capitalization of that. Flashbang through, trying to bait out a shot, potentially on the AWPer, but not occurring just yet. Meanwhile, at Monster, it all depends on Gatosi's timing to try and find space there. Missed shot from Sway. And Jamie, ooh, she'll just take the head clean off.
Yeah, I love that. Comes back, crouches on the angle, hard and hit with the AWP. A lovely headshot from Jamie. And that was just a pretty decent CT setup because you're not expecting the AWP there after the AWP took contact and you took down a rifler. Coco falls as well, so that's 3 kills found on that A bomb site. They know the CTs are scrambling, so they're just going to fast hit in towards B from short. And lo and behold, it is an empty bomb site.
Yeah. There is a smoke this time around. There is utility, but they just walk in one by one. So I feel like that was a decent response, what Team India wanted to boast. I don't mind them going for that long approach, but the issue you've got is your AWP in Sway is not in connector, holding the stairs. If she was positioned there immediately, as soon as that kill comes in from Coco, all it takes is one flashbang over the top of Fountain, your entire force can just back up, and suddenly you're playing a lot more passive, and you've got the advantage.
This one's a bit of a half buy. They've got the full loss bonus, so they can bring in a couple of MP9s this time around. Bit of aggression. Actually don't mind it, but... Well, actually, I'm not a huge fan of the AWP being solo here as well. I think I'd start to get out of here if I'm Destroyer's Way, and indeed she is going to start to back off. Good news, because she is being hunted. With B secured, she knows that there's a good chance that someone's going to be behind her at some point. Reposition and hold that flank. Get a few more shots with the AWP. A nice line where she can hit them. Although she's in the open here, so if they have good spacing, a good wide swing, that's an AWP dropped. Worsey deals with 2. Coco comes through for a kill. Can get herself that AK, but winning the round is not possible with the time remaining. She can still find some kills, but honestly, keeping the AK is maybe the most important thing for her, and that's going to not be allowed.
I think what we're seeing here is a lot of maybe stage nerves. Because what I am seeing out of Team India is there's a clear structure, there's a clear game plan within the early stages of these rounds. Mid-round it feels pretty decent as well. It's just a little bit of jitters. And what it relies on is just little individual mistakes. And yet again, we're not getting another timeout. We need that from Antidote.
Where is that pause? It's got to come through. You've just got the guns out again. You can still bring back an okay CT side. You can get 5-6 rounds. You win the pistol and T side. You can get things rolling. There's a way back into this. Oh, the repick off the self-flash. That is a very risky move. It does pay off.
And that Molly's missed as well. Supposed to jump and land a little bit upper. Jammy spots the backpack and Coco will actually strike. But you know that Sway was in top connector, but that is incredible. Much better out of the AWPer for Team India. And now Katosu's left all alone. And you got to realize at some point that you know this player's the monster lurk.
Yeah, back and forth, Sway goes, and well, like the wind blows them over. Beautiful stuff with the AWP. Gets that open up, playing around connector. A little bit spotted, it gets a little bit scary, but nice bait and switch setup allows her to really frag out, do a lot of work. So this is looking like a third. Never going to write any of these players off. Kidosy has the bomb and an open path through long if that's where she wants to go.
That's got utility. No smoke, but you can still cordon off these angles. Stormy's read it though.
Yeah, but Stormy's the only one over here. You've got two players that are fairly committed to B, and I think Sway is in towards connector still. So
don't swing this. If
you find this kill onto the A defender, which, ooh, okay, she was spotted?
Yeah, has to be.
Seems to have been. Well, maybe not. Jiggle comes back. QTC starts to walk forward, and yeah, wasn't spotted.
No way.
She's found a way through. She can get the bomb down at the very least. The difficulty is going to be, oh yeah, not ready for the AWP. Oh, the missed shot! Sway gives an opportunity for QTC. She actually didn't commit to the plant though, that's the issue. And she's under pressure now, gets one more kill, but there's no time.
Wow, okay. Yeah, that gets a little bit crazy. I think again, what's interesting is looking at Team Kyrgyzstan and the fact that you've got this jumping player on the bomb site. You can hear them as you're walking up long. If you get the kill there, you know they're the only A defender, and that means that rotations, they're going to be towards connector, they're going to be towards B. If you plant for bank there, Katosu's got a much better chance of trying to isolate some of these kills, but instead, the AWP, whilst it doesn't hit initially, does the job, prevents the plant.
Yeah, I think she got a little flustered when that AWP shot just missed her head, because she could have just committed to the plant at that point, because it would have been, she was already like 3 seconds into it, it felt like 2 seconds, so. Good attempt. Keeps the CTs honest.
Wow, nice shot. There's a lot of dry contact swings going on here, and with the space being taken out short, Kyotosi wants to have a little gander towards Monster. Barrels player spotted, but no head secured.
Flash on over. They've got a good setup here. A lot of defenders looking down Monster. That HE doesn't do as much as you think, but the Molotov will flush her out. Another kill found in towards short as well. There's still 2 defenders here, though. Not going to be ready for Sway, but Sway can't find the shots with the MP9. Has to fall back. So this player playing behind the smoke, but not for long. Her head found. Now that bomb can come on through. Stormy makes her presence known. Sway's found an AK, so there's a way through here. Oh, the spam finds the bomb planter. Oh, that could have been the opportunity. Destroys life, hits an absolutely necessary shot. Had been brought so low. And now you know where Stormy is, but oh, a difficult fight. Such little HP on this AWPer. Still able to post up. I think Stormy has the read on both of them, gets the first kill. Oh, it's perfect onto the second. What a clutch coming through for Team India.
Is there enough time? I think so, right? Just enough to get that bomb over the line. That is incredible from Stormy. And in actual fact, now the shoe's on the other foot, right? We're talking about a little bit of craziness from Team India to the tail end of the previous round where it gets a bit chaotic. For Team Kyrgyzstan, they're in perfect setups. They actually team flashed the AWPer by accident, and that's why she misses the initial shot on towards the water. That allows Stormy the space to then swing a little bit wider, be unsuspecting towards the sniper, and then she does the rest. Take nothing away from her. That was a great clutch.
Yeah, really nice rotations coming through as well. Stormy arrives at the perfect time to cause chaos, find those 3 kills. Still, Team Kyrgyzstan have so much money that they're going to be buying every day of the week here for these remaining 2 rounds. And they're already happy with the 9, right? So if they can get double digits here, that feels good.
Took a pause as well, right? Headsets were off, and I think it was Wersey actually just shouting motivational messages down the line. So that's pretty cool to see. And again, clever use of the timeout, right? You lose a couple of rounds, so potentially stuff that shouldn't be going Team India's way. So it's okay, let's just take 30 seconds, let's reset and recalibrate for the last couple. Sway and showing her aggression out in towards the fountain. This time, not happening. Coco has been smoked off, and Kazakhstan, they're out short.
Yeah, I thought they were going to go for a bit of a short split there, but no, it's straight out the connector. So they managed to get that ground without too many difficulties. Sway is repositioned in towards Con with her AWP. So she can now hold this angle, and they're going for a boost here, which means 2 players are over here, and oh, Wesley's going to walk straight into a crosshair, surely. No, it's, yeah, she does find that kill. Coco also found a player. She pushed through and caught off one of the players over towards T-Ramp.
You know, this is worrying now for the T side. Team India are really merciless in their aggression. They want to keep forcing the issue, keep posing problems, and finally we get to see a clear example of a game plan they've been trying to enforce for a couple of rounds now. 2 quick kills, 3 versus 5, feels really difficult for this T side. They've got plenty of money. It makes sense to try and do some economic damage, but the only control you have is out towards short. It has to be a B play.
Yes, the control you got a minute ago as well. It's not really been able to capitalize off it. They're going to hear Sway jumping about here, making a lot of noise, so I think they feel like they can catch her off, and oh, that was maybe the opportunity, but it's just the shoulder that's given up. She now runs away, but you know you've now isolated that AWP, but oh, you haven't isolated Coco. What a double kill. That's the organ action. 2 headshots coming through, phenomenal. Can't quite get the third. But that's Dark Sky spotted. Now she's locked in, can't go anywhere. Killing her doesn't matter if it's after time or anything, so really I don't think you face. Just let her live. No big deal.
Yeah, your economy is much more impactful if you're Team India. But I like that. Again, small little micro things that you can see that they've been working on a lot. The fact that Sway understands that we can employ a bait and switch here for Coco, but also there's 20 seconds left. I can just run away. I don't have to give up my life, and more importantly, give over a sniper, potentially, to this T side. Zloy's still alive at that point. It's like, let's not equip the premium weapon to the target player of Kyrgyzstan. 9-5, a really good recovery and nearly a collateral. In fact, it's just the first though, and that actually scrambles the molly to be thrown on the floor.
You're talking about Sway getting involved early, and she's really been starting to find that impact. It
Much
feels
better.
like, you know, as this game progresses, Team India are finding a little bit more comfortable here on land. As you mentioned, the jitters, maybe they're starting to fall. They're getting into the swing of things. They found 2 openers here. The aggression's working out. A is theirs, but Jamie does have something to say about it. Gets 1 back.
I actually really like this out of the T side. The fact that they've found that kill out long, and yet they're still being patient, because it will net further success. Sway goes hunting towards top con. Jamie is just finding everything Stormy next to hit the deck.
Jamie's on 23 for 8. This is kind of Jamie go kill, and I think this does harken back to what you were saying about the familiarity of Jamie on this map, and she plays a lot with Team Spirit. And we're definitely seeing it here. A potent force on this T side. Ooh, Crackshot spotted ahead. They've isolated her though. She can't really get involved, so gonna be very difficult for Team India to find their way back into this. They have a smoke and a flash, so they can isolate one of these positions. The smoke's gonna go towards short. Pretty standard. Azia starts to clear forward, looking for the space. They can go out towards jail first, and there is a player locked in here, and it's a fight one from Crackshot. Now Zia swings forward, finds a kill as well. They're doing it here, but Jamie, oh, that smoke has a massive gap in it. That's so unfortunate because Jamie is there, and that's a 10th on the board at the half for Team Kyrgyzstan.
That's Jamie with the ace as well. And bearing in mind that Team India found the opening kills, then overextended, allowed Jamie opportunities. There were 3 isolated fights in between Long and Connector, and Jamie wins out all of them. And you mentioned it, 23 and 8 at the time. You can't give Jamie, when she's on that red hot form, any opportunity. Give her an inch, she'll take a mile. 10-5 on your T side as well.
25 for 8. That's a multi-kill almost every single round. That is phenomenal from Jamie. She was pretty potent on that opening match, but looking way hot to trot here. And you can see the strap book out.
Maybe the anti-strap as well.
The anti-strap book. That'd be going deep here, considering kind of the context of these teams. But hey, maybe they've been doing their research.
It matters a lot. 2 spots on the line here in the Asian Championship to make it through. It's the main World Cup in Romania. Also, $12,500 on the line, with the lion's share of that going to the top seed at this event. Kyrgyzstan already dismantling Hong Kong, China. Now looking to do the same here to India.
Yeah, 10's going to feel so good on that T side. They've gone for a very heavy A lane, 4 players over here, and it's going to net success. The T's are making their way through. A passive setup, not going to reveal all of the hidden pieces here. Jammy's tucked in, a very devious angle, but swings out, can't quite find that fight, but it's Wersey that gets the kill. Spots out 2, and now the rest of the team can start to activate. The players in towards bathroom doing work. The bomb has been dropped up towards party, and you've still got 3 defenders here locking it down. Stormy's hoping someone overextends, gives her that fight, but it doesn't look like it. She has to fall back, and immediately the response from the rest of the CTs is to reposition, get ready to cut off the rotations as they come through, but caught out. Coco does find one.
Oh, with Katosi. Does lock in a player, and she's been anchoring B the entire time. Wersey just tucked in, knows about the bomb. Stormy, close range against the USP. Should be a favor, but actually, they're kind of a little bit confused. Where on earth have Kazakhstan got to? Stormy around the corner, though, does deal with Wersey, and that's the bomb recovered. And now a reset in towards B.
Yeah, well done, and actually putting this back into the 2-on-2. Katosi hasn't budged, although, as I say that, she's actually started to rotate. So that means that they are going to be able to get through with the bomb. She has the kit. And that's planted. Surely they're going to get the realization that it has been that B side. They thought it was going to be A because of the opening in towards Banana, but no. Very difficult to get back into this. Gonna give it a look in. Kit and Smoke in play. Stormy's caught between 2 angles here, and that could be an issue. There it is. Katosi comes on out, leaves it all onto Coco now. 1 versus 2. One player is low. She went out this fight. The dark side, oh, not needed. The smoke doesn't go down in time. All the bullets not quite connecting to the head, but she's just darting around the pill. The knife comes out, but it's Coco that wins it out.
Yeah, what a wild pistol round, and fair play to Team India for recovering it. You can see that the CT side wanted to reclaim the bomb and have space, but as soon as Jammy falls, Wersey's the only player there with the bomb. Everyone else just falls back and plays a lot more passive, and I feel like that is such a misplay because you've isolated this bomb. You know they're in towards connector. You set up in these crossfires. Surely they can't get it back.
And that was even with having that player in Katosi still deep B and catching the player that was trying to lurk through there. So I feel like they've done a lot right there, but well, this time around it's a fast play out towards Monster. A lot of players here though, 4 CTs ready to defend, but oh, Coco and Zia doing a lot of work but not ready for the second 2 elements. That bomb also dropped out onto the site. T's now have to fight their way through. Oh, good spam. Sway finds a kill through the smoke. Stormy's found one as well, and oh, look at that long range fight with the MAC-10.
Yeah, that's wild. I don't know how on earth Katosi doesn't get that trade there, but fair play. Team Kyrgyzstan, well, the way they set themselves up, it was like, yeah, 2 waves of defenders coming in. The initial volley gets dispelled by India and the MAC-10s rushing forward, and then suddenly the P250s and the MP9s do really good work. You start to think, okay, we're spiraling out of control. In fact, no, it's not. And India, they recover. They get back-to-back rounds in a row here.
That's such a crazy setup from the CT side as well. Having a player sitting in that smoke above default, and then the extra rotation comes down, and well, if it worked once, why not do it again? Fast out towards B, this time with less to deal with on the site. Although, as I say that, the pistols get work done. 2 kills come through. Next guy's found another. Bit of damage on the Sway, and oh, destroys Loy, hitting shots with the 5-7. Crack shots alone. She's overwhelmed. The 5-7 gets it done. That was a round they had no right to win.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they managed that at all. because you think with lesser equipped weapons, it's not going to go the other way. Instead, Team India, they run it right back, and they are not ready for another volume of CTs. I think it was more coming through connector in towards short. That was the key difference in the variation, and it's something that Team India were just not ready for. Jamie hitting a crucial shot when required.
That round is pivotal. You can see that Team India aren't really sure how they want to approach this round. They've got 2 players with a lot of money that can fully invest here, but 3 that are at what, 1,700, 1,500? You're kind of tempted to go for the full force here. Instead, they're going to try and keep the money even. Will mean that a couple of players end up with Galils or Mac 10s into the next round, but at least it'll give everyone something to work with into the follow-up.
Oh, Jamie hears this and actually just escapes. Really nicely done, and it allows Katozi to swing forward. It's actually the boost that gets the kill.
That door being blown off, how much an impact it has. They have to use one of their precious smoke. That was the one smoke just to get themselves out of connector.
Oh, Zloy, surely he saw the player there in toilet. Definitely heard. Jamie's been taken down on the tail end of things though, and now a gap up long has opened up opportunity, but a second rotate. This is something that Team India weren't really employing, but it's very proactive from Team Kyrgyzstan. With that being said, keep your eyes on long, because as this player works their way out Monster, that's going to potentially drive or at least anchor further rotates in at B, and A completely unlocked.
Yeah, this one's gotten a little bit weird now. It is a 2-on-4, so it's very difficult for Team Kyrgyzstan to find their way. Oh, sorry, to drop this one, but bomb does go down. Nice angle from Zia. Oh. That was a nice headshot. Didn't find the kill though. The Mac 10 betraying. Sway does follow up though. Kill comes on through. Oh, spotted as the smoke starts to plume. That was the first player. She's still defusing. Oh no, runs out of bullets. That's devastating. It felt like they'd done enough, but she gets away with 5 HP.
I can't believe that. They just run in front and they think they've knocked the diffuser off. Runs out of bullets in the Mac 10 as well. That is devastating, and that is a round stolen away. And it really should have been Team India's, despite it being a 2-on-4.
Yeah, honestly, props to Team India for making that doable. It felt like that they had no right to make that work, but because they got in such advanced positions, they caught a few players off guard. I can't believe the Mac 10 does that.
Yeah, I'm a little bit in disbelief, but at least it's expensive for this CT side. That's something that Team India have now got in their favor. AWP drawn out. Coco loves a scope weapon. Was on the AUG on CT, now on the Krieg.
That's crazy. I mean, fair enough, I guess. We do see a lot of like IGLs take up like the AUG in particular on the CT side. So it's not super unusual, but the Krieg is a rare one. I only really see it on AWPers, on maps like Overpass, in fact, when you can't afford an AWP as kind of an alternative. Because it is, you know, quite a bit more expensive. Crack shot removed for free. Nice angle held in towards short. Still 2 players defending here on the A side.
It's interesting that the fact that they've got the short control and the opening kill, I would have thought there'd be a rotate up towards A. Instead, Katozi just repositions and actually has the jump on Coco. Now 2 kills found in short.
Yes, the easiest short hold of Katozi's life. Okay, gets a little harder as she does get caught out by Sway. But the fact that she finds 2 that's not really any utility she has to deal with, no fast plays. This hit's coming through. There is this nice crossfire being set up. Are you ready for this player tucked long? Jamie with a FAMAS. Oh, it's going to be clear, but it's as the utility gets flown. Doesn't matter. Destroys Lloyd though. She's only able to get the 1. Look at the health points on these remaining players. But it is a 2-on-4, an opportunity, but the shots have to be perfect. 1 falls, Zia has no HP, and worse, he collects both.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Team India were aware of the possibility of that crossfire, right? The molly doesn't land flush with the truck, and that's the biggest mistake. It just takes a little bit of a ricochet, and that means that Destroy's Law is able just to stand still. The flames don't spread to her toes, and she's able to knock down a kill and a half, and that's enough for the rest of the team to clean up. But think about if it goes the other way. If the incendiary lands cleanly, Jammy's caught out at long, suddenly you haven't lost 2 players.
Gap is starting to widen between these two teams, so 6 rounds now, only 3 required for Team Kyrgyzstan to take the win here, their second best of 1 win of the day if they can pick it up. Fast in towards short, Coco goes, spots out the player on the jump, can't quite hit it with the Galil. Shots fired, lets them know they are home. No free short for you this time, Katosi.
Jump spot, actually a little bit of misinformation where Crackshot's playing, can't get spotted. Although the spam is going to reveal, in fact, there is definitely presence here for India. They're going to reset, and I think they might just go off this. There's no flashbangs to get into the bomb site. That's the concern.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a straight contact play. Wesley trying to play around the pillar. She has a lot of responsibility here. Oh, tries to go for a bit of a swing. Crackshot has hit 2 massive kills, but there's so many bodies on the side. Katosi sitting on back, finding 2. And again, we're into a 2-on-2, but the bomb is out in the open. Nice shots coming through, but can't quite hit the head. And, well, Jamie and Katosi find both 14-7.
Tell you what, though, that was a lot of opportunity given over to Team India. There's no need in these setups to keep swinging, keep overextending, especially when you spotted the players. Worthy, I thought she was going to tuck the entire time and just focus on the monster angle. Instead, goes a little bit wider, gives up that kill, and Crackshot cracks heads. Had a very slow start to the game, but is now starting to build in confidence. Team India, I am liking what I'm seeing.
Unfortunately, the lack of a bomb plant there is actually really going to hurt them. If they gotten the bomb down, you're going to see a few more AKs out. Instead, they have to concede map point. I think there's a conversation to be had about potentially forcing here. They've decided to go for the half buy, playing a bit more conservatively, but it does mean they're going to have to get 8 in a row if they can't pull off their miraculous round here.
Yeah, I don't have too much confidence with this, I'm going to be honest.
It's an armorless Mac-10.
Yeah. It's armorless Mac-10. There's 2 smokes, no flashes again. And you're going into Con, which means you're going into Worsey. Maybe they're just holding for a push here, and that would be the right thing to do, because take a look at all of this space gathered.
Yeah, you know, if you do find someone pushing a little bit aggressively and you get yourself a rifle, you know, there's 2 players that armor here. That's definitely something that can be done. They're going to find that long is completely clear, and none of this is going to be heard, so they're going to be getting a lot of space here. The counterpoint is that short is completely under control of the CTs, so they should be aware of this gap out here. Crackshot falls. That's going to keep some idea that this play is deeper, but, well, Katosi rotates over, drops 2, and a couple of kills do come through for the pistols. She doesn't realize how much space she actually has here. And it's well denied. Worsey did come through on that flank eventually, and that is 15 secured.
Yeah, fair play. Considering, again, you don't have utility, you're gone for more of a contact approach, and you're still getting a couple of kills. It's the right idea and the right setup to that round. And that's, again, just little tidbits of information to keep in the back pocket, and when assessing these teams moving forward, I am liking the protocols that Team India have got in. It's just these little micro decisions in the mid-round that are costing them some opportunities.
Boost going to be coming through for the CTs. They've blown that door again. It found them success before. You can see Coco's in charge of locking this one down. Got a player lurking out towards B as well, while the rest of the team starts to make space out towards A. They've been given a fair bit here, but Jamie is that pillar that you have to get past. She starts to peer on through. Oh, the AWP swings. Sway finds the shot. And that's a massive kill to find. Jamie, the 27 kill machine, taken out of the round.
Good reaction though. Look at this double long push now coming in from the CT sides to gain a little bit of control. And it means that you've got a varied setup. I wouldn't like if Zloy swings this. I think that's a little bit scary, but she does, and actually gains the the info that no one's here just yet. Meanwhile, Monster's just been vacated by Team India. This is a very advanced position here out of Sloy.
Tracy's going to get a bit of information. Spotted on the jump pick, the AWP there. Destroyers Light did find that kill onto Crackshot. And now the teams are going to feel under pressure. They're boxed into Banana. They feel like they have to start to take this ground, knowing that one of the defenders was out towards long. That smoke is causing issues. Katosi can just play around it. Utility being thrown over to help, but a flank comes on through. Doesn't matter, Katosi's found two. She's done more than enough on this defense, puts it into the 2-on-2. Time ticking down, but they are going to have enough to get the bomb plant.
There's a lot of utility as well, but they run straight into Coco and the Krieg. Zaya swings at the perfect opportunity. Team India, they stay alive for at minimum one more. And the economy not looking healthy for Kyrgyzstan. In actual fact, force into it, but you're going to have pistols behind some of these rifles.
Yeah, that was a really nice round from Team India. The way they played that one out, they didn't get too flustered when that flank came through from long as well. They get the opener. Gets a little bit scary there. Katosi continues to be such an incredible sight hold in that double kill, but it's not enough. And now if you lose this round on the defense, things get a little scary. Still a long path for Team India ahead of them.
Yeah, no, we're still doing it step by step, round by round. I mean, there's no call for a comeback just yet.
Yeah, but honestly, if you're Team India, it's important to get as many of these rounds in as possible just to get those reps on the stage, right?
Definitely. Jamie's actually gone for an AWP in this round and found success. And Zloy strikes with one more with the MP9. This could be the beginning of the end.
This is now looking very scary. You know, there's an AWP in play that you have to get past over on the A-bomb site. You've lost all your space in towards Banana and Connector. The bomb is actually by herself. Crackshot's been in charge of bringing this one home, and that's a very scary prospect considering you know a CT was there just before, but they have started to clear Banana. Jamie's holding long, so Zia can't really make her way out here without being spotted. Although she's going to be wide, so there's a chance. Sway strikes first, drops destroys Loy. Jamie's still here though, AWP in hand. Smoke comes on forward and she gets that first kill, swings out into another, and Zia able to adjust. That got a little scary. A missed shot, they're just trying to overwhelm, but Sway is hitting everything. Even swapping to the Krieg to get up on close. Oh, the bomb though out in the open, and she's now alone, and she is taken down. Team Kyrgyzstan with their second best of one.
Yep, and really well played, right? I mean, it's a lot of discipline playing the way that they did. The fact that you get 10 rounds on your T side of Overpass just feels incredibly good. It feels like you can't lose the game from that point. Fair play to Team India for building back in, having and showing us a lot more than potentially the scoreline reflects.
Yeah, I think it was a very slow start for them. It felt like those land jitters were definitely on display in terms of how long it took them to get the ball rolling. We saw a few little mistakes coming through. They got a really nice pistol round, and it felt like they were going to really start to snowball into quite a strong defense. But the force fight back for Team Kyrgyzstan, the fact that they were able to keep the fight going, keep the pressure on, that was enough to break Team India.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like, look, you've got to be talking about Team Kyrgyzstan. That they are so impressive. The fact they've now played 2 games on the stage. This one was a lot more dominant than the previous. Really settling into the stage and the environment. The fact that you've got 2 wins under your belt already in the round robin feels very, very good.
Yeah, and that was with us talking into this particular matchup as maybe favouring Team India because of the veto, the fact that they went to Overpass, the map that we saw them being very dominant in the qualifiers on, a map that we thought that they'd be very comfortable on, and then also the fact that they lost the knife round, right? That Team India won that one, they started on the defense. It felt like everything was set up for a really strong start for them, but in the end, Team Kyrgyzstan came out on top.
Yeah, and I feel like what you got to look at here is Team India actually brought a lot to the table. The structure and the way they set up themselves in those rounds was actually really impressive. There was just these kind of micro things, kind of mid-rounds where you're going to get the inexperience on the stage, where you're going to get a little bit of the jitters on LAN. And that ultimately was the price between 1 kill and 2 kill, and it spun the rounds out of control sometimes.
Yeah, I think if you were Team India, just kind of looking back on that, I would have liked to have seen them, we kind of mentioned a few times, using some of those timeouts early Australia, right?
Yeah,
because,
definitely.
you know, especially in the context of, you know, it is your first time on the stage here, on land, it's your first game. You need to ease your way into it, take your time, take those moments to breathe before you get flustered and, you know, overwhelmed.
And to build on that, it's times knowing where you can feel calm enough to say, okay, do you know what? This round's not going our way. Let's save. Because as you're seeing here in the replays, the amount of retakes that were attempted was absurd. It felt like every single round wasn't a save. And there was some moments in this game where if you just have a few rifles, we saw how successful Kyrgyzstan were when they just had an AWP, 2 M4s, and then a couple of pistols. If you had more opportunities you gave yourself earlier on in this half to build back in, we could have been looking at a completely different scoreline.
Yeah, I don't think we saw a single CT round where they lost the bomb site and saved on either side. I think it was always a retake coming through, which, you know, you can enjoy that at times when it's successful, but oftentimes it's not always the optimal decision. And yeah, I think some of that is maybe a bit of those jitters, a bit of that inexperience on the big stage. But, you know, I will say they were able to really claw it back in the second stage of that half.
Yes, and take a look at this, right? We're speaking about the tail end of this first half. On the replays, you've got clutches coming out from Team India. You've got bait and switches being employed, not once, but twice in multiple instances in these rounds. There was layering to the structure of the defense. There's a lot here that you can pick up and say, this was really well done from Team India. And I feel like the scoreline and some of the rounds that they lost doesn't really reflect Team India's approach to Counter-Strike. I think there's a lot more here, and I'm excited to see what they can deliver.
Yeah, I think particularly as you see other maps coming through and those best of threes as well, I feel like we're really going to see what this team is capable of. But honestly, considering Team Kyrgyzstan came in hot after a really nice victory in their opening game, they had the experience on the stage already. You could really see that in the server. It really paid off for them, and I'm not surprised they took the victory here, given they also have that kind of name recognition in terms of the players. But I'm very impressed with what we're seeing from Team India, and I think that speaks to the level of competition that we have here.
Absolutely. I feel like these games are still incredibly close, and there's a lot of competition here at the Asian Championship, as you mentioned. And Kyrgyzstan looking good. India taking 7-8 rounds off them. It's good signs.
Yeah, 2 wins now for Team Kyrgyzstan. I also want to mention Team Australia have now got their second win. They've taken down Hong Kong, China 16-11.
Okay. Yeah, but that's cool, right? We're starting to kind of gauge these teams and where we rank them. 16-11 is a really competitive scoreline. Kyrgyzstan against Team Hong Kong, China. Again, it was a close game, 16-13 if I recall. So the fact that we are getting these close games, it bodes really well for the level of competition here.
Yeah, I think that was a big question coming into it, just because of how, well, these regions don't play against each other normally, like not all of them, because of the ping difference, right? Like you're not going to see Australia playing every day against Team Saudi Arabia, for instance, because the ping is just going to be so substantial. So, you know, this is really the true test of how these different regions come together. And now day one, just 4 best of ones in, we're starting to get a picture of kind of who's the teams that are really the favorites we're looking to, who are the ones that are the upset contenders as well.
Yeah, so, okay, we can look at it like this. 5 teams have played. 2 teams have got 2 wins already. That's Team Kyrgyzstan, that's Team Australia. Team India ran it close. Team Hong Kong, China ran it close in both of their best of ones. There's still opportunity here to have a really good showing. If you are Team Hong Kong, China, if you are Team India, if you are Team Saudi Arabia, there's a lot of possibilities here because we're still in the best of one stage.
Yeah, still plenty of those games to come as well. So plenty of opportunities to claw it back in. But you got to highlight just how important it is winning these early best of ones, particularly as we are starting to see kind of the stronger teams coming into play. Now we're going to get an idea of how that bracket's going to form when we look at the playoff stage, which teams are going to be the ones to kind of contend to. But, you know, Team India, that was their first best of one. They've still got another opportunity to get another one under their belt. Sitting 1-1 would feel very comfortable considering the level of competition we've seen so far. If you can get that extra win under your belt, and I think they've got it in them because they really showed some good signs there.
Yeah, they did. I think it's just if you take your pauses, you've got opportunities to call 4 30-second timeouts all throughout a map. That's invaluable in a best of one. There was gun rounds which they should have just employed that. They should have had 30 seconds. We talked about the caliber of Antidote. We talked about the experience he brought to the server. not using him feels like a little bit of a waste. So I'd like to see that being looked into and explored a little bit more, because I feel like just with 30 seconds, just having a little bit of a breather, that would breathe like a lot more life and new energy into that team as well.
Yeah, I think in particular in that matchup, it would have been important, especially because of the context of it. It's your first game on the stage, right? And you've got off to quite a slow start, right? I would have even liked to have seen them use a tech maybe third, fourth round after those force buys come through, right? Just to really quell the nerves. You've lost against the force buy. You need a reset, work your way back into it. But these are the small things that you have to work out on the fly, right? You have to get into the flow of it when it's appropriate to call these things. Because I feel like we didn't see a lot of timeouts really at all in that match.
No, we saw one from Kyrgyzstan immediately after they lost a couple of rounds from Team India in the tail end, and you kind of see some of the players getting hyping up. And I guess 30 seconds as well, it means that we get to have a look at the player cams, we can have a look at the body language too, and that goes a long way as well, because you're sat physically next to your teammates. If you're not displaying good body language, if you're not you could obviously be involved, passionate about the game, but suddenly if you're feeling a little bit slumped, feeling a little bit dejected, that rubs off a lot more in this environment.
Yeah, and we saw some of the players like getting each other hyped up as well, right? You know, you could feel that energy coming through, particularly for Team Kyrgyzstan. It really felt like we saw them getting a little excited when things were getting on a roll. And I do want to highlight a particular player that I was really impressed with here, and of course, it's Jamie, right? It felt like she was on an absolute roll on Overpass. We mentioned that, you mentioned that she plays for Team Spirit, obviously, within the ESL Impact circuit. Overpass is a staple map of theirs where they've taken down some very strong international teams on. So you know that she feels very at home on this map. And I think that was maybe something that Team India weren't quite ready for, which is how prolific she was going to be. It felt like she was winning every fight she took. She had 25 kills at the half.
Yeah, she did. And I feel like if we want to talk about other players as well, Katozi, not only on Overpass, but on Mirage, a really dependable anchor that is incredibly reliant, especially in an environment like this. If you can get a couple of kills as the bombs coming in, if it's not even committed, that gives more incentive for your team to retake. And it's clear to see these teams are more than happy to give things a go, give these opportunities a look in. So if Katozi is adding kills to her tally and being really consistent, that is a really big boom for Team Kyrgyzstan. That's really impressive.
I will say for Team India, I was quite impressed by Sway, in particular on the AWP. It felt like on the T side, we got to see a lot of what she can do with the sniper. I felt like she was finding some really critical opening kills. She was knowing when to go for different engagements. We saw it at the tail end on the CT side. There was that particular round where she got that 3K right, playing around the connector, where she flashed herself in for the opening out towards T-Ramp and then fought for those 2 other kills. Felt like she was thriving in those high-pressure environments where you have to hit those shots where they come from different angles. The unfortunate thing for me is I felt like because of the issues we mentioned before about the economy management, when they were going for retakes, they weren't taking the pauses, she didn't get to use the AWP enough on that CT side. And I feel like maybe if they prioritized that a bit more with how she was playing, we might have seen a few more CT sides, and that could have set it up for a bit of a closer scoreline.
And I think that's a really important point to bring up, because then when you add in the context of the game, that round where previously she wasn't in connector and she was actually playing above it, and it allowed her teammate Stormy to get killed from party, because this is the first time she's really wielding the AWP, and you then start to feel a little bit more pressure. I don't want to give this AWP up. I don't want to potentially put myself in a position where I can lose the team an advantage. But in actual fact, just by standing there, allowed the entire setup to be disrupted, and we get to see an example in that first half of what the setup looks like, what it should have looked like and what it shouldn't. We can take a look at the group standings though, because keep your eye on this. We have said already Australia won their second game, so they're also on 6 points.
Yes, so a slight update there in the scoreline, in that Australia are also 2-0. I think their round difference will be a little bit better, just granted of the 16-0 definitely makes a significant difference. So even though there'll be 6 points between both Kyrgyzstan and Australia, they will be equal there on the scoreline. So they're the top dogs in this kind of opening best of ones, but still plenty more to play. But yeah, for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and for India, not the start they were hoping for, and same for Hong Kong, China as well.
Yeah, especially for Hong Kong, China, who have now played 2 games and have got 2 losses. This is where it starts to get a little bit dicey.
Yeah, particularly with how close they both were, right? And in the context of best of ones, that's a few little rounds going slightly differently, and you could have the wins instead. It's it's just the way the cookie crumbles in best of ones. You know, it comes down to some of these crucial rounds that can completely change the momentum. Whether or not even you win the pistol, the knife round, all these small things matter so much more.
Yeah, it's such a brutal format, really, because sure, you're playing a lot of games, but each one of them bears a lot of significance and importance in your journey here in the Asian Championship. There are 2 spots on the line to qualify for that main event, and so each one is so pivotal. You want to have a good spot heading into these playoffs.
Yeah, you really need to be coming in hot just because of the context of it.
Yeah.
And well, Team Kyrgyzstan is one of those teams that has come in hot. I think I've been really impressed with what they've shown out the gate. I haven't got to see Team Australia yet, but the numbers definitely speak for themselves in terms of the impact they've been having on the server. So, you know, I think we're kind of getting an indication of maybe where our grand final might take its way to, but still very early stages and still plenty more games to play. Going to be a difficult grind for some of those teams that have now lost those opening games.
Yeah, for sure. And look, what's clever and just what's awesome looking at this stream is we're actually getting a lot of information. We're piecing together just how it is all working here, how the teams have set up. And I've seen a lot more structure, and I've been really impressed with just how these teams have been presenting themselves. And do you know what? I want to hear from the teams themselves. That is us from here on the desk. Let's throw it down to the stage where we've got an interview right now.
حياكم الله جميعا أعزائنا الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام في كل مكان، ورجعنا لكم بعد نهاية المباراة الثانية. المنتخب كyrgyzstan قدر يفوز بالمواجهة الأولى، والآن قدروا يفوزون مرة ثانية ضد منتخب الهند. فحابين نسأل اللاعبة ويرسي عن شعورهم بعد ما فازوا بهذه المباراة.
يعطيك العافية وجيه. Again, congratulations, 2 wins in a row. First of all, how do you feel?
I'm just happy. Yes.
A lot of happiness here. Of course, when you go in with all perseverance, and determination and sheer adrenaline with skill and strategy, 2 matches in a row, simply happy.
أكيد بيكونوا فرحانين بعد ما يفوزون بمباراتين، ولكن كيف قدروا انهم يستعدون انهم يفوزون بمباراتين ورا بعض؟ بالذات ان المجهود بيكون عالي، المستوى غالبا بيكون بانخفاض، بس اللي شفناه انهم فازوا بالمباراة الأولى والمباراة الثانية، فكيف قدروا؟
سؤال وجيه صح يا وجيه. That's a good question actually. So 2 matches back to back, non-stop. So how did you manage to win 2 matches? And even though you didn't have much of a break, but you went for it and you won both of them.
I think teamwork and maybe confident. Yes.
Teamwork and confidence. Simply said, but it needs a lot of execution. ولا ايش رايك يا وجيه؟
أكيد شفنا لو ما في ثقة أصلاً وما في تعاون بين الفريق كان ما فازوا المباراتين، ولكن نقدر نقول لهم ألف مبروك على فوزهم بهذه المباراة. ولكن الموضوع عندك يا براء نبي نسمع كلمة منها.
يعطيك العافية. Okay, well, again, congratulations. But anything you would like to say to your family and friends back home, maybe even your own language?
Окей. Я хочу сказать спасибо всем, кто нас поддерживал. Спасибо в целом за поддержку, за добрые слова. Постараемся выиграть, не подвести. That's all.
Thank you very much, Verisi. And big shout out goes to Kyrgyzstan winning 2 matches in a row. All that taking place right here. ولاش قولك يا وجيه.
صراحة لازم نشوف أشياء والإبداعات اللي معهم في الأيام القادمة، فأتمنى لهم كامل التوفيق. أما الآن أعزائي المشاهدين والحضور، خلونا ناخذ بريك بسيط ونرجع لكم في المواجهة الجاية.
Thank you very much. And we're going to have a little break. We'll be back with more hype taking place right here with the Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championship. A break and we'll be back.
اهلا وسهلا، حياكم الله جميعا اعزائنا الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام في كل مكان، ورجعنا لكم بعد نهايه ومباريات اللي شفناها في لعبه سي اس جو للسيدات، ولكن الان بتكون معانا ايضا لعبه سي اس جو ولكن للساده. معكم اخوكم وجيه والاسطوره براء في التقديم. كلنا متشوقين ومتحمسين ان نشوف بدايه المباريات لهذا اليوم للساده.
يعطيك العافيه وجيه. صح اللي شاهدناه كان شيء صدق حماسي. Well, we just seen with the CSGO female competition was a lot of hype. But now we're going to go to a different kind of hype with CSGO male competition. All that happening right here, ladies and gentlemen, in Saudi Arabia, the Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championship here in Riyadh at the biggest esports and gaming festival, Gamers 8. So I guess we're ready for the coming match. جاهز يا وجيه؟
اكيد كلنا جاهزين اخوي براء.
يلا عيال نبتدي. So ladies and gentlemen, let's see it right now for the first team in this match. Make some noise for Vietnam!
تحية قوية لمنتخب فيتنام. أول مباراة يكونون جاهزين فيها منتخب فيتنام في هذه المواجهة في لعبة سي اس جو، ولكن باقي معانا منتخب خصمهم. تحية قوية لمنتخب إندونيسيا.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for their competitor in this match, let's hear for Indonesia!
أعزائي الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام، الحماس واصل حده. نبي نشوف مباراة منتخب فيتنام ضد إندونيسيا، وكلنا أكيد متحمسين ومتشوقين نشوف هذه المباراة، ولكن خلونا نتوجه عند أخواني المعلقين عشان نبدأ فيها المباراة.
صح كلامك، يعطيك العافية وجيه. And ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for another hype and excitement taking place right now here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for the CSGO competition as we have Indonesia going against Vietnam. Who's gonna make it? We'll be seeing that in this match. And now we're gonna pass it on to our phenomenal casters. Fire it up, let's go.
Thank you so much, Bara. We've been getting so much praise from you since yesterday, but there's a lot of fantastic teams here to be praising as well. The Gamers 8 IESF male competition will now be continuing forward from the playoffs. I've got none other than Waldady with me. I'm, of course, T-Time. We're going to be bringing you all of the action in this playoffs and beyond. First match of the day, it's Indonesia, it's Vietnam. It's a Southeast Asian matchup all over again for us. What are your thoughts?
Oh, man, just the journey to this point has been so chaotic, right? Yesterday, until the last few matches, we didn't even know who was going to make it through. So many ties, so many situations where teams were potentially relying on others to drop the ball just to be able to make it through. But now, this chaos will eventually have to come to an end. And Vietnam versus Indonesia is the perfect match to kick it off. Both teams 3-1, both teams Goliaths, with the exception of having gotten beaten by the likes of Mongolia.
Absolutely. And listen, yesterday Vietnam obviously not quite in the Mongolia group, but they did get taken down a notch, unfortunately for them. It was still a 16-14, very close affair. But he's talking about the 3-1s. He's also talking a little bit about the fact that there's a lot of ties. In fact, in Group B, there were 3 teams on the 1 and 3 at the time. However, that being said, those teams will be discussed later on. Of course, Palestine was the one who ended up going through between Palestine, Australia, and Pakistan.
Yeah.
Right now, though, it's about the upper bracket. Palestine ending up in the lower bracket. And, you know, Indonesia didn't have the smoothest journey yesterday against Mongolia. They were still in it. For us, it really looked like they could have taken it home.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think Indonesia was the only team that even gave Mongolia a tough time at all. It went all the way to overtime, and I think that was a bit of a wake-up call for Mongolia, because so far they had kind of just been flexing on their opponents. It kind of looked too damn easy for them. But up against Indonesia, when we saw them go for some more of those unorthodox plays where they started to flex a little bit, they actually got punished and they had to sweat in overtime.
Yeah, but listen, Indonesia almost took that one away, right? They almost did. And today I've got the magical object with which maybe they can.
Okay.
Maybe they can.
Okay.
They just need to start ironing some of the problems out right now. Let me tell you guys what the creases are that they need to get out of it all. Number one, that you need to get out, some of those stacking problems going on. Number two, some of the aggression needs to be slightly more time, use a few more flashbangs with it. And number three, making sure that waste of ammo's AWP can be looking creamy smooth. No creases today, none whatsoever. Oh, that's what Indonesia needs.
And number four, I need a new co-caster. Stat. Yeah, but for sure. I mean, there was definitely a lot going on in the camp of Indonesia that needed ironing out, for sure. But it's not like Mongolia were looking unbeatable, right? And because of the fact that they've been able to draw the line that much closer, we know that at the very least there are teams in this tournament that can inch it out against Mongolia. Now, question is that same kind of leeway going to be allowed by Mongolia?
Well, listen, we've got to look at the team that Indonesia is facing now. It's
Yes.
Vietnam. And Vietnam yesterday, their loss against Iran was very surprising. 16-14, they got off to a great start. Cage was doing such a good job, but then later on, it seemed like they just couldn't get it together in the late rounds.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I think the best thing about Vietnam is that they're actually looking like one of the most composed teams in this tournament. So generally, what you expect with these national tournaments is there's going to be a lot of random little issues that need to be fixed, but it's not like they were over-aggressing. They had the perfect amount of passivity. Yes, I think it's not the type of team that has all the firepower in the world, to be honest, but they were checking all the boxes that need to be done. They were making sure those ecos were on point. They weren't messing up the force buys, but they do have much more difficult opposition against them.
Yes, obviously Indonesia right now, the lineup might not be completely accurate. Inzane is sometimes in and out. Obviously, they've been running a 6-man lineup. For us, you actually got to hear from the players directly about that. I'll let you cover that in a second. But outside of Inzane, obviously, Mastia had a great time yesterday. Neora had some fantastic moments, and waste of ammo on the AK more than the AWP, who's looking really damn good. So this is a lineup without too many holes on the individual level, but maybe sometimes can pop up on a macro level. But for us, I do want to hear more about that 6-man lineup from you.
Yeah, so the setup that Indonesia has was a little bit confusing yesterday, right? Because we expected Inzane on the stage, but the way they have their structure is that because they want to make sure they've got all the right tools for the job, they're going to switch out players on the basis of maps. And the players that they do switch out are Inzane and Clip. Clip is going to be playing for Inferno and Mirage, and for every other map in the map pool, it's Insane.
Well, unfortunately for Insane, I've got a bit of a projection of what the veto is. I haven't been given it yet. I have a feeling we're going to have Inferno, Mirage, and Overpass actually coming through for us, because for me, Vietnam's been picking Inferno consistently, and Indonesia are more than happy to have Inferno being played. That lets them go into their second most played map so far, which is going to be Mirage. So most likely we're expecting an Inferno Mirage. Now the interesting thing is Vietnam actually does ban out Nuke. There's a world where Indonesia could flex out and say, hey, we're not going to ban the Ancient first, and we're just going to try banning out the Inferno from them, something like that, and make sure that they're having to play into something different, because Vietnam themselves aren't actually that comfortable on the Ancient. They second ban it quite often. So there's a world where Indonesia tries to go for mind games, but I don't know if they're quite in the right headspace to do that.
Yeah, I think this deep into the tournament, they really don't want to take their chances at trying to go for vetoes. So knowing the way that Indonesia have generally been able to out firepower everybody else, and I don't think they're particularly scared of Vietnam to the point where they're trying to win out with technicalities and trying to beat them out on the veto and all that, I really don't think that's going to happen, to be honest.
At the same time, we also have to keep in mind this is a domestic matchup, right, guys? So Southeast Asia, obviously, it's a playground for these two. They were the two main teams to be coming through the qualifiers and everything as well. But if I'm not wrong, I do believe the game is about to go live, and I have received confirmation that it will be Inferno. We're starting off the knife round. The knife round is going to be completely immaterial. It's a best of 3, so remember, it's not like yesterday. It is just going to be Vietnam taking the knee because Indonesia, because Vietnam themselves have picked Inferno as we expected. So Indonesia will be able to start off on the CT side. We should be good to go for that.
Yeah, so we'll be seeing Clip in the roster of Indonesia because it is Inferno.
And I have to say, Clip yesterday didn't really look like he was a standout map specialist, if things are like you're saying. He was sometimes the T side of apartments, he had some decent impact and whatnot. He wasn't a bad part of it, but it's not like I'm thinking, oh my god, if this guy's my Inferno specialist, he's going to come through and take control of the map, give them the best supportive utility you've ever seen in your life, get some great, map-dependent, map presence-related plays off. He was all right.
Yeah, there's definitely arguments to be made in favor and against six-man lineups, right? And unfortunately, I don't really think they've been fully taking advantage of it to the point where I would say that the benefit trumps the idea of just having more general team cohesion by only having 5 players. Yeah. So we'll see how that ends up working out, but heading into the pistol round, Indonesia on the T side, Vietnam on the CT.
We're going to have to get confirmation soon as well about who actually picked this man, because I'm surprised Vietnam's getting a start off on the CT side. Cage had a great start on the CT side of Mirage yesterday versus Iran. We caught that one on stream. Now doing the same here, and now trying to respond back. Indo is a tease. It's Neora in through short. He's good for a quick frag. Cage is down. Hatred will respond. And it's Frostly on the bomb side. Kicking it old school. Does get the one, but traded out all too fast. Talent and High Rambo. The only two who can try and make this happen.
Started off incredibly well for Vietnam, but now they're coaxed into a 2 versus 2. Moving in from Arches, they've got to wait out this smoke because they don't want to be overwhelmed by the Glocks, but actually looking for these 2 players is going to be difficult. Quick tap on the bomb. Trying to isolate this T. Ooh, this could get messy, but he finds the headshot and has brought it down to a 1 versus 1 and is able to find that final body shot. Clip. Incredibly well played.
All right, Mr. Map Specialist. I guess this is a nice way to start things off. A quick little 1v2 out from him as well, just as soon as he's called. Now, guys, keep in mind the score on the top of the rounds is a little bit off. By a little bit, I mean it's just wrong. It is not a 1-1. It is 1-0. There's just a small little issue with the HUD going on. We're going to get that fixed pretty much immediately. In the meanwhile, I've got my notebook. I'm writing it all down. Don't you worry about it at all. Vietnam on the full eco, though, in the meanwhile. They will be trying to get as much money as they possibly can in the next. It's interesting that they're going for this because Cage will not be able to pull out the AWP, so despite his really impressive beginning yesterday on Mirage, they are not using that as a priority here.
Not really much that they can expect off of this, of course. But important thing is to make sure that money isn't going to go all awry. Definitely was flirting with the God of Lightning for a second, but it ended up working out. Now this is 2-0, by the way. Don't be confused.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take that notch down as well on the notebook. Sometimes you gotta go old school, you know what? Sometimes you're just gonna do the recording yourself.
Yes.
Just remind people what things were like back in the old days, back before these newfangled HUDs.
No, listen, what you don't understand is this is a new CS update, okay? This is equality Counter-Strike. We don't want the other team to feel bad, so we just even up the scoreline.
I've heard about that. It's the Valorant mentality right there.
Yeah, but heading straight into the gun round, the first gun round of the day. Ooh, already a great opener by Waste of Ammo and Talent. Not sure if that's Talent. Yeah, that is Talent. The HUD is kind of messed up. But he is able to get the refrag very quickly. The T's do want to make a quick play towards this A bomb site. But the CTs have the perfect setup for it. Here it comes. They pour out of apartments. But Hatred starts to mow them down. And he makes it look too damn easy.
That's beautiful from Hatred. He was spectacular at moving around these smokes and close angles even yesterday, but on Inferno, it's just a map which is so much more conducive to it. It feels like Hatred's positioning is giving him so much more already. Vietnam, we can see why they first picked this map in every single best of 3 they've played so far. Even if they have lost out the first 2 rounds to Indonesia, it looked like they had quite a bit of control even in the pistol round over there.
I'm a little surprised that they try to go for this haphazard play out of apartments when they didn't really have any incentive to. You know, they had a 1-for-1 trade. They had the time as well. There was definitely wiggle room for them to try and play some mind games. But then they just double down on this A bomb site. A little surprising, but okay, there we go.
We're back to the old school.
Vietnam actually calling a tactical timeout. I mean, for a second there I thought we might run into a tech pause, but no, it's actually Vietnam.
It is technical.
Oh, okay, yeah. Keyboard froze.
Keyboard froze.
I don't know what keyboard froze actually mean.
Especially considering it's Riyadh, right? It's 42 degrees outside.
There is no
Listen,
keyboard
man,
that has ever been frozen.
Yeah, especially not in this country. Riyadh is beautiful, but the heat is definitely a thing.
Yeah, you and I have this little game where, like, as soon as we open the door from the first venue,
Yeah.
we run over to the second venue to get back in the aircon.
Indonesia, though, need to make sure that they can stay hot. Because right now, Vietnam's pause, it's also going to be conducive to just figuring out whether or not, hey, what do we want to do over here? We've got 3 rifles. Indonesia will have what should be their last full buy. We're not going to be able to pull out an AWP either. We probably want to go for some sort of early aggression to try and play off of the idea that Indonesia was struggling with some of the late and mid-round calling yesterday as well. That's one of the big question marks I actually have for us, which is that are we going to see Vietnam try to exploit Indonesia's flaws from yesterday? And are they going to be assuming that, no, the ironing board did not actually work out?
Now, the difference is, right, Indonesia's issues were happening against a team like Mongolia, which obviously has a lot more firepower and much more ability to be able to exploit those kinds of issues. So whether or not they're going to be able to exploit them, I mean, sure, they're probably going to try. But I think the difference, or rather the issues in Sandman's calling, will be much harder to expose. And what are we ironing out now, tea time?
The server. I don't know if this is going to work, man, but
This is so
I've only got a tiny little ironing board. I don't know if it's big enough for an entire CS server, but hey, in all fairness, it's actually the keyboard this time. So, hey, Q, W, E, R, D.
I mean, a hot iron could unfreeze it, so.
True. This is true. I'm also glad that you're not a mechanic because that would just be like, oh, what's wrong with your car? Oh, man, my brake's frozen. I've got an iron for you.
An iron fixes everything.
I mean, in some ways. But will it be able to fix Indonesia's problems from yesterday, though? Do you think that maybe we're going to see a little bit more targeting going on over here? Because for me personally, if I'm Vietnam, I'm thinking, hey, these guys were going for a lot of peaks without flashes late round. That's the only way they were going for information. Maybe we just play it significantly slower and hope that they sweat themselves into a ditch, really.
This is where I say that they don't even actually need to go for a counterplay because Vietnam's default style is stylistically great against a team like Indonesia because they already like to play passive. They already are the team that isn't going to go for anything without flashes. They're going to quickly recede into bomb sites just to make sure that they're not going to give up any haphazard rounds. They're not going to be giving up ecos and force buys and all that. So they don't have to play any mind games. Their default style is already perfect.
I mean, let's hope so, but I do believe that the server is actually going to be back online and we are resuming as well, so I guess the board worked out.
Yeah, so I've just received word that Brandon's going to be casting instead of you.
Is that why they brought so many casters in? Damn.
Yes.
Well, it is what it is. But Indonesia, they're going to be a little bit more threadbare as far as utility is concerned in this one. Used a lot of it early on as well. Just the one flashbang left for Sandman. They've gotten banana control for it, but brackets are still very well occupied by Vietnam. Mr. Dalmatian himself is still there. I'm going to figure out who that is in a second.
Wait, hang on. That is...
Cage?
Yeah,
I think that's Cage. Okay, Dalmatian is Cage, guys. Just a heads up to everyone back home.
Indonesia actually slowing things down quite significantly with the exception of the first banana player. So this is something that Neuro really likes to do. Tries to get aggressive very, very early on, and that could have been very messy. A little surprised that Talon doesn't try to peek out to go for the refrag, but it's good, because otherwise I think his life might have been in trouble. Misses the shots, though, and Neora has opened this bomb site wide open. Only has to get past one defender, who's doing an incredible job, but his HP isn't going to last any longer. Frostly and Hatred now on for the 2-on-3 retake, which I think they're going to be second-guessing.
That's actually some big miscommunication that comes through, but we're going to have to figure that one out later on. Frostly and Hatred, I think you have to just move back and save here. The smoke's still got another 8 seconds on it, something like it, but the smoking of Banana, that'll be able to separate out Clip at the very least. Marcia and Sandman are both low. Information that Vietnam cannot possibly have. Hatred. They're going to start moving through. There is zero utility. So you are really just reliant on getting a quick shot or two, and that will not be happening at all. Frosty will get some exits, just the one, but That'll be all she wrote. Indonesia up to 3.
Yeah, unfortunately, that puts them in a position where they get the worst of both worlds, right? They don't get to go for the retake, and they also don't get to get the exit frag, so it just completely shuts them down.
That 3-man setup, though, over there towards Banana was supposed to be very different. It felt like they were setting up for the flashes to fake out as if they're just 2 players. And then the idea that after the first one dies, Talent and Cage will be right nearby. But then Cage is too far back, so he's not actually facing in. So Talent is just in a one-on-one with a Falmas at close range. It's not a good position to be in. By the time Cage tries to get in position, it's too late.
I think for a second, Talent even had this window of opportunity where he could have gotten the kill, right? But then that just comes down to the whiff.
That's just an aim deal, right? At the end of the day, if you've got 2 players, you want to try and work off of each other regardless.
So around again from Indonesia, and this is something I really like. The fact that they've recognized that Vietnam don't really have a whole lot of money, they're going to be slowing their pace down a little bit, not really sending anybody willy-nilly. Mac 10's up front, though. Player in first box, a little too long to check for him. And I'm not sure why Niora doesn't follow him. They've sent out that MAC-10 to try and bait out rotations towards the B-bomb site, but the full commitment hasn't been made. Now, the T is starting to recede back towards the A-bomb site. The rotations have been called, and with Marsha having gotten the opener, this A site is up for grabs.
Are they going for a save in these weapons and armor? Hatred's not got the most money in the world, so keeping the Kevlar alive would be nice. Clip's death, though, should at least spur them on to deal more damage. Now, with the bomb being planted where it is, you might be worried if you're Indonesia, but the thing is, with no Molotovs or grenades, you can still hide away in the old, like the pit corner where you used to hide from default as well, and you still stay alive with like 15 HP. So if Vietnam can do a bit more damage towards the very end of things, or alternatively, if High Rambo could even maybe just get a kill, make sure that they can't get into the perfect positions and whatnot, then this would be 3 rifles taken out of Indonesia's hands. But no, they're just going to move back inside the Kevlars instead. Oh, that's a lot more HP than I thought they would have. Never mind. Four to 1, though, Indonesia. They are off to a very hot start.
Yeah, and this start could snowball into a lot more if Vietnam can't quickly start to put rounds on the board again, because the CT side economy, it is a fickle beast. Not a chance at an AWP either just yet. I'm not sure how much that is going to matter, but they know for a fact that once Indonesia get on the CT side, IESF Ammo will want to mobilize that AWP. And surprisingly enough, Indonesia have a relatively static playstyle where they try to aggress on one area of the map and everything else is a default. Now this time around, they've thrown a spanner in the works where they don't aggress Banana as they've done before, but this Apartments player, he's gotten caught out.
Marcia's death is a very important thing because they actually got full dry peeks out into Banana as well with 2 players. So the amount of map control that Vietnam has and the amount of information is very large. Now the only question is, does Clip stay alive because he needed to? Now that he's fallen, they've got no option of trying to just go into Banana a little bit later on in the round and just trying to go for a B-side execute, hope that your Apartments player can pick off one of these lurkers. The CTs are even pushing forward. Hatred's in a perfect position. He finds Neora in the back. The bomb now can't make its way over safely either. This is an impossible 2 versus 5, and made even more so with Waste having to reload.
Yes. Finally a round starting to go the way of Vietnam, but Sandman actually wants to say something about this.
What?
Brings it down to the one-on-one somehow, and even though he's getting shot in the back, he comes out on top in the duel against Cage.
Does he know where High Rambo's playing? Oh my god, the Molotov. I think he might have seen just the back of High Rambo. High Rambo, however, you can't say the same for him. Salman could have gone to either side. It's only 18 seconds though, so he's making a guess that it wouldn't be a second mid to be called. No. And Sandman's now accidentally clicked away. High Rambo's got all the information. Despite so much damage being dealt, it will still be the second round for Vietnam.
Now you mentioned that there's so much damage being dealt, right? But that is no small feat. That completely changes the dynamic of the next round. They're not going to be able to have an AWP, but this kind of puts them in a position where, since they've done so much damage to the CT side, they can maybe even make an argument for trying to go for a bit of a force buy of their own.
Marcia just doesn't have enough money for it, right? 1,500, you're putting him on a Tech 9 and some armor, sure, maybe. But then trying to go for a force buy over here does set you in a position where you're guaranteeing Vietnam not just a way back into it, but if they get, if they keep 3 players alive, that's where now you can start pulling the AWP together as well. Right now, if you save the next round, I don't think they should have enough for an AWP unless Cage stays alive. He's the only person with 2K in the bank. So, not so sure about this one to the same extent, but hey, they go for it. They want to go for the damage. They do have a fair bit of utility because Sandman actually prioritizes the Mach 10. So maybe there's still a world where this could work out for them.
Early utility towards Banana. Forces the T's to back off a little bit. But it's not much of a standoff because Vietnam aren't willing to challenge this just yet. Just having a player in Fallen being that first point of contact. And this time around, Indonesia, they're actually going to be very tunnel vision towards Banana, not having any prongs to the A site. But the rotator player from the CTs could be a problem as he is eyeing the setup towards B.
I think there's a gap in that banana smoke. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's a big old
You
one.
think?
Never mind. I think they know. Full B-sided execute to come through, though. Cage is trying to intercept. Clip is down, and they will not be finding out. Cage has already dropped off and backed off. Waste of ammo, and Nero are the only ones to find some frags. The B-bomb site is breached, but the 3-on-2 retake now on, and the spam is not doing them any favors either.
Oh, this is very important. Brings it down to the 2-on-2, and now the positions actually give them a bit of an advantage. Hatred peeking out, some whiff shots, but eventually finding the head. Sandman now 1-on-2, 2 heads to find. He struggles to find the first one, but he's able to flick to Frostly as well, and that is a 5th round for Indonesia.
What is going on with Sandman's Khalil today? He is on a roll. And yeah, Indonesia, they're able to punish at the most crucial point over there with a worsened by Vietnam, just holding on to a slightly more defensible position with the boost up. The problem becomes that the player inside the site is just so isolated unless he's playing in from new box, maybe even from secret. You can get a functional crossfire going on with your boosted player. Otherwise, he just gets isolated. Not to mention, Cage also didn't find that first frag, so hi Rambo, although I thought that he could maybe stay hidden away for a while longer, he had to reveal himself to get the kill.
Yeah, the coordination simply wasn't there on the collaborative retake. Now down to the pistols, and this has got to be such a thorn in their side. Knowing that they've lost to a force buy, Indonesia kind of cheating away around. Rambo makes good work with that P250. And he's got a teammate in the back pocket as well, so they can still be very deadly on Banana, but I mean, pistols can really take you only so far. A-side pokes coming through, flash and smoke combo allows them to wiggle into short. Pistol up close and personal, but he's going to have to back off. And they've already started to cave in on this A-bomb site.
At the very most, you can do some damage over here from the CT side. Mach 10 kills would be nice, at the very least. You do have that potential. We saw some pretty great holds in similar positions where the A-sided players were just in a hold. That was from Indonesia yesterday versus Mongolia.
Oh.
First one, the freebie, Town will collect. Another shot through as well. This could be a little bit dangerous had the Mach 10 actually activated. Unfortunately, it's a P250 getting all the damage.
Yeah, unfortunately, that Mach 10 was too far away to be relevant, right? The one player in Apartments that could have actually become a problem for them, he unfortunately tries going down, going for the refrag, so that chance also just goes out the window. But this Mach 10 still being around means that Marcia and Sandman are still under threat. As they try to exit, he could still be a big problem. Oh, here it is. That's the first one.
Money. Sandman also goes down, so
yeah,
that's quite nice.
6-2, and they're, I mean, I wouldn't say they're quite dominant on the T side because just the eye test for these rounds, it's kind of looked close, right? But you need to get the closers. That competition needs to be reflected on the grand scoreboard.
Listen, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if it's 3 1v1s. A 6-2 is a 6-2.
Now Vietnam, of course, getting their hands on weaponry once again. Not a single AWP to be found And I don't think we've seen a single one on the server just yet, have we, TT?
No, we haven't. Indonesia's not been prioritizing that for good reason. Waste of ammo looked great on the AK yesterday regardless. And Vietnam does not have the money, and it looks like they might not later on either. Neura on the B-bomb side continues to be a menace. Best, really. Still, trade is there, 4 versus 4. Molotov used to not really much avail. It does flush out the player from logs, but what's it going to be after that? They will just have to fight it out with the 2 players at the top of Banana at this point.
No commitment just yet. Indonesia slowly poking and prodding. They know that this style of play has worked out for them before. Neora single-handedly has been so damn good at not only creating distractions, but also getting openers for the team. The firepower has been very consistent on him. And I know you might look at a scoreboard and you might say, okay, he's only 6-6, but with how prolific he's been on Banana as an opener, it's just too damn good. Hatred, of course, does get a quick advantage for his team, and with only 40 seconds to go, the T's have some pressure mounting on them to make some moves happen.
Also just got confirmation, by the way, that Vietnam did in fact pick Inferno, just as expected. And Indonesia's been having a good time. Frostby, however, wants to change that around. He's got 3 big ones. And Vietnam, they've got 3 quick rounds as well. Good for them.
And this is what they needed, right? And because Indonesia have not had clean rounds, the fact that these rounds have been very, very competitive and damage has been across the board, they're quickly going to be coaxed into an eco once again. Down to the Tech-9s. At least a chance for Vietnam to have some breathing room around themselves. Now, they've got to be careful, though. These Tech-9s, they can still be very, very problematic.
Yeah.
I want to see how they play around with them, though.
They don't have that many flashes, so it will be a slight problem. Sandman's only just got the 1. So the strength of the Tech-9s will not be quite completely utilized, where you are just full white and all you hear is small little sounds of bullets. And then a quick dink. Peek out, the single flashbang is used on short to very little avail. Marcia doesn't need it though. They do recover from the blind, but he still gets a frag. Hatred now needs to hold on, only good for the double. But with High Rambo being given time to rotate back over, maybe there was a chance. Sandman, a quick dink will still set him up for another clutch opportunity. A one-on-one with Talent on the other side, having no idea about what's going on. The only thing he knows is that he has the bomb.
With the firepower he's got today, he's the man you want in these clutches. He's brought it down to just 1, but the bomb is in a bit of a difficult spot to pick up, especially with Talent having already come through from Library and nestled himself into this A-bomb site, circling all the way around. Sandman is being very meticulous with this, routing his efforts through apartments.
It's all about whether or not Talent is looking the right way, but the drop sound will be giving it up regardless. 30 seconds, the head spotted. He can't take the duel. Talent, however, will be given a chance to reposition. Sandman not entirely ready for it. Trying to recover the M4, it's just not going to be enough.
And this has been so damn back and forth, especially within rounds, right? You might think it's 6-4, that's why. No, regardless of what team has won a round, the money simply hasn't gotten a chance to accumulate. So we're seeing a very scrappy form of Counter-Strike that is full of all these little compensations simply because a full buy-up isn't available for either of the teams.
Frosty could buy an op now, but he chooses not to. He would rather go for the utility. And at this stage, with how chaotic everything has been, they do know that Indonesia doesn't have the money. It's fine not to invest in the op, but the problem is the next round after this, right? Because you're not going to have that op then either. It's just not financially possible. So either you go for an MP9 if that's what you want to prioritize, but then the fact that he's going for an M4, they might not have a single op on the CT side for the entire first half. Well, in all fairness, that's the only CT side, so yeah.
Production just handed me a pineapple, orange, and grape juice, and this is the best juice I've ever tasted in my life. I didn't realize this would happen mid-broadcast. I just had to let that out. That information needs to be public.
Pineapple, orange, and what?
And grape. Like, I never thought that combo was a thing.
That sounds really grape.
Never change. Please do.
Indonesia, however, are not happy with the changes that have been occurring on the scoreboard for these past few. Vietnam, at this point, if they can try and turn things around, go for the 8, this would be a big sigh of relief from them, really. Their T side should still be quite impressive, considering that they have been picking this map and prioritizing it very much so.
Just as one solitary flashbang. Actually, there's one more remaining, but to try and get them into middle. Just popping out of brackets is the name of the game. Frostly knows that they're coming. Molotov should impede their progress. And it's all a matter of just collecting these eco frags now for the CT squad. Vietnam, they know that this is their one chance to start to accumulate some money.
It's really cool, the fact that I think Vietnam so far, on Frostly, he hasn't been flashed a single time in that short flash. He always knows when to just lean in closer to the wall and play a more conservative angle where he won't be able to peek into boiler shore, but he just never gets flashed off. It's pretty cool.
This is something that has been consistent throughout the team of Vietnam, though, where they have really good recognition of where they should be facing, not based on the information they have, but also based on the timer. The likelihood of somebody coming through with flashes and pushes, that's something they've been doing incredibly well. Early contest on Banana, though, who is going to get very chaotic, but the smoke allows Waze to start to push through. CT's flashed out. He's ready and waiting for the sandbag player, and both the defenders have been tucked into bed. No chance that Vietnam want to have to say anything about this.
That's kind of crazy. Indonesia's been running a very similar setup constantly over towards Banana with a 1-1 split between Sandmans and Fallen. Sandman, Sandbag, and Fallen. So it makes sense that he's so ready for the duels, but even so, those were some sharp shots. This is one of the reasons why, though, you generally do see a little bit more priority of 3 players over towards the B-bomb side if you want to try and run the sandbag setup, just because everyone throws a Molotov and it just isolates out the duel. So you need some flashes for the second player to be able to peek out wider, to peek out further, maybe a smoke down for the sandbags player as well. Just a bit more chaos to try and give them a fair fight.
Yeah, this round was pretty cut and dry. Just comes down to the first duels being won out by Waste. And it's interesting that so much of the conversation that we had around Team Indonesia was about Waste's ability as an AWP player, that he's going to push the ceiling or he's going to be responsible for the floor. When has he really picked up the AWP? I mean, he picked it up against Yami, and then he lost quite a few duels, goes back to the rifle, starts playing great again.
He wasn't T-side opping as much on Inferno regardless. Indonesia's been doing a good job of that. I do think T-side opping is a little bit eccentric, put it that way. Maybe for a round or two here or there, if you're having a hard time, it makes sense. But I don't think Inferno really has a place for constant T-side opping unless you've got just a ridiculous superstar style player like that Yami on the Asian side. And Waste of Ammo is fantastic, but I don't know if he's quite got the experience to call him a superstar just quite yet.
Oh, nades. They've been expecting a run-up on Banana so many times that this time, when they try to play it proactively, it is nades that consume them. And once again, no defenders left except the rotator, and Cade still wants to be relevant in this conversation, but unfortunately, I don't think he'll have a chance to get this voice out. Cade, a little one-way smoke going for him, doesn't connect, and it is total abandonment here on the B site.
Vietnam has not been changing that setup on the B-bomb side at all in the early rounds. And credit to Indonesia for recognition, getting the great frags. The entries have been fantastic, don't get me wrong, but you can't just keep doing the same, hey, I've got 1 in sandbags, 1 in fallen every single time. They're not contesting for Banana, they are throwing early utility for it though. So if you're chucking out a Molotov or 2 over towards the Banana itself, and then you are never contesting it, you are never threatening it, and there's no reason for the T's to stop. They can just keep flashing, they can just keep fighting. I think Frostly might have actually been spotted by Clip here. Oh, okay. Doesn't matter.
Still has to get past one more duel though. The player in Boiler.
Come on guys, this guy literally can't get a deal.
Yeah, cameraman looks away because he knows what's going to happen.
True, this is true. You don't want to see Frostly suffering.
Indonesia now already having the half advantage now.
Probably looking to extend with the money where it is.
For sure. And even heading into the next round, they're finally at that point where they don't really need to worry about money. Vietnam, this is a tough spot to be in, you know, when you're at sort of the end of the half, and that's when you have to start worrying about the economics.
In all fairness, they've been worrying about the economics constantly. It's like, can I get an op? Cage is... no, sorry, Cage, you can't. Can I maybe op pick into Banana? We've been struggling there. No, I think we should... I think we should stick to the plan.
And part of the reason why Indonesia have been able to get so much space with pure firepower is because the threat of the AWP has never existed. If they lose a couple players on Banana, if they lose some on brackets, then maybe they have to use a lot more utility to try and get through.
I think you don't even need to say the threat of the op. There hasn't been a threat existing in general. Vietnam's gone for a flash play to try and peek aggressively once over to the B bomb side. That went with some success, not too much of it. Even that ended up being a round that they lose out, so there isn't really the threat of aggression in general. Talent's good for one, but the trades are there, the B-bomb side's taken. This is just some damage that you're trying to get. More importantly, you're trying to save the AK on Hatred. If he gets to take this forward, then you should have an op in the last round, but I don't...
Bomb's all the way back. They can actually still do something about it just based off the timer.
Look, it comes down to Frostly, to be honest. More than anything else, just making sure that he can find anyone who's actually trying to go forward towards the A bomb site, because Marcia's positioning is fantastic, and Hatred peeking out initially for information is something that I have to criticize. Frostly will simply not be able to find the frag, and even if he did, there would have been a flank coming in very soon after regardless.
I mean, I kind of understand Hatred's rationale, because he's either thinking that they're on the other bomb site or that they're struggling with collecting the bomb, which is why they don't really have that full commitment just yet.
The thing is that Cage is so far forward in apartments, though, so the other bomb site angle doesn't entirely work. Cage is given an incredibly defensible position as an anchor, where he will get information should they make any noise. There's 30 seconds left. They are likely going to have to make noise, especially because you know they're rotating back from the B bomb site. It's obviously, it's a lot of looking for perfection, but this is something that will cause him to suffer, because Cage, maybe he can buy up the AWP in the next round, but would have been nice to take those extra bits of utility and everything forward as well if he was dropped it by Hatred instead. Hatred had a bit more cash on him, which would have helped out.
It's a little disappointing to see that AWP finally being brought out only as their last hurrah instead of being a consistent theme.
It's also going to be in the hands of Hatred and not in Cage. And Hatred has played with the AWP before as well on Mirage, but Cage was that consistent. Hatred was playing more for secondary, more of an, hey, I might go for some sort of aggression in this moment situation.
I want to see how he plays with this AWP. Toss is over. I wants to take brackets potentially. Apartments presence from Indonesia. And again, one of their most pivotal factors hasn't changed. Banana aggression from that one player. Frostly waiting for them to make a move in apartments. As soon as they try to cross over, he should be able to spot someone through the pixel angle. There it is. The full onslaught from the T side is about to emerge. Clip gets the opener. Sandman joining in for this madness as well. Hatred, his AWP's popping off, and now that only leaves Clip in a 1 versus 3. Already found the head, and the numbers are now being dialed in. A solid chance for him to get double digits for Indonesia.
The bomb plan is very good as well. High Rambo and Talent might be trying to accelerate. They don't have a kit. I don't think there should be one on the ground either with how things are going. Bomb could be planted for both Long and for Library, as well as Moto if he's wanting to play a bit more of a spicy game. Hell, he could even be trying to wrap around from behind them in apartments. So there's so many angles to consider, but they do both have smokes, and now High Rambo has recovered a kit. So maybe there's still a chance for them to try and get this done. Clip knows it's being defused. He's got the first kill, and they haven't spotted him. He could be anywhere at this point because that smoke is so damn close to the bomb, and there isn't time. Talon picks up the kit, but it's a little bit too late. He had to move back for it. The bomb will blow.
Oh, that is so rough. They played it so damn well at the start. Hatred had that double kill. Frostly was able to fight back in apartments, but they just can't close it out against Clip in a 1 versus 3. That's gotta be heartbreaking, especially when the game has been hard fought from the start.
The one time we see an AWP and the impact it has is impeccable. Even Sandman's kill on the Cage was actually incredibly important. Cage underneath shelter was not watching out for that lurk, so Hatred then has to step up a little bit more. So Clip going down as well. It's just... rather, Cage going down as well. It's just nothing was working out for Vietnam there in the initial stage until Hatred activated. I know this setup. Oh, the nade could be big though.
Good flash.
That nade goes too far forward. Sandman and Rambo will be trading out shots. Sandman with the dualies wants to keep peeking. Knows there's more aggression potential to come through from Banana, and he is holding on for it. Will be having his teammate lose his life, rather. He's still nestled away in the sandbags, and Frostly finally shuts him down. A 2-on-2. The smoke is down. CT spawn can be crossed. The bomb should be planted.
Yeah, despite Sandman's impeccable performance over towards Sandbag, it's still a difficult retake. 2 versus 2. And the smoke has bloomed as well. Now they need to watch out for only 2 angles. Marsha waiting for his teammate to get closer as well. Getting ready to pop as soon as the smoke fades. Headshot it already. Waste is quick on the trigger. Hatred is busy with Marsha. And Waste will spend no time killing him.
Waste is so damn good, dude. He's just so good. We haven't even needed to see the AWP coming out from him so far, obviously. Look at how hyped they are as well. They're just feeling themselves. It's time for them to be on the stage, and then they know they want that rematch versus Mongolia later on. They don't want to go away with an L versus the Titans of Asia.
And now before Vietnam even get to play much of the T side, that score is something they're already looking down the barrel of. Indonesia probably going to get to top it off to 12 before Vietnam start to fight back. Now there is a little bit of an investment from Vietnam. They've got some, that's rough. Hate it. Flip though. Getting super aggressive. Molotov gives him that audio cue as well that he's still sticking around. Wanted to follow it up, but no. No over-aggression. I think he just got flashbacks from some of the aggression they had in the previous games yesterday.
To be honest, I think Nera might have just been yelling at him. No, no, you know there's a lot of players there.
I don't want to be left alone.
Don't peek in. I know you're getting extra money with the MP9, but no, don't. It's not worth it. And he would be right. Now, there is a concern that you've got 4 players on the A-bomb site, though, and Clip is the only one left here. An MP9 is fine, but the Incendiary is actually what's worrying me more. He's only got an Incendiary, no smokes. Nothing like it to try and delay. That's the result of the early Banana presence that they showed off.
These pistols are so damn strong if they can actually get into the B bomb site and get into post-plant position, so they need to be very careful about that. Now, the good thing is they've already called the rotation over, and there's also a second player, Arches, that can rotate as well. B site pop starting to come through. Niora misses the shots. Now, the burden is on Clip's shoulders to make that MP9 work, and Talent has already crept into Graveyard as well. Waste, he is waiting for information from his teammate. The MP9 starts to pop off. Hasn't quite found a victim just yet, and the panic ensues. The bullets have been wasted, and now it's a 3-on-4 retake.
This isn't going to be working out for them. Marcia and Waste, however, still doing their best, but Rambo and Frostly have got new books control. They're trying to fight it out. Long-range MP9 headshot is what seals the deal. Vietnam will steal away the post pistol. Very nicely done coming through, but I have to say, the idea that Nero is taking a peek out from coffins for information, again, this is one of those things that online you can get away with to a large extent. There's ping, people aren't going to react as quickly as a result of that. You can just try and bip and bop out for info. Man, online you're getting tapped. Tech 9s, they're just going to wreck you there. They go for the full eco afterwards, though, so they are actually trying to build up their money a fair bit. Interesting to see that, considering that it is going to be a double eco. They're only on $1,900 loss bonus, if I'm not wrong. So Clip and Nera are going to be left asking for pocket money. Or they could just double leap go into ops, maybe.
I wouldn't be surprised if they do that, to be honest. Now, Indonesia just playing that gamble stack on B. I mean, not really a whole lot you can do with pistols anyway.
And speaking of stacks, obviously one of the things that the viewers should be careful about for Indonesia later on in the gun rounds is how do they rotate, where do they rotate to, what's the information they're working off of. That's something they struggled with versus Mongolia.
so Pina is the first one to move in, but Frostly is the first one that collects a victim. Sandman eventually does expose himself and gets a kill. Not really anything on top of that, so not anything to celebrate about, but hey, a kill's a kill. Now, the problem is, right, this was Indonesia's chance to make it a very convincing game. They could have been up 12-5, and that's where Vietnam would start fighting back, and then by that time, they've also started to accumulate enough money to have waste on an AWP a little bit earlier. But no, before they get their hands on an op at any point in time, Vietnam will be a lot closer in scoreline, and because there's an investment here, there's not that double eco you were talking about, the weaponry will actually be quite shoddy, so Vietnam can slowly digest this game in bite-sized pieces instead of having to fight the full force of an Indonesian CT side.
Look at how bored this buy is from Indonesia.
Yeah.
Really would have liked to see a little bit more money being put in towards the op. The problem is that they're now starting to feel the pressure. Remember, guys, these are regional rivals. Indonesia and Vietnam, both representatives from the Asian side of things. Solitary lurker from Vietnam has been left behind. Its talent to see what he can find, and more importantly, see what he can sell. And with 55 seconds, this might be time to try and get some information. Indonesia, however, just able to bait out some shots off the jiggle peak. Will know that there's at least one nearby. 45 on the clock, and they are committing. That Molotov's extinguished. There's a boost up behind them. Will they be checking for that angle? Frostly does pre-fire. Here's the shots connecting as well, but Nero still gets the frag. Talent is down, and it's all down to Clip, but he's so far off, isolated from the rest of the tees.
The entrance into the bomb site was sloppy, but they've still been able to get it done. And now that they've gotten into post-plant positions, Indonesia is scratching their head. Are these even weapons worth not going for a retake for? There's 3 FAMASes, and they want to back off with them, but KG is locked on the angle. Nearly catches the elbow. And knows he doesn't want to peek out with 10 points of health. He's starting to get a little bit messy, but there should be no issues for the T side to stop this. Hang on.
They're still going for it.
Yeah, there's not a lot of HP on KG either. They could still get it done, and the shot's been missed. This final player, if he's found by Clip, then maybe we can talk. There's the kill, but unfortunately, there is no kit.
Indonesia prioritized getting damage out over keeping their money alive. Now, Clip, if he'd saved the AWP, if he'd taken that one home with him, maybe I can justify that. But unfortunately, the economy for Vietnam was already too damn strong, even after losing all 5 members. They've got 6K on Ks, they've got High Rambo on 3.5, Hatred's looking pretty, and Frosty on 8 is more than happy. So they've still got more buys in them. Unfortunately, what this does is Indonesia will end up taking a knee for another round guaranteed. And guess what? Even in the next one, they're not going to have an off for waste of ammo unless he gets a few kills there. You know why? Because he bought a deagle and a smoke.
And that's just poor decision-making economically, right? The fact that they're not saving up enough to actually enable their star players. Vietnam, a lot closer to the tie-up than the scoreboard would let you believe. I mean, even then, it's just 3 rounds, right?
Yeah. Scoreboard's pretty honest right now.
Yeah.
Maybe one of these stacks could actually pay off. I like what they've done, which is keeping the AK nearby as well. A lot of the times you'll see teams in the 1-4 split just try and keep the rifle away on the other side of the map, but I prefer it being within the hero stack. You've got so much more firepower potential to take people down, and there's so much distraction to work off of as well. Waste is down, Marcia to go forward. There will be an interception, but he's intercepting bullets.
Oh man, this AK-47 could have done a whole lot more, and I think it might still have a chance. Clip has gotten a double, even though they've lost players initially. Now, problem is, this solitary CT side player, he needs to make sure that he doesn't get isolated here. Has some of the safety of the smoke. Now they've crossed over into the B bomb site. 25 seconds remaining as soon as he hears the cue of the bomb. They're expecting him to push through the smoke, which is going to put them off of it and buy that extra 5 seconds for them to be closer for the retake.
Cage has to do everything here. A chance for the AWP to shine, one he was not allowed to wield in the first half. This is second time we'll maybe see it get some blood out, but no. Neora, next one to peek. Cage is getting them all one by one. Clip, it will find another frag, and that baits him to move forward, but without the kit, without anything, he's making so much noise as well. Cage was aware that the pistol was all he needed. 9th round for Vietnam has been secured. Indonesia, they make it close, but not quite able to cross that finish line.
Yeah, Clip gets a second chance at a potential clutch. But the problem is, right, even in that gamble stack, you were talking about how, okay, having the rifle close by will enable the firepower. But then if those pistols end up peeking out, then you cannot have that distraction anymore by the time they actually head into the bomb site. So that's not something I was a huge fan of.
At the same time, right, you're trying to get information for it. There's a lot that can be said. Yeah, the pistols should be used for bait potentially, but there's also other ways to try and fish around, you know. Op not prioritized. I like this. The fact that Indonesia are going for more utility is great. Vietnam has had so much late round presence, which has been throwing them off. And that's something that Indonesia struggled with yesterday as well, right? The late rounds are where things do go a little bit haywire. Retakes weren't fantastic from them. And right now, that trend has continued.
Pretty basic 3-2 setter from Indonesia, not really poking around for information with the exception of Marsha, who kind of goes for a very risky dry peek, especially knowing that there's an AWP on the other side. But Vietnam have gotten a fair bit of space over towards apartments. Now, they're also poking and prodding in bananas, so Indonesia's hands-off approach that relies on just having all of those smokes, I'm not sure how much I agree with that, but there of course is still quite a bit of time, so pressure's not quite there. Retake smoke and molly combo to reclaim some space on banana and to feign presence. That boost from Vietnam of course clears up the idea that anybody could be close by on Fallen.
Nero has a flashbang. I wouldn't hate it if we saw him try to set up for Clip, but the problem is Clip is in an angle where for him to actually drop down silently would take so long that with 46 seconds he would be in a bad position to try and actually make a commitment. Nora and Clip need to hold on for dear life. They've at least got a lot of utility, so they should be able to Molotov out in Hobbit when this hit comes through. Now it comes. Flashbangs are there. Marcia's found the single frag. Talon will be going down. Clip to take the peek forward. It will get the instant headshot. Hiram and having shots, and Nora will just keep on adding to the fray. Marcia's rotation is so timely. He is finding so much, and Hatred, although he's all alone, will find a few frags. It's 10 seconds on the clock. Getting to the bomb and planting it should be impossible. But Indonesia will just face him head on and get the frag.
I love Clip's composure there. He realized that although the fight's going on, he's lost his teammate as well. He takes his sweet time to set up that flashbang, has a decent idea of how far they've crept into the bomb site, and beyond that, they simply had no chance against him. And of course, that's still a decent bit of damage from Hatred, who has crept into CT spawn, and you know what? Overall, he's been doing incredible work for Team Vietnam along with Frostly, but yeah. Unfortunately, if Indonesia can start to find rounds where they can buy up both utility and AWPs, they're going to be very, very difficult to fight back against.
Big kill to find Frostly has been very important for the Vietnamese side.
Keep in mind, when we were watching Indonesia yesterday, a lot of Indonesia's CT side issues were being exposed by the AWP prowess of Yami, right? That's not available on Vietnam.
Cage is really not having a great time right now. Most of his impact with the AWP is in the late rounds, but even there, it's just it's a completely different thing. Oh, Cage will end up falling. Waste of ammo keeps peeking forward. Marcia's there for backup as well. Bracket is completely taken away from the T side. They have no chance of actually getting in, and by the time Talon finds some frags, it is too late. Waste will even shut him down on the roundabout when he's trying to go for the quick little jump spot.
It's just insult to injury, having 1 point of health and then you get shot. Shot by an AWP, that is. Lost my train of thought for a second. 13-9 though. Indonesia, now that they've got the utility going for them, they've got the AWP in the hands of Waste as well, and they also don't have the threat of an AWP or anything from the side of Vietnam, they're feeling pretty comfortable. Yes, they might have started to sink in the quicksand for a second, but they've quickly found a stick and pulled themselves out.
Flash is set up for what looks like a fake out for short presence, but there is not actually anyone nearby there from Indonesia. They've played a much more defensive position, and look at this, the lane back to A will begin for waste of ammo. He's still actually playing from inside the arches, not looking to contest brackets. Obviously, that is something that was an issue yesterday. Less so right now, because you do have a much more forward-facing clip on the banana. Now, he has no utility, so staying there will be very difficult.
Clip knows that they're coming and immediately backs off. I love to see it. Knows that he needs to go passive so his teammate can try and help him. But High Rambo, he is on his heels. The MAC-10 is trying to work, but the MAC-10 is greeted by an M4.
Oh, no.
Hatred falling to his own teammate. A little unfortunate on the Tech-9 spam, but the boost is certainly going to deny the bomb plant. Cage must fight back. With this bomb having been planted, I mean, he's got a bit of a chance, but obviously with 3 CTs circling around you like sharks in the water, that's a very difficult prospect.
I really like that position from Clip coming through where he's just hugging the wall on top of Broken Wall. It just makes it so you're not flashed off by one of the few more commonly thrown ones compared to even if you're slightly towards the right.
It's also kind of a consistent theme for someone like Clip to try to play off of those like slightly unorthodox, more optimized angles. For example, as they were heading into the bomb site with MAC-10s, instead of sticking to triple, he goes to the far left corner because he's expecting them to check up until triple and then turn around to check for the boost spot because there's audio cues from CT spawn. So that little detail definitely bought him a little bit of time.
Waste of ammo's taken out. He's been having some great impact in the past few, but Hatred now taking the AWP into his own hands will be able to counter him. Some yummy flashbacks coming out, I'm sure. Regardless, though, Waste is now on 20 frags. He's been topping out the scoreboard for his team, which has been much more of a concerted effort than what we're seeing from Vietnam. Marcia has recovered that up, and he's holding on to long in the meanwhile. And this stack on the A bomb side is actually looking like it might shape out nicely for them. Sandman is going to be covered off by Marcia's AWP, and with the apartment's presence taken out, this becomes a much more difficult play onto the A bomb side. Sandman trying to contest. The flashbang will also keep them at bay. The amount of utility they're able to use here is perfect.
Hatred, that's the opening kill. Clip doesn't want to reveal himself until they start moving into the bomb site. Makes himself relevant, but now all eyes are on him. He's still able to swing out, gets so much damage on Frostly, but the closer is simply not there. And before Indonesia can get to that 15th, they're gonna have to back off for a while. Now we're hoping Vietnam isn't just delaying the inevitable by winning a round like this, but certainly having Hatred on the AWP has opened up some new avenues.
He's a different kind of beast right now.
Oh yeah, and that's been a consistent theme for him. He's been doing that even when Vietnam were getting completely stomped at the start of this game. He was still close to the top of the, or I mean, he was at the top of the scoreboard, and he was out fragging, I think, pretty much everyone on the server, and he still is. So the kill distribution on both of these squads is very, very different. I think there's a lot more burden on the shoulders of one of the players from Vietnam as opposed to Indonesia, which is more of a divided effort.
Also, do keep in mind that Frost Lee, although he's sitting on 21 kills, he's actually been on 19 to 21 for quite a while now. It was most of his success being found when he's actually A-site anchoring on the CT side. He was doing a very good job of preventing apartments players from pushing through. Multi-kills quite a few times, so there is that, but not quite the same delivery on the T side so far. If they want to make it a closer affair, well, he will have to deliver. He won't have a choice about it.
Bit of a faster play here from the T side, but Niora on the AWP this time around. Some secondary potential in there. Getting ready to contest B here, though. And Indonesia, they've got all of their chips here, with the exception of just one player towards the A site. I would really like to see them have this op be part of the action as well and join the pack, but I'm not too sure about that, especially because they can entirely hold the opposite bomb site with just the AWP.
It's just one of those things where, you know, like the AK discussion we had earlier on around the pistols, you can't be all too sure about how you want to play around it. The AWP much more isolated, I suppose. You do want to get the pick off, so you don't really want to be in the most chaotic of fights, but yeah.
Clip. Not really able to get anything done. Niora, though, with the AWP. They whittle the numbers down. Now, they realize that there's probably not much they can do here with just the pistols. But they want to stick around. Yeah, but they want to stick around because they're hoping, okay, if they over-aggress a little bit, maybe if we get a kill, then we can have this be a full effort. But Hatred having collected the kill, Waste now starting to doubt himself as well. Moves in, crossfire setup's a little impossible to get past, and I'm not sure why Niora is running in with the AWP. What's that?
This looks like they're trying to go for exit frags and trying to make sure the Vietnamese economy is contained, but then they forget that objective midway through because they realize actually we are in a 4v3, we could make this work. So instead of just trying to make sure the Deagle's contained, recognizing that the bomb is planted for default, so there's not actually any safe space on the bomb site where they can hide, they just try and go in for the retake, and at that point the momentum that Neora's gotten from his team, like, yeah boys, let's go, let's go. He doesn't really register that I am not like the others. I have $5,000 in my hand. I can't just be throwing it out. And now those $5,000, they will not be in anyone's hands from Indonesia. No AWP, and you can already see some of the strangeness of Indonesia's play, where they do have a lot of focus on just trying to get players back in CT and ready to rotate over. Do come through. Now, although there is a bracket presence, this is going to be a full apartment spot to come up, and there's a team flash coming through. High Rambo will fall as a result of it, and the bomb is now down as well. A Molotov from Sandbag will keep them away. Cage and Talon both able to get a quick frag apiece. Clip will trade it out so the bomb can still not be recovered. Clip just holding on for dear life. By the time this last lurker comes into play, Cage will be perhaps all too late.
And Waste has done an incredible job from the top of the balcony. That M4 being put to good use. Frostly peeks out. Or rather, it was Marcia, sorry. At least the bomb's been collected now because they have to recede as the utility starts to expire. 2-on-2 retake once again. CT side clutches aren't something we've really seen here. Clip. Trying to molly out Pit, but that of course gives up his position as well. An impossible 1v2 with the crossfire setup.
It is insane to me, the fact that Indonesia loses that round, because it starts off with a team flash, a death because of the team flash. That death is the bomb carrier, who is for some reason jumping out and strafing left from the smoke. He falls in a way where the bomb is now on the ground. Cage is the one throwing utility out from middle as well for this hit to come through, so they know where he's coming in from. Regardless of that, Cage is able to find multiple kills, and constantly we've had this late boiler player trying to come through, take down a man underneath shelter, and that just happens again and again. It really feels like Indonesia should have had that round any day of the week with how it starts off.
And this is where I can kind of draw parallels with how they were playing against Team Mongolia, where their gameplay, you know, it starts off very composed, but then it starts to devolve into something completely different. Lots of these haphazard plays that you really don't expect from a team of this caliber. You know, you can't really take any credit away from the individuals of Vietnam as well. Although Indonesia, yes, they've been giving up some leeway. That's basically just Counter-Strike, right? Capitalizing on as many mistakes as you can. And Hatred and Frostly, they've done such a good job at it.
He's on 30 kills on Hatred now, man.
Yeah, and we're still in regulation. We're not at overtime, and it's 14-12. There's still a budget to maybe not take it up a notch to like 35 or something. I think he just might.
He might need to.
Yeah, he might need to for sure.
He's been in the big win condition for Vietnam constantly. Now, fortunately for them, they have another win condition. That's their wallets. Or maybe more accurately, Indonesia's wallets. Feeling kind of light out here. This is a cashless economy, but no one's got a credit card reader.
Not really sure why we're paused. Is this
I'm
technical?
assuming it's technical, right? It's just, you know what?
Just the big, bold match pause.
Yeah. Just the pause.
Why is it a pause? Because we wanted to.
Sometimes you just gotta stop and stare, just, you know, smell the flowers around you. And the flowers so far are pointing in towards the fact that a few of these Indonesian players have not been able to pick up the frags, right? We saw Waste of Ammo being on 20 kills a little while ago. The rest of his team was not too far off, and guess what? They're still not too far off. Hovering around that 17 on average, 17 to 19 frags on the rest of them. And this becomes really crucial when we're seeing Vietnam go for these constant death ball styles of plays where they're going for very execute-heavy plays towards their late round situations. 1 or 2 kills being missed is it's everything. Because that makes it so you cannot retake. The retakes have constantly looked impossible. We've not seen Indonesia be in a retake that looks like they've got a legitimate chance in it for about 8 rounds or so.
Especially because a lot of the retakes have had a very half-hearted commitment, right? They're hoping, okay, somebody tries to peek out. If they give us a kill, then we'll commit. And then they, in one of those rounds, they even ended up committing anyway, even though they didn't have the time, they didn't have the numbers, lost an AWP. So, although Indonesia started off this game in a very convincing fashion, where we're like, okay, how come Vietnam is kind of getting steamrolled on their own map pick? It's not the case anymore. Some of their mistakes are starting to pile up, and the thing about the CT side is that those mistakes are exacerbated by the money having that effect beyond the point of just a mistake.
We'll be resuming the game, and I have to say, I do not like how many Deagles and 5.7s and the like we're actually seeing coming out from these players. Sandman is down to 1350, Marcia is on 1700. They've got very good loss bonus, yes, but I do sort of wish that when you've got almost no impact out from the Deagles, when you've got very little going for you constantly, you just want to maximize utility for the rest of the game. Even in the round after this, if you're saving 2 weapons rather than 3, that's one of those situations where, hey, maybe you get another buy because you saved 500 extra earlier on. It's a very difficult line to toe on the CT side because you do want to have that extra firepower, you do want to have a chance, but it doesn't feel like this is what's going to give them the win. Close range with the 5.7 though, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is their chance to turn things around.
Pistols become a lot more potent as the time starts to tick down, 50 seconds remaining. I think that 5.7 shouldn't have gone for that information. Bomb has been collected, but now they're slowly being whittled down. Just Neo remaining on the ace site. Trying to be cute with the USP, but that cuteness will be met with force.
Death is all that awaits them, and Vietnam will find their 13th. Waste tried to go for this a few times yesterday as well. Right now, it is much more forgivable. It's just a pistol. It's just almost a throwaway round. Yes, you want to maximize your chances with maybe just waiting. But the nerves are getting to them. You can see it. And again, no AWP for Waste of Ammo. No flashes for Marcia. No flashes for Sandman. This is a crippled buy, even if it is a complete one to some extent. Look at this, Sandman. He's so aggressive over in apartments, wants to try and keep it going. Taking an angle where the T side will be flanked oh so quickly should they try and get something out of it. Marcia is the first one to find the frag, so Sandman doesn't even need to commit now. He's connected as well. Talent is down, this aggression. Combining the forces of Boiler and Apartments, just making it so both are hidden away from the other. Indonesia will finally be able to pull a round together.
And this is very different from how they've been playing the rest of the game, right? Indonesia, before this, they were just trying to get their money together, and when they did eventually do it, they still started falling victim to Vietnam when they started to go for a little bit more passivity. So now that they've thrown in some aggression into the mix, as you were talking about in the pregame as well, that aggression, it's paying off. It's paying dividends. And Clip, although he's about to be threatened, I don't think he's going to be in any particular trouble. 15 right around the horizon for Indonesia. And Vietnam, they're surely going to have to fight back against the potential of overtime.
What is this flashbang?
I don't even know. I think it's for apartments as they trickle out.
Apartment? He's behind coffins. Well, it won't matter because Nero's dead and you can't flash for anyone else. Waste is joining him in the grave. Clip now, flashbang's not what you need. You need bullets in their bodies. Bones being planted, tries to swing out. It's Marcia assisting. Indonesia will find that 15th. Maybe that's a middle click throw.
Or it's just called looking at the sky because you're in a 5 versus 2 and you don't care.
I mean, I would say he's watching out for utility, but sure. Regardless, so Indonesia getting to the 15th will really soothe their nerves. Even then, they're not out of hot water. Should they lose this one and all their weapons with it, it will be a slight tragedy to the economy. Vietnam bomb left in spawn. They can go back for that. That's actually been a consistent theme. They've been leaving the bomb in spawn a lot.
And it's also something that Indonesia have kind of gotten used to. They've realized that Vietnam don't really like to go for anything super aggressive early on, with the exception of maybe sometimes Banana. And even then, that trend is going to be stifled a little bit because Indonesia also went for some of their own aggression towards B. But now they're playing a 1-4 setup. Indonesia, they've got faith in Waste of Ammo to be able to hold down the line. And he's going to have to honor that faith.
This was one of the big ways that they actually managed to get away with the round yesterday versus the Mongols as well. Waste of Ammo was good for 2 frags, and then he ended up falling. But even then, round was actually taken out of the Mongolian hands. 45 seconds on the clock. The smoke has been refreshed and repicked up, as he will be re-smoking. They still have bracket control. Sandman is in such a good position right now. They will have so few flashes to actually break onto the bomb site if they want to try and force him out, but they're now going for information. Sandman's giving up his spot. And now with this, it's all falling apart. 28 seconds, it's Marcia and Clip to put it together again. They fight it out, and the duels are what give them the win. Indonesia will take it away. The 16th already set down. Just needs to be confirmed, and with 15 seconds, it's all but over.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of surprising because for a second it looked like the fact that Sandman was aggressing when they're basically coming right to him in a silver platter, it kind of looked questionable. That was maybe one window of opportunity that they could have broken through, but Sandman having gotten the kills, the fact that the Archers player didn't fumble the bag either, that just all leads into Indonesia being able to secure it out. Now, it got very close. I think some of the sloppiness from Indonesia definitely was still exposed by the composure of Team Vietnam, and I think all the passivity I was talking about earlier, I think that did come through to help them. But even with Hatred's firepower, even with him compensating for the lack of firepower on the rest of the squad, unfortunately, they're not able to get it done, and Indonesia have already won their first map in the playoffs.
They've won their opponent's map pick as well, right? That's massive for them over here. They were struggling, they were having problems, but regardless of all of that, they are able to pull it together. Indonesia, for them, this win is going to be also representative of a mental hurdle being overcome. This win is going to mean a lot to them because it's overcome by changing their playstyle, right? That one round where they're actually getting aggressive in from apartments and brackets at the same time. It's from looking through their demons about, hey, we're going for these strange pushes at times. Sandman, towards the end, that's what he did, right? That's what was getting them into these messes, and they get themselves out of it. The firepower helps them. This is huge for them.
And this is really important because that was the in-game leader leading by example, right? He switched up everything on the map just to be able to get that done, because that was not a one-pronged aggression. That was not Sandman just going for a lights-out play, going like, okay, I'm just going to throw in some aggression. No, he switched everything around this puzzle board. He had some aggression on Banana as well. He was getting distraction towards brackets by exposing a player early on, and when they finally think that they're safe, they're watching all the angles, Sandman reveals himself, and that really is what ended up allowing them to get past that round.
And for Vietnam, this spells trouble with a capital T. And you know why? Because I've got word of the veto. We were talking about how we thought it would be an Inferno and Mirage. Guess what? It's not. It's actually an ancient pick that's been allowed through because Vietnam prioritized a nuke ban instead. And with Indonesia getting Ancient, Ancient was the map that Vietnam was consistently banning throughout the initial qualifiers. This is not going to be an easy run for them. And even if they've come through with some secret preparation, they've obviously had a lot of time since then. Indonesia, with the kind of firepower they're bringing to the table, with their rifling that they're bringing to the table, honestly, who is there on the Vietnam side? It's just Hatred and Frostly who are activating.
Yeah, now I wouldn't take away too much credit for them because especially with a map like Ancient, you can often put a lot of credit into the AWP player. You can often have a solitary player really change the dynamic of the game, which is where I would really think that if Hatred can replicate the kind of performance he did on Inferno, perhaps we can have a conversation. But replicating that and being able to consistently get it done, it will be very difficult on a map like Ancient and against a team like Indonesia.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to sort of just say, yeah, guys, you know what? Your star player in a losing game needs to get 35 kills again. There you go. There you go. It's just, realistically, he's going to have a good showing. Asking him for that is asking for too much. Cage needs to step up. Talent needs to step up. These guys were not providing enough. And here's the kicker. Clip will not be there. Insane will. But, you know what? Insane's pretty damn good as well. Clip might have had a great game over here, but I don't think their firepower goes down at all.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how that particularly affects the firepower. I do think that Insane just individually has a little bit more firepower. So heading into a map like Ancient, I would instead want him on the roster, right? But again, you know, we've talked about the pros and cons of switching players out. I think that does affect team cohesion a little bit because frankly speaking, I think it affects communication. Like regardless of whether or not it's a different map, if you've got 6 players in the mix, if you've got some players that are in some team practice and some are not, I think just the small pairings that you have within the micro of the game, that is severely disturbed.
What you're saying is the vibe check doesn't
the
really
vibe
quite
check
pass.
doesn't
yeah,
pass,
yeah,
yes.
yeah. Fair enough. I'm with you on that one for sure. But the vibe check for Vietnam's got to be pretty rough as well, right? You're coming through with such a big comeback that you're making. You've climbed every single step. You're right at the top of the mountain, and right when you're about to put your flag inside, someone just come through, kicked you off, you're back down to the way you started, and now you've got an even more difficult mountain in Ancient. I don't know how Vietnam recovers from this mentally.
I think at the very least, they've got the tools to get it done because they're not the type of team that relies on very lights out plays. They're not the type of team that is going for all of these little bouts of individual brilliance all the time. Now, yes, Hatred had this one game where he's really going crazy, but that's not the general theme of Team Vietnam, right? This is not an individual show all the time. When we saw Vietnam previously, it really looked like a very collaborative team effort, and that's really what you need when you need to have the composure in a losing game, in a losing playoffs match. So the type of team that would struggle because they can't shine individually, like I think Palestine did, I don't think that's going to be their big issue.
I mean, we're saying that, but the problem is not about shining individually. It's also about just shining as the rest of the players need to step up. You know, frankly speaking, talent was nowhere to be seen right now, right? And he's an important part of the core of this lineup as well. Cage delivered very little with the AWP on the T side. He is their primary operator. Hatred picks it up from time to time, but Cage is who I'm expecting to see wield it on the CT side of Ancient as well. And if Cage isn't wielding the AWP and Hatred is, Ancient is also a very heavily rifling map, right? The positions over towards Cheetah where you're needing to go for aggression very often, fighting in towards mid. Ancient is a kind of AWP domination, which is a single site domination, right? The A bomb set is where you're expecting to see it, maybe the B bomb set as well, but it's never going to get aggressive. So if Hatred can't get up to his gimmicks because he has to AWP and Cage is then just not stepping up with the rifle, who's it going to be?
I'm not even sure, to be perfectly honest, because it comes back to the idea of whether or not that performance is even replicable, right? Because it's not like we've seen Hatred be that consistent star player. Yes, he's got star potential, but you know this isn't like a simple that is consistently top fragging on his team. No, so even that little win condition that they were able to foster here on this map, that's not going to happen once again, and or even if it does, it's not something they can entirely rely on.
Is it enough? That's the question, right? It's not just about relying on it and everything. Even if you're trying to go for just a Hail Mary with Hatred taking over, is it going to be enough? Is the big question. Because when Frostly quieted down, we did see them struggling a little bit on Vietnam's side. However, with that being said, I do think we might be painting a little bit of a picture of everything being doom and gloom. Indonesia's late rounds did not look fantastic. That is simply the truth of the matter. They got 2 rounds in the end. That's squeaking it out. The fact that you are getting into a 11-5, you lose the force by shore, but then it has to be a 16-14 on the CT side of Inferno. Indonesia have got some thinking and tottering to do, but I don't know if they'll be able to get it out before Ancient, especially, it's not a map they've played that much.
It also kind of feels like Indonesia's actual issues aren't with the macro, it's not with the strategy, it's not with the micro, it's with their attitude towards the rounds. Because in a lot of these rounds where you would think that, okay, you know, you can maybe just play it conservatively, you can maybe save for the next round, they're not thinking economically at all. They're like, yo, no, we're just gonna brute force this, we're the better team. And you know, that can work if you are winning by far, right? But that's also a big risk. That attitude put them in a position where Vietnam could have actually come back. You don't want to see waste of ammo without an AWP for 5 or 6 rounds by the time they get to the CT. It needs to be present by the third.
Well, let's take a look and see what exactly will be coming to us in the second. Will we even see the third map come through? Mirage is the decider, but we might not need it. Ancient coming up next. It's Indonesia's surprise map pick. We'll be back after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
World Esports are here. Hold on tight, because you're in for a ride. 15 years in the making, and still blowing minds. Long-lasting tradition, building a legacy, and empowering the future. More excitement, more athletes, more action. Be part of our family and feel the power of esports. We inspire, we challenge, we break barriers, and we empower. Are you ready to be amazed? Feel the energy and prepare to transform your city into the world esports capital. Because you have to see it to believe it. It's time for games.
Welcome back, everybody. We have already seen the first map of the first best of 3 of the day, and it was very chaotic. We could have seen Indonesia take it home very, very quickly, but Vietnam has fought back. But the problem is this is still an uphill battle. They have already dropped the ball on their own map pick, and heading into that second map, it's a bit of a surprise pick.
It's Ancient coming through, and we didn't expect that coming out at all. We thought it'd be Inferno, it'd be Mirage, it'd be Overpass, keeping it simple, but no, they had a curveball right here. But that does mean we get to see their 6th player in Zayn stepping in.
Absolutely. Now, this is going to be interesting to say the least, right? Because there's so much going on right now. Hatred having to step up so immensely, them still not being able to close it out, the fact that Indonesia had so many little issues that need ironing out, and this time around, tea time, you're not allowed to pull out the ironing board, okay? That's enough of that.
All right, we have had enough of the ironing board, but we haven't had enough of Indonesia, not quite yet. Obviously, we do have the veto actually coming up as well, just so you guys can all be aware of it as well. It is going to be Mirage Decider, so you might still get to see that. But this is something I was actually thinking about for us, which is that Zayn might have gotten the short end of the stick. I think we're getting to the game as well. But Zayn's getting to play every map except for Inferno and Mirage. Feels like we only ever see Inferno and Mirage.
Since yesterday, right? That's kind of been the theme of the day, theme of the game, theme of the tournament. Is just Inferno, is just Mirage. I think we saw maybe a nuke thrown into the mix as well. But other than that, and even that nuke, right? That was just Mongolia being absolute demons. They weren't even letting Australia have room to breathe. But here we go, heading into Ancient, Vietnam versus Team Indonesia. Indonesia starting off on the T side now, Vietnam on the CT. Here we go with the pistol. Lots of utility here on Indonesia. They've got a flash and smoke on Waste. They've got a Molotov on Sandman after that initial smoke has been chucked over. And the pistols are going to straight up rush this B-bomb site.
If Nero trying to find the initial kills, will be able to take down High Rambo. A quick boost up as well, and Talon is the one delivering it. However, they can't deliver any death off the back of it. Indonesia's got an easy bomb plant. They do have everyone in great post-spawn positions as well, so despite the fact that there is a kit available for Frost Lee, this looks to be an almost impossible retake.
Yeah, okay, I'm not even sure what's going on. The chaos is becoming a little too difficult to track, but it's still come down to the 2 versus 2. Bomb is ticking down. Waste wants to be relevant, but the only thing that's relevant is the bullets from the CT side, and they even have a kit. Do they? Yeah, they do. There it is. Retakes happened. Vietnam, they've been able to keep it under check.
Hey man, we asked the question, can Hatred do it again? It feels like he's in the mood for having a good old series, starting off the playoffs with a bang, but can't quite get the grand finish in Inferno. I'm sure he wants to turn that around for Ancient. And obviously one of the players who I'm really looking forward to for us, we've already mentioned him, is Zayn. But the question is, will he actually perform over here?
We'll see if that trend can be continued. Of course, it's fantastic that they've been able to get a solid start on the CT side. Now they do have to make this conversion happen still. Desert Eagles all across the board for the T side. So this time around, there's at least a little bit more conservative with their money. Not panic buying into armor, not trying to brute force their way onto the round wins. And I think Indonesia got a little bit of time to think that over as well, right? They realized that they were making all these sorts of mistakes that aren't really movement or aim or anything that really requires any doing. It's more just about the thought process behind it.
I feel like you're really mitigating the mental side of Counter-Strike when you say that. A lot of Counter-Strike is the thought process behind it. And the thought process for Marcia is, oh no, I'm blind. Oh no, I'm dead.
And I think that might be a recurring pattern here since they do have MP9s that they're going up against. Cage. Yeah, and quick mow down. MP9 thrown into the fray as well.
It's actually very interesting to keep in mind over here as we will look to have Vietnam get the second round. I know I've talked a lot about how this is a surprise pick, but this is also a surprise lack of ban from Vietnam, right? Vietnam was banning Ancient pretty consistently. The fact that they haven't banned it over here, maybe there's been a lot of practice dealt. I don't really know.
Have the idea that you know, it's a surprise. You know, maybe they didn't accidentally ban it out, or it's just wide open. No, Vietnam, they're not looking like chumps on it whatsoever. They've already gotten the first 2 rounds, and I think they want to double that up. Indonesia, a little bit of early utility, but the CTs also have a fair bit of control on middle. Ace Sight seems to be the name of the game now as the bomb starts to make its way over there as well. Solitary defender in the form of Hatred. He's been the titan, he's been the giant that they've been trying to beat. They've brought him down to his knees in the last map, but I'm not sure if he's ready for a second loss.
Backing off, doesn't really want to continue contending, wants to go in for a repeat, was worried about any flashes coming through, but they'd run out of them already. Talent good for the 2. Marcia will be able to trade out on Hatred, but the bomb is down. Let's not forget, and Talent spotted out the gun barrel of Sandman. He'll be put to sleep, and by the time Marcia will recover that bomb, it becomes a much more difficult situation. There's a flank being set up as well, but Cage isn't willing to wait for it. By the time Talent activates, the threat of a double push from Donut and Main will be gone, but he's also lost his teammate, Insane. Now left alone, a 1-on-3, and he's not ready for Talent on the late flank. It's a great retake coming through from Vietnam.
Solid retake. Continuing their winning ways off the first round. We'll see if they can keep that up. And you know, you were talking about how Talent was mostly absent in that first map, right? So it's really nice, even if it's not the full map just yet, right? It's really nice to see that at least early map resurgence. Sometimes, you know, you talked about how the mental game of Counter-Strike is a big deal. Just having those early frags, just having a solid performance in the early half can really change your outlook on the rest of the game. Now the T side, though, they want to go for a very fast push into B. The CT's wanting to sandwich them as well. Marcia trying to creep fast, but Frostly and High Rambo, they're too damn good. Frostly finding ahead. Cage adds one to the tally. And Sadman, what were you going to do with a measly stapler of a gun?
It's like Indonesia hasn't actually been considering the previous rounds at all. I know that you could think, oh, well, you know, they're probably going to change up the setup, this and that, etc. But the fact that you found Hatred completely alone on the A bomb side should give you an idea that there's actually a lot more early focus on B. They are relying on the star power of Hatred to just hold down A long enough for rotations to come in, and that did actually pay off quite well for Vietnam. Now, crossfire between Frostly and High Rambo is just fantastic, and they didn't have the flash in the utility because they prioritized A-Case. Nora has a beautiful shot with the Deagle, however, to start off this next round.
Question is whether or not that's going to be much of a conversion here. Cage has already made that weapon irrelevant. Toss it a little bit further into Donut. Not quite out of the map just yet, but they would have to get past this rifle to collect it. Slow traversal through these caves into A now, and there's only one defender with the potential of rotation as well from Cage.
Hatred has the AWP, however.
Yeah, and up against the weaponry that they're offering, right? It's going to be so difficult to hold them back.
Well, there's another one for Nora. High Rambo's not feeling too happy about it, but taking the crosshair off of the second player. Frostly finds him lacking. Sandman as well will be taken down, and although it's been an expensive round for the CTs, something tells me this might be over indeed. Hatred will eliminate Marcia.
Much faster pace of rounds than what we saw in Inferno, right? It's just been rush after rush, and Vietnam has been able to hold down the line. The only real pacing difference that Indonesia might have thrown in the mix is just slowing down that early round a little bit, but there's not really a whole lot of variation, not a whole lot of thinking that Vietnam have had to do. This is very much a firepower game, and it's one that Vietnam are dominating on.
I did also talk about how Hatred would be potentially AWPing on the A-bomb side if he does actually go for it. And for me, that was an issue because it just constrains him too much. But if they're going to continue prioritizing the other part of the bomb side as far as the man presence goes, if you're putting 3 players up on B consistently and you're relying on Hatred to just be a turret, I don't mind this. Yet. I'm sure eventually it could be a problem, but that comes down to whether or not Indonesia can diagnose and read the setup that Vietnam are going for consistently.
The thing is, right, that constraint is only really an issue if Hatred is required to be enabled, if he really needs to be that star. If everybody else is performing, that's suddenly not an issue.
Look at this push coming out on the B-bomb site, though. The CTs will have gotten full control down in lane. They will be contending with Marcia very soon. Sandman is differentiated away from the smoke. The grenade is nice, but the kill is better. Marcia finds one. Will he realize that Talent is nearby? He should be aware that there is 2 players pushing forward there, so he might not be ready for Talent to be here. However, Cage is gone, and with that, mid control is completely forfeited to the terrorist side.
Vietnam previously playing like tourists this time around. When they do try to throw a spanner into the works, they try to go for aggression. It does not end up working out. It's a little unfortunate that Indonesia switch up their pace when they did. And there is one kill that comes out from Vietnam. Unfortunately, it's not really something to throw a party about. Hatred and Frostly still kind of having one foot in the door, hoping that Hatred can hit the shot. That would have been a huge difference maker, because the bomb would be out in the open then, trying to push through. AWP has been victimized. Frostly eventually does get a kill, but with this little HP and up against 3 assailants, this is not happening.
Marcia's kill was everything, however. I'm really curious about who threw that smoke, because if that was Marcia throwing a one-way smoke for his own advantage as a response, then that would be huge. It's very possible he just threw the smoke initially because they mollied off to be able to stop any presence in B Cheetah. But if that's the case, then the one-way smoke for Marcia just completely unravels the play there and then. It's meant to isolate out anyone who's trying to come through, so Sandman can't actually help him, but Marcia just has a perfect response. It's really nicely done. Ooh. They know where... They started to dance around each other. Insane might have just juked him. Insane's coming in from the side, but Hatred's already moved past as well. Hatred is coming in from behind this little ring around the rosies, but one, the shot, it's been missed. Insane will have a chance, but it's taken away. Hatred remedies his mistakes. That is such a crucial fumble.
A second life being granted to Hatred. That was surely a kill for Insane, and that could have been a big opener. Free entry onto the A-bomb site. Sandman, having gotten a kill onto Frostly, now the T's will want to quicken up their pace a little bit. Bomb collected. Now they're starting to make a decision. Creep into middle. Niora finds the donut player, realizes that he's whittled the numbers down very much. Niora, individual kill onto B. And as soon as he realizes that Hatred is lurking here as well, the bomb will very quickly book it to A. Does Hatred win on the timing a second time? Does it happen again?
There is a real chance here for him to find a quick frag before the bomb gets there. Unfortunately, no, he does. He actually finds it. And now the bomb has to rotate back to the A-bomb site. Hatred has recognized it, but does he know there's a player back in CT? Nora hasn't made any noise, except for the jump across, and I don't know if that was entirely audible. Hatred will have to check, though. And in doing so, loses the chance to maybe get to the bomb site, but now he knows it's being planted. Is he aware of the vertical angle? Spots out the shoes, but it's shoes kicking him in the face.
That got very dangerous for a second, with Hatred being allowed to get that opening kill, bring it down to the 1 versus 2. Had they committed to the B bomb site just to try to brute force it, that would have been horrible. I think at that point, Hatred would have taken full advantage of it. Indonesia now having a little bit of an economic advantage. Vietnam finally having to struggle to pay for their meals.
Disclaimer, everyone does have meals paid for here. Vietnam will be given food even if they lose. You know, I feel like I should clarify that just in case. We are not holding anyone hungry.
Shout out to the buffet.
Only for the winners. Now dessert, that's a separate question.
Yeah. That's part of the prize pool, boys. Hatred might actually be able to do a little bit of damage here, to be honest. Thing is, he's playing it so conservatively that he had an opportunity dangling in front of him, but he's not able to recognize it.
This is a very risky place to be fighting in because the flashbang is a bit too early. Talent should actually find the frag. No, Nira is able to duck down underneath the crosshair, and as a result of that, Talent can't quite get the adjustment in time, but Cage is there to respond.
That's also an AK being recovered, and with High Rambo having his hands on an MP9, we can still maybe talk about this.
Yeah, we can talk about it being over. But it's good damage that could be dealt, right? Indonesia hasn't had their economy getting out of control yet. The CT side would love to get an extra bit of kill bonus as well. Cage is inching forward. He's really going for it all the way through. Sandman trades it out, though. His position given out. The headshot is fantastic, but it's just not the weapon to do it. The 5-7 can't finish him off, and 3 players will be kept alive, so Indonesia keep the bare minimum. Oh, I love this actually for us. I love the fact that Hatred's gone back to the M4 because now you are seeing the need for mobility a little bit more so. And it's not like his AWP is what's been giving him these skills, right? He isn't just sitting down and turreting away. It does give him more options, but hey man, the M4 does the same just because of how fast you can move. He's got $1,700 and no util. He's going fast.
Oh yeah. He's wanted to take matters into his own hands. Flashbang avoided as well. Beats out, has to fight 2 duels. And is able to find both. I cannot believe he gets away with that T-Time.
That's insanity. That's genuinely insanity. He knew he was going to be going for that play from the very beginning as well.
Yeah, because he didn't buy utility.
Yeah. And he just read into Insane, trying to punish the AWP present on the other side and trying to make sure that there isn't map control being taken away. But the round's not done yet. Marsha finds a kill. And that does actually enable Sandman to theoretically go back and collect the pawn, but he doesn't know it. Lots of time to work around to see whether he can try and punish or maybe try and have a conversation with his teammates. Saying, guys, I know you know how Hatred's going to play, but knowing doesn't mean you're going to kill him. Right, let's not forget the previous game, guys.
Yeah. I was also toying around with the idea, like, okay, can Hatred actually replicate that star performance? And yeah, I think it might happen again, T-Time.
Might. He just got a double kill off of a push through. There was a wallbang headshot with an M4A1 somewhere in there as well. Oh, I quite like that, actually. The big radar.
Focus here on the A-bomb side from the T's. Hatred has gone back to the scoped weapon. Utility starting to be chucked out. Hatred recognizes that he's about to be sandwiched in from all angles. Doesn't get a chance to find a single casualty. Nioro will traverse in to Donut as well. Talon being the only one that still has any stake in this close by and is able to whittle the numbers down. Nioro falls. Switching over to the AK-47. Still wanting to contend. It's still 3 versus 3. Frosty's going big. Talent has joined the fray as well.
Smoke down in front of the bomb. They want to try and tap it out. Talent's the one with the HP. That's why he's going and taking the lead around the corner of the smoke, though there's still something to be said. Waste of ammo, however, will just take an E, and that's a surprisingly great retake coming up from Vietnam, and it looked like Indonesia had full control, but Frosty and company just take him down. 7-3. On a map that was their permaban in the qualifiers, Vietnam is terrorizing Indonesia right now.
as much as I would love to pat them on the back for this, right? 7-3 is still not a half that's been won. It's still a half that is very recoverable from, which is why Indonesia is still a very big threat. And then heading on over to the CT, obviously that dynamic is going to change. I'm not sure how sustained this performance is going to be throughout the rest of the game. It got a little scary for them as well just a little while ago when it was 5-3 and Indonesia were looking strong. Obviously, there have been some star moments. You know, we saw Hatred run in with a double kill. We saw Frostly on the retake just now. We saw Talent being great in Donut. All these little individual brilliances are coming together to provide us with some of this, to contribute to the scoreline, but we'll see if that can be a consistent theme when they head on to the second side as well.
Indonesia continue to buy. I know that it's said that good buys are hard, but would really like a good buy from Indonesia right now. They've never had full utility, seemingly. Now the flashbang forward, Marsha was holding on for a push, was not holding on for a flash peek, though. Loses his life, and there's no one nearby to do anything about it. Sandman was too far off, didn't actually have himself in a position where he could try and fight back. So it looks like late round mid control into a B side hit is being planned. Nero was in this T spawn for so long. He must have been lining up util, but by this time they've lost so much control. High ramp up to speak out again. So much damage dealt to Waste that even if he gets the frag, it seems like it might not matter. This is effectively a 4v2.1.
Let's see if Voicing can still have an impact though, but with 45 seconds, man, whatever they bring to the table is going to have to be a little rushed. Bomb will join the player soon as well. Donut is where they're going to start progressing from. Neoro will be the first one to take contact. Hatred is still on the AWP, so he will be relevant very soon. Peeking out. Cage punished. Bomb site opened up, but Hatred still being a big problem. Why do they keep running into him? Insane is able to respond, but Talent is too quick on that rotate. I'm not sure why they allow him to get those AWP kills at all. Hatred has shown his presence, man.
Forget the fact that he's shown his presence. There's going to be someone in CT if they're rotating even, and you haven't gotten the kill on Hatred so far, so even if you hadn't seen him, you know he's nearby. The pathing is so questionable there, and it's funny because I actually refrained from saying a point because it felt like we didn't have time about how Indonesia's pathing on the A-bomb side has generally been really good. But now when there's 12 seconds left, you're crossing two players over to CT, including the bomb carrier? Tech9 is all they've got, and they need to try and recover. It's a full execute, it's a fast kill, and it's more damage dealt, but it's not the frag, it's Marsha who continues through. The second plow will come in, and with an MP9 recovered, flashes could be lined up for the back of the bomb side, but they just don't have any. Hatred will now start to fight back, but the MP9 swing is too much. Indonesia's speed will catch them off.
The chaos is what Indonesia have managed to thrive in, Vietnam being a team of structure. They don't have an answer to this. They weren't expecting it at all. Cage still wanting to fight for this, though. It is a 2 versus 2, and this is still very doable for the CT side. Wanted to tap the bomb. Waste and Marsha. Quick collaboration on the final double. And I cannot believe that this is the round where Indonesia start having a resurgence.
That just feels like they just tilted out after the previous one.
Yeah, because the crazy thing is, right, if they had the right pathing and they get the bomb plan, then maybe we actually see a decent buy, right?
No, absolutely. But the thing is, I have to give credit to Sandman. When your team is tilted, you're going for a Tech9, you're going for the full rush. This is a very well-rehearsed, very well-executed, small bits of utility, and you pull it off. Now the economy should have been reset, but Talent doesn't care. Not at that range with the 5-7. Well, that one's a little bit less.
1-for-1 trade now.
Nice.
A site once again being taken over. Digits quickly being punched in. And this is what I was talking about earlier. It doesn't matter if you're up 7-3, 8-3. On a map like Ancient and knowing the CT side economy and the fact that Indonesia have been very consistent with damage, the recovery was always there. The recovery was always possible. It was just a matter of when Indonesia were going to have the stars align for them. And apparently it happens on an eco execute.
Well, I'm trying to figure out whether we see a full eco from Vietnam or a half by commitment. Feels like a full eco will be needed, yeah. There are a 3-round loss bonus. Yeah, full eco should be coming through over here. This should be a giveaway if anything is. What I will just quickly remind everyone of is the fact that we haven't had a very dynamic op, and we haven't had a very dynamic hatred either. So if Indonesia is able to take advantage of the fact that the only real change of pace from Vietnam so far is High Rambo and Frostly trying to push forward outside of B aggressively, if they can recognize that, get a good few solid executes out as well, maybe there's still room to actually fight for 7.
Indonesia getting ready for an execute against a ghost town.
It's called practice. Dry run for us. Look at this spot. Beautiful. All right, guys, now let's do this in the real round.
Yeah, the thing is, right, when you're running low on time and all sorts of things are happening, you can often just forget the protocols. You can get a little desperate.
Oh, absolutely. They had a very good A-side execute earlier on as well, actually, where Nera went in, but that was just where Frostly's triple went back. But there's actually a lot of damage being dealt.
What am I
Bomb's
watching?
got a lot of time on it as well.
I mean, they're still not going to press the issue because they don't have a kit, I believe. But still, yeah, that is a fair chunk of damage. Now, thankfully for the T side, they don't actually care about it that much.
But the AK being given up is something they should care about, actually.
Yeah. That AK is the only real difference maker because obviously heading into the last round, money is not an issue for the T side, but it was for the CTs.
What it wasn't that much of an issue, but what it does enable is that Hatred or High Rambo, whichever one is actually going to get the drop, they get a lot more utility out. So whether that makes a difference, we're going to still wait to find out, but it is a nice addition. Hatred does have the AWP down for him, if I'm not wrong.
Now keep in mind, just a few minutes ago, we were praising Vietnam for having a solid performance on a map that used to be their permaban, but keep in mind, some of the biggest win conditions for Indonesia haven't even been activated yet. When they head on over to that CT side, this is going to be very, very difficult to get past. I think I'm still kind of holding out for ways to turn up on the op, but that just hasn't happened yet. Gonna have to hold that thought though, because Hatred, he's starting to stop the push over towards B. Missed Molotov is gonna get a little awkward on the spray as well from Insane, but he does eventually put a lid on the situation. 4-on-4, Insane, or rather Cage, is able to get a collateral as a bomb is starting to get planted. Marsha has managed to still plant it though. But it is going to be an advantageous retake for the CTs.
Marsha flashed out, but doesn't really care all too much. The problem is going to be Sandman. He's in a forward-facing angle. Marsha, however, falling makes it so much more difficult to try and retake. Sandman, good for the one, trying to move back over. Will be fighting out too many CTs. Talent to take him down, and Waste is the last to fall. The defuse should come through. Vietnam will get their 9th round on the board, and it comes off the back of changing up Hatred's positioning. We talked about how the dynamic op was not present so far, and now when they get that option finally, they're able to completely disable that B-side rush.
Now this 9th round was very important, just to make sure that they can keep their head above the water, even if Indonesia end up taking the pistol. You don't want to give up an advantage to a team that you've already lost your first map pick to, and then you're heading into potentially uncharted waters. Obviously, their CT side performance doesn't signify that they're particularly uncharted, but we're going to have to wait and see how this T side is going to be for them.
Double donut from Indonesia. They have to try and find High Rambo if they want to go for this retake. He's going to be such a nightmare actually will fall. Frostley as well goes down. They're just losing everyone. The bomb might be planted by Vietnam, but even that is now going to be up for debate. The full collapse of the A-bomb site means that they just can't get it down either. They need to commit to it, if only for the money. This doesn't look like a round where they have much of a chance at all, and indeed, they won't get the bomb plant either. These frags from Marsha and Waste are just too damn good.
This is not the start they wanted on the T side. For Indonesia to have all that confidence built up from the pistol, hit the road running, have the money to boot as well.
And look, that's every pistol round, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you lose, but the fact is that it felt like they were given the bomb site and then Indonesia just wins every single duel. That's...
Yeah, it's not really just about the round, right? It's the way they won it. Just a Tech-9s now, though. The only player even having some protection being Cage, but...
Also the only player having the Tech-9.
Oh, yeah, everybody else has P50s. I'm blind.
That's okay. Hatred is dead, which is probably worse.
Yeah.
One's a flashbang, the other is a minute and a half of watching your teammates waste time because you know it's an equal round. Very slowed down from the T side as they do want to see if they can get more utility used up from Indonesia, as well as just collect together for a collapse. A kill or two towards the very end of the round would be quite nice. At the same time, the rescue run is running into the MP9s. Insane now lies in wait. Picks up the first one, knows there's more coming around the corner. Frostley will trade. Insane's had a very full of struggles game so far. High Rambo as well swings out for a quick shot. Insane is very much dead, but reminded to us on the HUD. Comfortable retake. High Rambo is dead, guys, I promise you.
Yeah, don't be fooled by the HUD. The kill... I mean, also don't have too much faith in the kill feed.
No, kill feed is fine. Kill feed I believe in. Kill feed is absolute.
Now, before Indonesia can actually tie things up, though, they do have to go up against a gun round, and one that is fully locked and loaded in terms of futility. And this is where Vietnam's mettle is truly going to be tested. If they're comfortable with Ancient, they need to be comfortable on the T side. A lot of teams can run away with the CT side just by virtue of the inherent advantages that Ancient has to offer. Let's see. Ooh, M4 straight into it. Great flash from Waste as well to clear out the cubby. Marsha being able to get that first frag is huge. And they've kind of abandoned the ace site. But that's because now that they know they have numbers advantage, they've got the audio here from the potential donut player. I'm not sure why they're creeping out, but Insane is still able to get the refrag. A little unorthodox to have that two-man push through middle, but it works.
Why was Talent in T-spawn for like 30 seconds with the bomb? Well, question to be asked for later. Flashbang is a team. Flash waste of ammo isn't too happy about it because Hatred's been set up, but so have Insane and Neora. Indonesia on the verge of equalizing, but may actually do so. The bomb is down. Let's not forget Insane, rather Hatred, will continue to fight. He's all alone. Yeah, this is actually really distracting. It's trying to figure out how many people are alive. I guess the minimap's the only help you have. Marsha on the other side of it all. He's just waiting for the bomb to be picked up. This one-on-one is going to be everything. Hatred has a chance to turn around his team's luck here and now. Bomb picked up and Hatred! Call on him and he will deliver the quad kill. Here and now. 10th round there for Vietnam.
Oh, Marsha kicking himself for switching up his position that late into it. Just not getting the timing as he's dropping. Hatred peeks into him. You know, this was everything. Vietnam, the fact that they can win this round also means that they have quickly stomped them into a very terrible economic spot.
I like the fact that they're not going to be buying in too much. They are just trying to reaffirm the economy first on Indonesia, but they're still not going to have the offer waste for so long. Insane is gone. Cage will come through with a few more, and it is just Indonesia falling apart completely. Not finding any confidence frags either. Speaking of confidence frags, Insane can't be feeling too confident at all. 7 and 17 right now. He's been struggling.
It's also a little worrying when he's the man you call for everything other than Mirage and Inferno, right? So he's got the pressure on performing on the maps that he is actually brought on for. Cage, there's the opener, the double, and the win. Now, obviously, with that, regardless of how many CT side advantages you might be able to get on Ancient, you actually need to be able to piece together some money to fully capitalize on that. And with the way the money's looking right now, it's not like Waste is going to have an AWP anytime soon. The fact that they buy up into it with shoddy weaponry, no helmets, which is of course expected, and the fact that Waste has an MP9, they're setting themselves up for future rounds where they're also not going to have enough money. Unless, of course, they win.
Even then, to be fair.
Then they need to be clean rounds, and then it's still not an AWP.
Well, the AWP hasn't necessarily been their only win condition either. In all fairness, Indonesia has been having some fantastic rifle work as well. Neora has not been flashed yet. The flash timing is really good, actually. He's been forced off completely. The bomb site's been given up. It has to be a retake, but the CTs will not wait for the bomb to be planted. They're trying to move back in. Masha and Neora are taking control. No terrorists allowed in this property. But Talent doesn't care about your rules. He's a trespasser, he's a rebel, and he wants to fight back even more so, but he doesn't realize there's a player right nearby, ducked out. It's Sandman waiting for the smoke to dissipate when the bomb is recovered. Talent will have to be very careful.
The question is whether or not this transgression is going to continue. If Talent can snowball this into a round, he's got the opener. But there's a lot of work to do. Coaxed out by the Molly. Cage now in a 1-on-3. There's the first body. Could collect the headshot on the second one as well, but Sandman is the third prong that he cannot account for.
The hidden Viper, man. He was hidden in that smoke for centuries. There were literally two smokes in the exact same spot that he waits out the entirety of inside the left side cubby. Masha and Neora, in the meanwhile, they're gladiators. They're just yelling out. They're charging in on their chariots. Sandman's a smart one. He knows that when it's a battle royale, sometimes you just want to hide in a cubby and be like, well, I am the one to win the overall thing, though.
Question is whether or not that does actually lead to a victory royale, because this is still a very bad economic spot to be in unless they can piece the rounds together very cleanly. Money, of course, also starting to build down for Vietnam. Missed shot from Hatred as he tries to crack open this B bomb site like a can.
Shout out to Cage as well. He's actually quietly crept up to 20 on himself. Had a rough game on Inferno. But he has been looking much better here and now.
Slower pace now from Vietnam. We've generally seen them try to bust into the B-bomb site, try to get something a little bit faster going towards A. But with Waste having crept out from A main, he's got support as well. This is all the information that they need. Look at how they're positioning on the B-bomb site. This will be so damn hard to crack.
This flank is going to be terrifying. Waste of ammo. Should be able to find a freebie onto Talent. And by the time they actually look to get into the bomb site, it'll be too difficult. Hatred is gone. Not even Talent, actually Hatred to fall. Cage as well will end up going down. This is going to be just GG for the round. Indonesia, just off the back of a great push and information given off of it, will close out any chances Vietnam had in that round and the economy as well.
I love that confidence from Indonesia to go for that kind of play, to go for that two-man push in A main, especially because you kind of saw the cogs turning in the previous map, where Sandman started to IGL in a bit more of an aggressive way, where he's also allowing himself to be more proactive in terms of getting that information. So that information is everything. They have quickly put Vietnam in a very difficult spot.
One of a Hatred finally puts it all together. Insane can't be feeling too happy about being on the receiving end of that spray. Meanwhile, Marcia has gone down, but the problem is they don't have the bomb. So all of the time it's going to take to actually go back and retrieve it is really troublesome because they have to go back in a group. So even if a straggler is left behind to keep control of the A bomb site,
what is he even going to do? What does he have to even control it with, right?
Yeah, he's just going to die.
Yeah, this bomb collection has to be a team effort. They're going all the way back, and all the advantage they had over towards the A site, it's gone, especially with the numbers being brought back to even Steven now.
At the same time, HPs aren't great for the CTs. So this rush onto B is going to be quite difficult. Waste of Ammo is also in a great position. There's a bomb out in front of him. He's lined them up. Waste of Ammo doesn't need HP. He's got firepower to make up for it.
I love that. The early rotation to get into the cup. He put himself into a headshot angle just to be able to deny anything onto B. And of course, we all saw that firepower. Indonesia, that round looked a little scary, T-Time, but the recovery's there. And of course, with that recovery comes a massive problem for Vietnam. Yes, there wasn't too much of an investment, but still, every round counts from here on out. They've already lost the first map, and the pressure is now mounting on, especially with the money also starting to accumulate for Indonesia.
How tilting must it also be? Because you just lost because you didn't pick up the bomb. There's been so many of these small moments of tilt that Vietnam will be suffering off of, but no, watch out, Cage, what's going on? He's spraying around him, what is this? This is like the ultimate Ali G moment right there. Reference, I don't think you were old enough to know.
Yeah, exactly. I was hoping you'd look over at me. No, but that is big, right? Yes, he's got in a little bit of space, but even that space is quickly yanked out of his hands. Marcia, he's been such a duo with Niora to be able to continue to put the pressure on this enemy team. Vietnam, I think for a second, they contemplated going for a faster push. Molotov impedes their progress. Marcia's still continuing to dominate. Niora's that second prong, and what are they even supposed to do against this dastardly duo?
Both the B-side duos on either team have done such a good job. Initially on Vietnam, right, we saw Hiram and Frosty, they were killing it. No rushes allowed whenever they're on duty. But Indonesia have stepped up in a big way. Marcia and Niora on 24 and 21 kills respectively. That's kind of nuts. Sandman in the meanwhile, 8 and 13. Insane, 8 and 19. Indonesia is being dragged across by their trio. And now Vietnam, in desperation, trying to target Insane, will find the kill. And with that, the A-bomb set becomes a little bit weaker, but reinforcements are here. High Rambo can't take them down yet. The M4 recovered, and it's Cage who has to make up for mistakes made in the past. And no, he can't! The Tech 9 just not wieldy enough, and now the retake is on. The bomb might have gone down, so money guaranteed, but this is still looking impossible. Frostley, however, maybe can bail them out.
They're already in decent post-plant positions. Problem is, they simply don't have the range advantage. Rambo, the only one wielding the rifle, has already fallen. Waste drops one. Hatred, he's been the shining star, but he's gonna have to go overboard, but he simply cannot against Niora.
He almost accidentally wins that.
Yeah.
He killed Sandman by accident. He was trying to take Niora down. But Niora on 29 HP, that is a difficult retake, but I will say this. Vietnam know where the weak link is. They are looking for Insane. They are looking to hunt him down. Now, if that comes out in a gun round, if Insane dies too quickly, then even if they reset and go back, completely different game there and then. Now, I would love to see Insane just huddle up inside Temple and not go for any information at all. Recognize that it's not a great day for you. Just play and deliver what you can. Do not be a liability.
The fact that Insane and Sandman aren't even performing and they're still being able to get away with so many rounds, right? It's so scary for Vietnam because if they activate at any point in time, this is going to become an even more difficult game. Indonesia already flirting with the finish line. And Vietnam, this pressure. The pressure of falling into the lower bracket. Cage, good opener. That's something they needed.
They're trying to push in without a flashbang. Neura's going to go down. There's a second man behind Marcia. Not expected when he goes for such a delayed peek. Neura manages to fake that out, actually, by being so slow and meticulous about it. Marcia, however, is the real threat. 4 kills for him. Now he's set up for the ace, and he might get it.
And look at how close he is to that 30 bomb as well. He is just too damn quick on the trigger. All he needs is a couple pixels and a few frames, and he delivers the shots. Now 2 rounds away from the big finish to close it out 2-0. Vietnam, the odds are stacked against them. Well, thankfully the economy is not. But this tea time is going to be their last hurrah before they're put back in their economic box.
They don't have Molotovs and 2 players. They don't have head armor on Hatred. 5 AKs is nice, but you do have needs. And Insane right now doesn't want to take care of the A side, wants to take care of the donut. Instead, he's got the one. That's all he really could ask for. Sandman has made this a one-way for himself, even collecting on another, and waste of ammo has just been set up for success. His AWP will finally shine.
The IGL and the AWP, they've already gotten quite a bit of work done, but it's still a 2 versus 3. Frostly and Talent, they need to be cold. As the smoke starts to fade, there's going to be a difficult duel, but at least there's a re-smoke available, a couple flashes as well, but you need to have your guns out right now. Marsha, how does he even see him? Does he have night vision goggles? Frostly, he's wondering the same thing. He swings out, but he doesn't have that same advantage. 15-11, and right now, Vietnam, things are looking so damn dire.
Marcia didn't see him. It's a common pre-fire coming out of it. They're on the retake. You have to make sure there's no one there because that angle is too hard to clear otherwise. 15-11 Indonesia. It's just magnificent, the fact that they've managed to make this a full comeback the way they have. And it's sort of like this is a side-based comeback, right? The T side is where they started to activate all of this. It could have been a 7-8, if not for Hatred switching out bomb sites towards the very end of things.
The CT side threat was always looming around the corner, but Vietnam, they have no choice but to fight back against it. Neora this time around, he's the one that tries to progress in Donut. Insane, pushing out of the smoke as well. Vietnam falling apart. Marsha looking to smurf once again. Creeps through Cheetah. And it comes back down to a 3-on-2. Hatred and High Rambo, a different duo from the last time around, but can they get it done T-time?
It feels like it's too difficult. They're so split apart, and the bomb's going to be interrupted on its way there. You've got Neura watching out for it. High Rambo can't get the adjustment, and it's all Hatred. Needs a quad. The double won't be enough. Indonesia are knocking on the doors of victory. They want a rematch with Mongolia. They want to keep on going forward in the Asian Championship. They want the better seed for Romania as well for the World Esports Championship. And with 50 seconds left, Hatred is watching it wither away.
Seems like Hatred is only delaying the inevitable. Can he defy the odds? This angle, too damn hard to clear. Trying to tap away, knows that he needs to get it done in 1 bullet. But with only 25 seconds to go, he's getting desperate, and that desperation leads him right into the jaws of Neora. 16-11, Team Indonesia close it out in 2 against Vietnam.
And Vietnam, they will still have a chance to continue their journey forward in the Asian Championship, but it will have to be the hard way. It will have to be through the lower bracket Indonesia. In the meanwhile, we'll be going forward and facing off between the victor of Mongolia and Uzbekistan. This has been a wonderful performance. They've shown a diversity in map pool, they've shown an ability to come back, and they've shown a lot of diversity in who can step as well. Marcia was fantastic. Neura, great job as well. Even on the T side, he had some really good bouncing on a few of the entry points that they weren't able to capitalize on later on either. This is looking like a squad that's in it to win it.
And I think this is one of the few tools that was left unactivated when it came to Indonesia, right? Yes, they had Waste of Ammo being an absolute stud, but Neora and Marja being able to perform to their full ability, that's something that was missing T-Time. And this is the time, right? They're in the playoffs. It was time for them to activate, and they have finally gotten it done. Yes, it was still a sloppy game on map number 1, don't get me wrong, but their comeback ability on Ancient and the fact that all of those little pieces stepped up, that is beautiful.
Look, we've seen two important things from Indonesia this series so far, right? On Inferno, we saw them actually changing things up towards the very end. Some crucial adjustments that we have been asking for a very long time that helps them get the W. And over here on Ancient, we see that full comeback happening. We see the extra star power when waste of ammo isn't completely on fire, when they don't have everyone completely activated, and when Sandman isn't getting the best calls, right? So we've got to see the best of both worlds. Now, I will say this, that sixth man still looked shaky. Insane still looked like he wasn't quite able to contribute the way we were hoping he would. And maybe it's a stage jitters since he hasn't gotten to play as much. He's not played on the main stage at all, if I'm not wrong. So there could be a bit of that, but it's concerning regardless.
Yeah, definitely. I think if you're in this kind of position, right, you're also kind of battling with the idea that you don't fully understand team tendencies because you're not playing in every single one of the maps. You're also having to switch out between games, which means that both players aren't going to be fully warmed up for either game since they're not getting multiple chances within the stage. So those kinds of little issues, they can tend to add up, to be honest. So yes, that six-man situation is looking really iffy, but if we do have to say something nice about him, it's the fact that Sandman, you know, he has started to clean his act up. I think the IGLing being a little rough around the edges, it's still got its issues, don't get me wrong, but it's getting a lot better, and I think he's feeling a lot more comfortable, a lot more versatile, and being able to switch the calls up when it's needed.
And versatility is something that Vietnam just didn't quite have on Ancient in the same way. Despite the fact that High Rambo and Frostly got the momentum to be on to a good start, they didn't continue forward, right? They just completely shut down later on. It was just Hatred and Case that were delivering us really the numbers. They were the only players who end up on more than 20 kills at the very end of things, and considering that this is a team that was being spearheaded at one point by Frostly and by High Rambo, that's huge. Not to mention, man, Talent scoreline's not as abysmal as what we saw before, but he started off 5-1, right? In the first two rounds, he got so many frags, so many of those calories just don't count towards his overall macros.
Yeah, that's right. And you know what? We talked about Vietnam a little bit stylistically at the start, right? And we had this idea that, okay, this is the kind of setup that should work against a team that is losing composure like Indonesia. And it did. But the problem is, Vietnam, they didn't really have too many tricks up their sleeve. As soon as Indonesia started to get that recognition, as soon as Sandman started to throw a wrench in the works, that passivity became some unfortunate complacency almost.
I don't know if complacency might be the right word for it, but they were definitely getting strangled out, that's for sure, right? Because when you saw them running out of options, when you saw that Hatred couldn't be that mobile, you know, that's what gave them that 9th round win in the first half as well, right? Hatred's mobility. You just don't have what it takes for every single player to activate when they need it the most. It's not like Indonesia was just flashing their brains out. A lot of Indonesia's calls were based on things like, hey, actually, we're just going to call like a quick Tech-9 rush towards that B-bomb site, right? It's places like that where you need to shut them down before momentum is transferred, and unfortunately, that just never happened. Vietnam had their chances. They had themselves in a winning position. It's just that in that position, when you're asked to do the basics, they couldn't deliver on every single player, and that's going to be a failure that will never get out of your head.
Yeah, and that directly ties in with what you said about the constraints, right? The fact that Hatred could get away with the constraints because everybody else was performing, that looked all hunky-dory at the start of Ancient. They were, what, leading 5-0 or something along those lines? And yes, it can work, but then they started dropping off. You saw Talon not having the same impact. You saw Frostly starting to quiet down a little bit. And when those things start to happen and the players on the enemy team start popping off, it's going to be a problem, and I think that change in mobility, it did eventually come through. Yes, Hatred did have that little band-aid going on, but unfortunately, he could not have that same level of impact as he did on Inferno, and to some degree, you need everybody to perform.
And now Vietnam will, of course, be going down to the lower bracket and facing off versus either Palestine or Saudi Arabia. I'm going to get confirmation on that in just a bit as well. I think we've got the brackets for you guys, so we're just going to quickly swish that over, and yeah, indeed, it'll be versus Palestine, and look, that's still a matchup where you can get very easily run over. We've seen Palestine have some pretty damn good individuals. Smokers, Osama, just looking really spectacular. Kasravi in particular as well as a player who had a really good time overall. Vietnam needs firepower against these guys. You can't just have a single activation. You can't just have two players activating. You don't need everyone to be a star, but you need everyone to do their role, to do their part.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to mince any words, right? Palestine definitely had some of their own issues. They had trouble working as a unit. They had trouble with some communication. You know, I was talking to some of the guys backstage as well, and there were so many different little communication issues, the nerves happening. I mean, I told you about what Ratty told me as well, right?
Come on, man. Bring it out on stream. We can talk about it. It's fine.
Yeah, Ratty comes up to me, and of course, he's just like, you know, I was very confident. I thought no nerves, but nerves.
Sometimes it do be like that, man. And that's the problem, right? You don't know the stage until you're on it. But now they've been on it.
Yeah.
Right? I thought no nerves, but nerves. Now there might be no nerves, or at least less nerves. You know, the quantity of nerves is always up for debate, but it might have lowered down a little bit. The point is, overall, it's not an easy matchup. And Vietnam will have a lot of time because we've got another series coming up first and foremost. It's the second upper bracket series for the day. Obviously, that'll be between Mongolia and Uzbekistan. Two teams that we were very excited about. Two teams that we did think that, honestly, we thought Uzbekistan might be Mongolia's only real chance of losing over here, but considering what is showing Indonesia put forward, Mongolia's got some risks actually. This isn't quite as clear cut. Oh yeah, guys, Australia's we're going through to the first place. No, not really. It's a slightly rockier ride. There will be more turbulence in that.
Yeah, Mongolia versus Uzbekistan is probably the most anticipated matchup if we're talking about raw skill, right? Because both of these teams have completely dominated their qualifiers. And Mongolia having gone 4-0, Uzbekistan, I believe they only fell to Vietnam, right?
Yes.
And even that was a close game. So although Vietnam definitely has a few more of their own issues as compared to Mongolia, this is still very much the theoretical top two teams that are going to be going up against each other.
I don't know about that, man. Indonesia looking pretty good. Their map pool's looking better as well right now. Sure, six-man lineup isn't popping off yet, but Inzane's had some time on stage as well. Inzane's going to be looking out to just going to come through, be a little bit more comfortable later on, especially when you consider Vietnam are banning Nuke against them. They like to play Nuke as well. Guess who likes to play Nuke? Mongolia likes to play Nuke. Indonesia and Uzbekistan both are going to be putting up a pretty damn good fight, but we don't even know if Indonesia's going to get to play them. You know, Indonesia's waiting up forward. They might not even get the chance for revenge. It might just be Uzbekistan coming their way.
Oh, yeah, and that is definitely a big threat, right? Of course, Mongolia, they do still, like, regardless of who loses here, right? Regardless of if it's Uzbekistan or Mongolia, they still do get another chance in the lower bracket against Saudi Arabia, and that's also going to be a pretty exciting matchup. Now, I think I'm more scared for whoever is going up against Palestine, as we just mentioned. It's Vietnam that's going up against Palestine, because Palestine have gotten a second win, right? Knowing the fact that they kind of bombed out in all of their games, with the exception of having one win against Pakistan, they ended up qualifying on some of the tiebreaker metrics. I believe they had that round difference compared to the other two teams as well. That was too much math, but we need to wrap this up right now. So they've got that second win, and now they've got everything to prove and nothing to lose tea time.
And absolutely, that's going to be such a difficult place to be in, because remember, Palestine's already made it forward towards Romania as well. Every single team in the playoffs has made it to the World Esports Championship. They will be competing there in about a month's time, I think towards the end of August as well. So you will be able to see more of these guys here. But obviously the Asian Championship decides seeding, it decides prize money, and it decides a lot of prestige about who can be the best in Asia. And for one thing, I will say, Indonesia, Vietnam, two teams that have dropped very much off the Counter-Strike radar. They both look great today, and it's good to see them back on land, just seeing them control the way they are. And I want to hear from Indonesia actually just a bit. We're going to be going to a quick interview with the host. We'll be back after a short break for the second match.
حياكم الله جميعا اعزائنا الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام في كل مكان، ورجعنا لكم بعد نهاية أول مباراة في لعبة سيسكو للرجال أو للسيد. لا توهقت في المسمى، ولكن من فرحتنا صراحة يا أخوي براء، من فرحتنا وشفنا كيف الأداء الأسطوري. فلا تلومني لو توترت بالأداء اللي شفناه من منتخب إندونيسيا بعد ما فازوا في هذه المواجهة.
أبدا لا أنت ولا أنا, and nobody to be blamed with all the excitement that happened. I swear to God, sometimes all these matches leaves us speechless.
أكيد توترت أنا يا براء.
I swear to God, and that's why I want to say congratulations to Indonesia. How do you feel about winning this match?
We feel pretty amazing, but at the same time, we just followed our plan, honestly. So it's still according to our expectations.
Man, I love how you went like, yeah, I'm confident, I got this, and very diplomatic, man. I love the answer. I love it. ولا ايش رايك؟
ما ينفع كذا يا براء، هو مروق واللي متوتر وهم اللي كانوا في المباراة، ولكن صراحة فعلا يستاهلون. أدائهم كان أسطوري. بس حابين نسأل سؤال مهم. المباراة بيست اوف 3 كيف قدروا يفوزون 2-0؟ يعني هذا ترى شيء ابدا ما هو سهل، فكيف كذا؟
صح. I mean, exactly. You got a good question going on here. 2-0, man. You just went in one after another, and you won it just like that. So what was your secret? You got something going on, a certain strategy, a certain skill?
Honestly, again, like I said, we just followed according to our playbook. We don't really actually modify anything. And honestly, even today, some of our players, including myself, like I underperformed. But again, as long as we follow the playbook, we know we're good to go.
I love that. Justin, Inzain, Willem making it happen like it is. ولا ايش رايك يا وجيه؟
من الصوت واضح انه واثق كامل الثقة. ولكن اعزائي المشاهدين ترى منتخب اندونيسيا قبل شوي فازوا في الربع النهائيات، فحابين نسالهم كيف تجهيزاتهم بالنصف النهائي.
All right, you won this one, heading to the next match, escalating your position. Any preparations gonna take place in the next one?
Just chill. Again, just try to play our game, just chill. Don't overthink it. We're so close and winning the whole thing. So just be confident, just be ourselves. Don't overthink it. That's it.
It's a game at the end of the day. It's all about having fun, entertainment, coming together in unity under the esports blanket. I love that. Just chill, let's have fun, let's enjoy the ride. كلام حلو.
طالما ان سمعنا من هذا الكلام لازم نشوف تجهيزاتهم في المباراة الجاية. ولكن اعزائي المشاهدين والحضور، شفنا أول مباراة في هذه المنافسة القوية، باقي عندنا مباريات أكثر وأكثر في هذا اليوم، ولكن خلونا ناخذ بريك بسيط وبعدها نرجع لكم مرة أخرى.
Before we go in the break, anything you want to say to your fans and family back home, maybe even your own language?
I'm just gonna say it in English. It's fine, right? Yeah, just keep supporting us. I hope my family and friends are watching. Just give us your power, and I promise you, we'll win it all.
It's a promise back home. Support, energy, texting, or even DM him directly. Show him support and support to the Indonesian team and family. And we may see them actually all the way to the top. Thank you so much and congratulations again. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a little break and we'll be back with more taking place right here at the Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championship, right here in the beautiful city of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We'll be back after the break.
حياكم الله جميعا أعزائنا الحضور والمشاهدين الكرام، ورجعنا لكم مرة أخرى بعد بريك بسيط، ولكن شفنا المواجهة الأخيرة قديش كانت قوية يا أخوي براء. شفنا تغلب منتخب إندونيسيا، قدروا يفوزون بنتيجة 2-0، ولكن المرة هذه بتكون معنا المباراة الثانية، معنا المباراة الحماسية لهذا اليوم.
يعطيك العافية وجيه, you're absolutely right. Well, viewers and gamers around the world, we're back again with more excitement, more hype, and we're going to see a showcase of beautiful talents. And this time we're going to have with another match in CSGO competition happening right here. What's going to happen? We'll see that right away as I can hear it right now. The excitement happening all over the world. فوجيه جاهز؟
عن نفسي دائما أنا جاهز يا أخوي براء.
We are ready. So ladies and gentlemen, viewers around the world, let's hear right now for the first team in this match. Let's hear it for Mongolia!
تحية قوية لمنتخب منغوليا. منتخب منغوليا جاهز بكامل التجهيزات في هذه المواجهة اللي هي المباراة الثانية لهذا اليوم، ولكن حابين نتعرف على منتخب خصمهم. تحية قوية لمنتخب أوزباكستان.
And ladies and gentlemen, right now let's hear it for their competitor right here in this match. Let's hear it for Uzbekistan.
الحماس ما زال جالس يزداد أكثر وأكثر، فأكيد كلنا متحمسين ومتشوقين أن نشوف المباراة الثانية لهذا اليوم اللي تجمع منتخب منغوليا ضد منتخب أوزباكستان. أتمنى لهم كامل التوفيق. خلونا نتوجه عند أخواني المعلقين ونبدأ فيها المباراة.
Well, Wajih, you got that right. Two fierce teams gonna go against each other, Mongolia and Uzbekistan. But you know what else is fierce? Our casters right now. We're gonna fire it up for us in this match. Take it away.
Am I fierce? Am I fierce now? Well, we might not be fierce, but we don't need to be fierce, right? The teams that need to be fierce are going to be on the server right now. It's Mongolia and it's Uzbekistan. Thank you so much, Vaji. Thank you so much, Bara. I really appreciate all the kind of words you've been saying about us, even if they're not all true. But yeah. Look, enough about that. It's all about Mongolia and Uzbekistan right now. Obviously, it's a matchup that we expected to be coming in a little bit later on in the tournament, but even in these early stages, it's going to be an absolutely fantastic series.
Yeah, for sure, especially because I think the general narrative around these teams has been that they have been basically undefeatable, right? I think Uzbekistan kind of dropped the ball there when they did end up losing to Vietnam. Otherwise, they would have had a perfect record, right? So we could have potentially been seeing two perfect record teams going up against each other. And even the loss that Uzbekistan did have, that was a very close-fought loss. And it's not like Mongolia have had a completely free streak, right? They really did struggle against Team Indonesia. So they're about in the same camp as Uzbekistan. These are two very closely matched teams, at least in terms of paper. But I think both you and I know that the ceiling for Mongolia might be a little higher.
Look, forget the ceiling for Mongolia. Even when they're going up against Indonesia, it's fine and well to say, yeah, Indonesia had a chance there. But Indonesia had a chance because Mongolia was just having some fun as well. You know, Mongolia wasn't quite going in for it as hard as they could. But now they need to, because these boys from Uzbekistan, they know how to party. And this party is going to be coming in the form of WEC23 very much. So he's having a fantastic series. But I think more than him, it was Kanshine that really impressed us along with Frog.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of talent across this team, and you know, it's one of those teams where you really can't put your finger on one of those players and be like, okay, you know, this guy is going to be the carry, this person is going to be that star performer, and I think we saw that in the previous match in the form of Hatred, right, from Vietnam, but that isn't the case here. Every single player here has the potential to go supernova.
Absolutely, and this is where I'm really looking forward to seeing Frog's performance as well, personally, because Frog stepping into a lot of the shoes that Aoki Fly actually left behind, so that's an interesting time. Mongolia, however, if you're talking about interesting times, I want to talk about interesting nines, because Nine and Bartek were fantastic role players yesterday that could be the difference makers. We've seen a lot of great stars, we've seen a lot of great oppas, we've seen a lot of great riflers. So you know what, Yami, Senzu, you might be a league above, but there's still a lot of people nipping at your heels. I don't think there's anyone like Nine and Bartek, though, in this entire tournament.
Yeah, for sure. Now, I do want to point something out that I think we might have missed a little bit. The fact that Yami had such a monster performance yesterday was even more boldened and underlined by the fact that he wasn't even really always grabbing that AWP, right? It was being tossed around. Sometimes it was in the hands of Nine, it was in the hands of Kaz, and even though he wasn't really fully dedicating himself to that primary op role, he still was the lights out performer.
I mean, yes, absolutely. Yami is just a star, right? It doesn't matter if he's on the AWP, it doesn't matter if he's on a rifle. Yami is just the kind of player who will take over the server. We've seen that on Eruption. He was one of the big reasons why they even were competitive in the Asian RMR a couple of months ago. So Yami's absolutely fantastic. With that being said, though, Kaz, one of the players who has been taking away the AWP from him, has been leaving me wanting, and I'm wanting him to stop taking the AWP. That's what I'm wanting. I need Yami on it. I don't mind Nine on it. Hell, even Senzu in certain places, I'm okay with it. But Kaz is being given the AWP in a way where it's just something where it feels like they're saying, hey man, you're not having a good time. You're clearly mechanically not quite there against all of these guys. You've got the brains for it, but you might not have the aims for it. And you can make up for that with the AWP. I don't want that anymore. I can't have that anymore.
Yeah, unfortunately, we haven't really been in a position where the weak links would actually be exposed, right? But now that they're up against better opposition, they need to take a step back and realize, okay, that weakness on Cause that we've seen a little bit, that's going to be a big wound. That's going to be a big... It's going to be sticking out like a sore thumb. This is going to be a problem when they actually go up against opposition that they can't really flex on.
Look, it's also about the fact that now you're going up against Uzbekistan's riflers who are so damn difficult to deal with. A lot of how Mongolia was winning yesterday was chaos, right? It was Bartek being able to make a play, being able to push through it, Senzu just completely outkilling someone, having a great chance on a force spy to go forward as well. It's Yami obviously jumping around, getting great pre-fires off. It's a lot of it is Nine getting those clutches as well. Just late round situation, he's so present. But you've got now Icy on the other side. You've got Kanchan on the other side, you've got Frog on the other side. These guys will test your limits and beyond, and they have been together for a team for so damn long. Traffic Tashkent team has been playing ESEA main for God knows how many seasons. There have been some pluses, some minuses, players in and out, whatever. It doesn't matter. This is a team with a lot of structure, but that structure materializes in communication, not in much more. Now, I'm really interested about the veto over here, and we're going to be moving over towards that, because I've gotten word that Ancient has been picked by Uzbekistan, and I think that that might be a big mistake that Mongolia has actually gone and forfeited, because Ancient is their most played map across all of the ESEA seasons, across all of the best of threes we saw from them initially. Ancient is something they feel so comfortable on, and it makes sense with how aggressive these riflers can be. It feels like Ancient's a perfect map for them as well.
Yeah, now, of course, we can't really just say that, okay, Uzbekistan should be able to... well, Uzbekistan, I don't think they're going to be particularly overpowered still, because there's still a lot to think about when it comes to the Mongolian camp, right? There's still a lot of firepower there, so I do think even Ancient would be quite even. Speaking of the veto, of course, we do have it in front of us now. We've got Ancient, we've got Nuke, and of course, we have Mirage. I'm bad at this. Mirage right here.
That's all right. I'm actually really surprised about the fact that they've gone for the Anubis ban on Mongolia. It obviously makes sense because it's a map that none of these teams actually play too much. I do know Eruption experimented with it, but Eruption ended up struggling very much so. Back when Dobu was calling it, Yami took over calling later on, and they did lean away from it slightly more. It's obviously a map that they're not entirely comfortable on, but I would have preferred to see them banning out Ancient, because Anubis isn't really a map that we've seen Uzbekistan pick either or really play very much. So I wouldn't be surprised if Mongolia is still a little bit chill about this and haven't done their research, but that could come back to bite them. Ancient's a very good map for Traffic Tashkent or Uzbekistan as we know them over here, but even more so, Ancient's not always been the best map for the Mongolian sides either. Funnily enough, outside of a single win against Rare Atom, most Mongolian teams have struggled against the Chinese side of things on Ancient pretty consistently. Admittedly, that one win was a 16-0, which was kind of nuts in a grand finals. But regardless of that, I'm very curious about how this actually does end up working for them on Mongolia.
Now, you talked a little bit about research and that the fact that they're kind of chill about it and that they've not done it. Now, I think that can also apply the other way around. I'm not saying that Uzbekistan would take Mongolia lightly, right? Because they realize that Mongolia are the top dogs when it comes to these brackets. But they haven't really provided too much information as far as Nuke is concerned. True. They've played Nuke once with this lineup in this particular tournament, right? And they weren't really having a lot of structure against Australia. They were running around, they were letting Kaz do his thing, they were letting Yami do his thing. And when you